However, Atticus suddenly remembered the little experiment he had carried out earlier when he was learning the earth element at the earth sanctum. When the earth molecules got separated in the air, they lost their ability to join together as time passed. It's not exactly the same case here, but they're not far apart. What if I join the molecules together before the frost forms around them? This thought required accurate timing and actions. Atticus couldn't control the water molecules, but he noticed that when the molecules got cold enough, he would gain control over them. Atticus immediately put this to the test and started the process all over again. The result was the formation of a small round icy ball in front of him. Isolde's eyes narrowed. He got it on his own. Her shock was evident. She began thinking about how it was possible. He might have breezed through the other sanctums, but the ice element was a variant. It required an extra process, absorbing the heat from the molecules. Had she been arrogant to think that Atticus wouldn't be able to do the same with the ice element? Atticus didn't stop once he got the gist of the creation of ice. His assumption had been right. Joining the molecules at the right temperature was the key to creating the ice. He went ahead and created more balls of ice in front of him before making them swirl around him at a moderate pace. Isolde soon came out of her thoughts and regained her composure. I still have to teach. Isolde hated the fact that she had to do this, but she knew she had no choice. It was her duty, and she could feel that man's gaze on her. She decided to stop wasting time. Good, you've achieved the creation of ice, so let's move to the next lesson. Freezing water. As you already know, water is simply the combination of mana and multiple water molecules together. Our ice element gives us the ability to form ice by extracting the heat from the water molecules using mana. The rest should be straightforward. Atticus nodded. It really was straightforward. All he had to do was extract heat from the water molecules utilizing the mana that each molecule had absorbed. Atticus did exactly this, and a small portion of the lake became frozen. Isolde wasted no time and moved to the next lesson. It was one that he had gone through numerous times already, forming different structures with the ice element. Atticus created weapons, barriers, and sculptures from ice, increasing his proficiency in creating and manipulating ice. Then Isolde moved to one of the advanced manipulations, increasing the hardness and density of ice. The principle of this had turned out to be simple. It made him remember what he learned with the air element when the Sanctum Master had created a barrier made of air. To create very durable ice with high density, all Atticus had to do was utilize mana to make sure that the iced water molecules were tightly packed together and formed stronger bonds. In essence, Atticus had to reduce the space between the water molecules, compressing them closer together. After doing this, he would have to utilize mana to strengthen the attractive forces between each molecule. This had taken quite some time because of its processes, but he had eventually achieved it, creating multiple durable ice objects. Afterward, Atticus moved to another lesson. Isolde took Atticus away from the lake to another location in the sanctum. Atticus found himself inside a pristine white room with the temperature rapidly changing by the second. Soon enough, it stopped, and Atticus felt the heavy moisture in the air. He heard Isolde speaking from far away. You have to learn how to form ice rapidly in different environments. This will be your next lesson. I see. Training in different simulated environments, huh, Atticus calmly thought. He closed his eyes and felt the moisture in the air. Heavy moisture meant that there were a lot of water molecules in the air. His next move was straightforward, so he immediately focused and created ice from the water molecules. The environment changed once more, and Atticus could feel the intense cold air. The water molecules were scarce, and instead, there were only ice molecules. This process was even easier, and Atticus simply controlled the ice molecules and created multiple spheres around him. Not a second was wasted before the environment once again changed, and Atticus instantly felt the air become even colder. Just like before, there were ice molecules in the air, and as he attempted to connect with them, Atticus was met with his first conundrum. The molecules weren't joining together because they were already frozen and had thus lost their ability to connect. Atticus immediately entered into a deep state of pondering. She wouldn't give me something impossible to do. Which means there's a way to go about this, Atticus thought raced before something popped up in his head. Wait, the reason why they lose their ability to connect is because they're frozen, so what if their temperature increases? This idea was backed up by another. If the ice element gives them the ability to absorb heat from the molecules, then shouldn't they be able to insert heat into them? Atticus felt it couldn't be as straightforward as this, but it was worth a try. Atticus went to work and instantly did exactly as he had thought. As it turned out, he had been right. But during the first attempts, he had increased the molecule temperature too much, thereby making him unable to control them. He eventually got the hang of it, and an ice sculpture formed in front of him. The shock that enveloped Isolde was intense. To think he would figure it out so soon. She eventually recovered once more and approached Atticus after some seconds. The last should be a hot environment, but since I already learned how to form ice in the lake, then it's not needed, Atticus thought. Good job, Isolde praised, but there was no smile on her face. Now let's move to the last aspect of the ice element. Atticus remained silent and listened to Isolde speak. He immediately noticed that her demeanor had suddenly changed. Atticus had seen through Isolde from the beginning. He knew she was somehow dissatisfied with him. However, he didn't care about her feelings. He hadn't come here for her validation of any of the Sanctum Masters in the first place. It was good for his future if they liked him, but if they didn't, it was ultimately their problem. But Isolde's dissatisfaction had suddenly changed. Atticus could feel that what she was about to say was something serious. I want you to forget everything about using the ice element for battle for a second. The ice element is more than creating ice spikes and beautiful sculptures, Isolde began. She raised her hand, and suddenly, a small mouse-like creature appeared in her hand, contained inside a small icy jail. The primal nature of the ice element is to freeze. This isn't just limited to freezing the air or water, but to freeze life itself. White frost streamed into the jail from Isolde's hands and engulfed the creature. Seeing Atticus's gaze suddenly light up, Isolde quickly continued, I know what you're thinking, but we ice elementalists aren't immortals, there's a limit to everything. As you've guessed, we can freeze life. To be more specific, we can freeze and preserve everything that makes us live. Before you go and do something stupid, I would suggest that you not try this until you reach the Grandmaster rank and form your domain. It requires precise and articulate manipulation for you to achieve this feat. Hearing Isolde, Atticus's beating heart soon calmed down. His head had already started thinking of different ways he could utilize this ability to prolong his lifetime. Isolde nodded, seeing Atticus had regained his sense. Now, I became a Grandmaster at 80, and during my breakthrough, I was able to expel a significant number of toxins from my body, which enabled me to regain my youthfulness. Since then, I've used this technique every time I sleep to slow down my aging. If you're good enough, you can use this during the day, but then its effects would be limited, and your body won't be able to function normally. Now listen well, I won't explain twice. Atticus focused his whole attention, not daring to miss anything. The ability to freeze the aging of living beings wasn't something he planned on passing off. The principle behind freezing life is intricate and requires a very good understanding of both ice manipulation and the biology of living beings. It's not just about lowering the temperature, it's about stopping the metabolic processes that sustain life. Living organisms are composed of water and various organic molecules. Freezing life involves using ice manipulation to lower the temperature of these molecules to the point where metabolic processes cease, effectively putting the organism in a state of suspended animation. You must first ensure that the freezing process is uniform and does not cause damage to the cellular structure, and secondly, to freeze life, the temperature must be lowered gradually to avoid causing thermal shock, which could damage the organism's cells. Atticus grasped all the words coming from her mouth with ease. If he had to be honest, he hadn't expected to go through a biological lesson, but when he thought about it, it made sense. He should know about the intricacies of what he wanted to freeze. The white frost that engulfed the creature started to show its effects, and it started shrieking in response, trying to escape, but the icy jail was too sturdy. Atticus could see how gradual Isolde was being. The temperature of the frost was uniform across every single inch of the creature, and she ensured the temperature reduction was consistent throughout its body. After a few seconds, the creature was completely frozen, its claws, which had been trying to claw through the ice, now resting on the icy jail. After the demonstration, Isolde had been kind enough to show Atticus what would happen if he got the process wrong. It went without saying that it served as a loud and clear warning. I'll have to carry out some tests on beasts before I try it on myself, he thought. He could see the enormous benefits but was also aware of the intense risk. He had no intention of dying foolishly. Afterward, Atticus practiced and increased his proficiency in the ice element. After about 9 hours, Isolde waved her hand, and Atticus suddenly found himself breaking out of ice in front of the icy gates of the ice sanctum. Atticus brushed off the shards of ice that remained on his clothes and simply scoffed. She could do whatever she wanted because she had power. He would soon get that power and would like to see her try this then. Atticus carried his gaze away from the icy gates and turned toward the direction of the light sanctum. It stood in the sky like a beacon of light, blinding in its radiance. The air molecules enveloped Atticus, and he shot towards the light sanctum with speed, reaching it in a few seconds. Landing in front of the grand gates, Atticus's gaze landed on the figure of a woman standing in front of the gate, and he was immediately tempted to bow and worship her. It wasn't that she was insanely powerful, he had met countless grandmasters already and never felt this urge. She felt angelic. Her body was bathed in a golden radiance, and she wore a pure white robe that accentuated her curves. There was no doubt that she was old, but she was utterly beautiful. A small smile graced her lips. Ah, just in time. I love a man who keeps to his time, she said. Atticus involuntarily took one step back. If not for his incredibly high intelligence, perception, and awareness of his actions at every instance, he might have fallen for it. He cleared his mind and bowed. My name is Atticus. I look forward to learning from you, he said. The woman's smile widened. You're respectful too. You're making me fall even harder. Can you take responsibility? Atticus abruptly staggered backward, his heart beating fast. The woman had just appeared in front of him suddenly, and he hadn't been able to hear or see her until she was right there. He felt his legs wobble as he struggled to remain standing. What the hella? It was official. Atticus was scared. This old cougar had done something that many had struggled to do but failed. The woman suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth sounding like a melodious tone. I'm just pulling your legs. Your reaction is priceless. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Welcome to the light sanctum. My name is Eliana. I'm excited to meet the famous Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus was baffled, and his expression clearly reflected this feeling. Was this woman actually over a century old? Her looks didn't match that notion, but at the very least her personality should, right? He hadn't been expecting her to act all sage-like and boring, but he also wasn't expecting this bubbly personality. Atticus cleared his throat before briefly bowing. She was still a grandmaster regardless. I can't wait to witness your genius. I've heard a lot about how you breezed through the other sanctums. Oh please, will you do that here? Atticus didn't know what to say. His arm found the back of his head, scratching it as he responded awkwardly. I guess. Great. Let's get to work immediately. Atticus saw nothing. One moment he was in front of the blinding gates of the light sanctum, and the next, he was standing on a luminous golden platform. Eliana didn't appear to have moved from her position, only the surroundings had changed. Atticus turned his gaze around. That wasn't teleportation. He knew he had moved, but it had been so fast that he hadn't registered the movement. The only time he ever felt this way was when Magnus was involved. Seems like I've been neglecting a truly powerful element, he thought. Atticus' abilities were bountiful. They were so numerous that, considering the opponents he had faced up until now, he had never really given them enough thought. This was the same with the darkness element. But that will change now. Now, where should we start? Eliana placed her hand under her chin and started pondering. It seemed as though she was finding it difficult to decide where to start the lesson. But before she could ponder further, Atticus interrupted her by speaking. I'm sorry about this, but I've been going from sanctum to sanctum and haven't really had the time to rest. I'm exhausted. Eliana showed a visibly sad expression upon hearing Atticus. Do you have to? She asked with puppy eyes. Atticus nodded his head apologetically. Eliana sighed and waved her hand dismissively, and Atticus immediately found himself inside the confines of a simple, blinding room. His body immediately found the luminous bed, and Atticus went into a deep sleep. He had been going for more than a day now, and it was starting to affect him. Atticus woke up feeling refreshed. He checked the time and noted that he had spent more than 8 hours asleep. Honestly, it's far too little considering everything I've done, he thought. Atticus had spent nearly 48 hours moving from sanctum to sanctum while trying to learn the elements. Each sanctum had its own challenges, and he had used a lot of his mental strength during each stage. At least it's worth it, he mused. Atticus stretched his body, the sound of bones cracking resounding in the small room. His quest for power was progressing at a very good pace compared to what he had initially anticipated. Magnus had given him 3 months to learn the 7 elements, and he had already learned 5 in just about 2 weeks. I spent basically all my time in the fire sanctum, he reflected. The fire sanctum was like the introductory class to all the elements. He had to admit that after all the time spent learning the fire element, the other elements came easily to him. He wasn't trying to brag, Atticus was only happy about the results. It would enable him to spend more time on his other abilities. Now I just need to go through the light and darkness elements, he planned. Atticus took a deep breath, steadying himself. After these 2 elements, he would face the lightning element. Considering who was training him, Atticus was sure it wasn't going to be easy. The fact that Magnus wanted to train him himself meant that he had things planned, things he wouldn't be able to get easily. And after that, I'll utilize everything I've learned from the other elements to increase my space proficiency too, he thought. All in all, Atticus was feeling pretty good. After freshening up, just as he was about to step out of the door, he couldn't help but remember a certain old cougar and he shuddered. Do I have to? Atticus groaned inwardly. He was really unwilling to go through another weird interaction with Eliana. But he had no choice, the path to absolute power was never easy, and he was in this for the long run. Atticus stopped hesitating and opened the door to his room. However, what he would never have expected happened. Is it finally time? Atticus sighed slightly as he heard the excited voice of Eliana. The woman immediately carried him as soon as he left his room. She had been so fast that all Atticus saw was the door opening and the figure of Eliana in the next second. He was back on the luminous platform, and Eliana was looking at him with excitement. Atticus nodded, responding to her question. He was ready. Great. Oh, you're going to love the light element. Luckily, Eliana had enough time to consider how she would handle her lessons with Atticus and didn't waste time dawdling. I'm sure you, little genius boy, know all about the molecules of the elements already. Well, it's basically the same principles. The molecules of the light element are called photons, and manipulating light involves controlling the behavior and properties of these photons, such as their direction, intensity, and wavelength, she explained. You can bend, focus, diffuse, and alter the intensity of light. Its uses are numerous. Advanced techniques involve creating illusions, using light for healing, and other awesome applications. Isn't the light element great? Atticus nodded his head fervently. He had decided to agree to everything the woman said. Eliana smiled brightly. She loved talking about the light element. Great. Now let's start by you creating a small ball of light. This area has an abundance of photons, so it'll make it easier for you to. Before Eliana could finish, one of her eyebrows raised as she saw a small ball of light form on top of Atticus's outstretched palm. She was baffled for a few seconds, not expecting Atticus to form the ball of light before she could even finish speaking. It wasn't just normal light, he had formed a perfect light. Eliana cleared her throat and regained her bubbly energy. Great. I guess the title, Genius, isn't for decoration, huh? Alright, next I want you to. Eliana watched, baffled, as Atticus listened and perfectly performed every one of her instructions. She had started with the basics first, teaching him how to bend, focus, diffuse, and alter the intensity of light. Eliana had been kind to demonstrate each one to Atticus but had no idea that those actions basically sealed the deal. Atticus's analytic abilities were nearly unmatched. He could analyze and replicate basically everything he saw. After this, he moved to bending light around objects, creating illusions, and creating different shapes of light. She had skipped what she considered the boring part and stepped into the big leagues. The principle of creating illusions had been as complicated as Atticus had thought. It was using the photons to create various visual effects. By controlling the path, intensity, and color of light, he could form images that appeared three-dimensional and realistic. Truly, it wasn't easy. There was a whole lot to consider when it came to this process. He had to study the properties of light, observing how it interacts with different surfaces and how it can be redirected. Bending light around objects and controlling its direction was the key to forming an illusion with the light element. He would have to bend light photons around a central point and then visualize the light curving smoothly to create the outline of the desired image. The light would follow the controlled path, forming the basic shape of the illusion. And then came the depth. The intensity and color of light were crucial for adding depth and realism to the illusion. Here, the key factor was fine-tuning the intensity of the light, adjusting brightness levels to create shadows and highlights. Then also modify the light's color to match the desired appearance of the illusion. At the end of the day, the illusion would gain depth and color variation, making it appear more lifelike. Finally, for the three-dimensional effect. To make the illusion appear three-dimensional, light must be manipulated to give the perception of depth. He would layer light photons, creating a sense of volume and space within the illusion. By varying the focus and diffusion of light, he would ensure different parts of the illusion appear at different depths. At the end of the lesson, Atticus was able to achieve this feat, albeit barely. While it was completely complex, the experience he had gotten from manipulating the other elements had piled up. Especially after his rest, there was no way anything would surprise Atticus. Instead, the one who had been shocked was Eliana. She knew about Atticus's feats and she was even anticipating his genius. But him effortlessly replicating one of her advanced techniques in a matter of minutes truly wasn't what she had been expecting. It was insane. What the hell is Heya? Eliana stared at Atticus seriously for a moment before suddenly regaining her senses and clapping excitedly with a scream. Atticus is so awesome. You deserve a hug from Big Sis. Atticus's gaze flashed but he couldn't react in time, his whole body getting enveloped by Eliana. How the hell are you a Big Sis? You're an ancestor at least. Although he thought this, Atticus wouldn't dare say it out loud. Who knew how this crazy woman would react? Atticus found his face enveloped by two massive mounds, his figure held so tightly he was struggling to breathe. Some time passed and she decided to release him. Atticus took a deep breath as though he was taking his first breath after decades. He shot Eliana a stare, who simply smiled back at him innocently, making Atticus take a step back. Eliana giggled. Your reactions are so fun to see. How about we continue our lesson? Atticus was all game for that. He stopped backing away and started listening to Eliana again. Once Eliana began explaining the utilities of the light element, Atticus was tempted to bang his head on the floor. He truly had been neglecting a powerful element. Aside from creating illusions, Atticus could also utilize the light element to create concentrated beams that could literally cut through basically everything. And even more than that, the light element could be used for healing. Atticus had never once thought it was possible, but after hearing Eliana's explanation, he was starting to understand. To heal, all he had to do was use the photons to emit a specific wavelength that promotes cellular regeneration. It was that easy and yet, he had never thought about it. It wasn't as thorough or potent as the water element, but it was still significant. After this, Atticus was also introduced to another mind-blowing skill. Eliana called it light cloaking, and upon replicating it, Atticus found himself turning completely invisible. All he had to do was create a field that guides light photons around the target him, creating a cloaking effect. Atticus also learned how to create solar flares, which were basically powerful bursts of light and heat capable of blinding or burning opponents. Lastly, just like the air element, he learned how to create barriers and objects with solidified light that can block attacks. They were simply formed by densely packing light photons to create a solid impenetrable surface. Every single one of the lessons Atticus had just learned had been high level. Something that would take years for others to learn, but in just under 6 hours, Atticus was done. Eliana had made him practice to increase his proficiency and also gave him tips about using the light element during battle. She advised him not to utilize it yet until he entered the Grandmaster rank, but eventually, she explained the principle of moving fast with the light element. It didn't require using elemental mimicry but the photons. Atticus took her words to heart. Although the woman was weird, there was no doubt she meant well. After this, Atticus soon found out that Eliana had nothing more to teach him and was simply trying to somehow keep him in the sanctum. Atticus immediately bolted. It hadn't been easy, but soon enough, with sweat drenching his clothes, he found himself flying away from the blinding light sanctum and to the gloomy darkness sanctum. The darkness sanctum was gloomy. It didn't help that it was next to the light sanctum. To Atticus, it was as though he had left a place full of excitement and life for a place devoid of any. The darkness sanctum stood like a mass of blackness, absorbing all light from its surroundings. Atticus walked forward and approached the gates of the darkness sanctum. Let's get this over with. This was all Atticus could think about. After learning the darkness element, he would finally be done with the 7 elements and could face lightning. After that, it would be all about continuous training and improvement. He couldn't wait to be done. Atticus stood in front of the gate and waited patiently. Unlike the other times, there was no one either waiting for him or arriving after a few seconds. The whole area was silent. Should I go over the wall? Atticus was getting a little impatient. Standing alone amidst the gloom was somehow getting to him. But as though they could hear his thoughts, the gates of the darkness sanctum suddenly swung open and a voice sounded from within. Come in. It was the voice of an old man. It sounded nonchalant and lazy. He could even hear the subtle sound of a sigh as he spoke. Atticus fixed his gaze on the inside of the darkness sanctum. It was completely pitch black, and he couldn't see anything no matter how hard he tried. The darkness element gave him a passive ability that enabled him to somewhat see in the darkness, even if he didn't try, but currently, he was trying his best and still couldn't see. My life is not in danger. Those were the words Atticus used to reassure himself. If not for the protection of one of the most powerful existences on the planet, he wouldn't even think of entering this place. Atticus walked through the gates, and instantly, every single notion of light left him. All he could see was pitch darkness, an infinite void. He could still feel his body, and all his senses aside from his vision were functioning properly. Atticus suddenly heard the man sigh again and speak. Looks like I have no choice, how annoying. The man sounded as though everything and everyone was a bother. I guess I have to train you to find me then. If you can't, then you should leave and not waste my time. Atticus could hear the slight hope in the man's voice. He really didn't want Atticus to find him. Do I have your word that you will not move from your current position? The man was undoubtedly the Sanctum Master of the Darkness Sanctum, a Grand Master rank of the Darkness element. Should Atticus play hide and seek with the man, he couldn't even dream of finding him. It was better to lay down the rules from the beginning. The voice went silent for a second before he spoke. HMPH. So you can use your head, huh? It's not like I plan on doing something so dishonorable in the first place. Lies. Atticus knew it was a very big lie but didn't say anything. He had pulled another short stick and had gotten a weird instructor. I just have to get over this element, and it'll be over. Still, Atticus was determined. So I have your word. The man went silent. Tisk. Annoying brat. Yes. You have my word. If you're so hellbent on rules, here are some more. You have 1 hour to find me or you lose. No other element is allowed. You have to see and tell me the color of my dress and how I look in every detail. Atticus nodded. To be honest, he had been expecting one more rule, but the man didn't say it. Is he underestimating me? Atticus decided to stop thinking about it and immediately started his search. The man had forgotten to add one important rule, the banning of perception. Atticus couldn't see, but he could use his sense of feel to locate. The man might have said he had to identify the color of his clothing, but he would cross that bridge when he found him. Then, Atticus tried to sense his surroundings, his brows furrowing in the next second. The man suddenly snickered before laughing uncontrollably. It would seem as though Atticus's actions had been that funny. The laughter reduced in intensity, and the man added, oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. The current mana in the air isn't, well, normal mana. So good luck using your perception, PFFT. The man couldn't hold back his laughter and continued laughing. He's crazy. Atticus had no doubts about it now. This old man was crazy. There was simply no other explanation. Atticus shook his head and ignored the old man's laughter. He instantly entered analysis mode. He could feel the mana in the air, but that was it. He couldn't form the connection he usually formed or control them. There was no feedback coming from them. No, not just that. The darkness molecules too. Since he entered the sanctum, Atticus had been trying to get a feel for the darkness molecules, if there were any. However, while he could feel something, it stopped there. It was odd. This was the darkness sanctum, which meant that the darkness molecules should be abundant. He could feel that, but why couldn't Atticus control them? Atticus's mind worked fast and shifted through different scenarios until something suddenly came to his head. It was two things, in fact. The scene of the darkness sanctum sucking all the surrounding light replayed vividly in his head in the first days of his lessons at the fire sanctum. That could be it. Atticus had already stopped moving immediately when the old man asked him to find him. He was sure there were buildings and other amenities in the area, even people too. But he couldn't see or feel them. He had no doubt they could see him. For the second thing, During his first days at the fire sanctum, Atticus had discovered that he couldn't control the fire molecules that someone had connected with already. It was as though the person had already infused his or her will into it. This small fact could explain why he couldn't control the darkness molecules. It was also an element used for concealment and deceit. He wasn't too surprised that he couldn't hear anyone or feel anyone's presence in the area. While the first made Atticus remember the principle of forming ice. He had to use the mana in the air to suck heat from the water molecules. What if it was the same thing here? The darkness sanctum was sucking the light from the surroundings. What if it was just mana sucking the light from photons? The light photons to the darkness element are what the water molecules are to the ice element. This analogy solved more than one puzzling question. For ice, mana absorbed heat, but he could still feel the mana in the air. However, light was different. What if the reason he couldn't feel the mana in the air was because it was oversaturated with light? Atticus didn't ponder this for long. He instead focused on the important issue at hand, controlling the darkness molecules. Atticus had already established that the molecules around him belonged to someone else, so he decided to create his own. The mana in the air might be unreachable, but Atticus could feel all the element's molecules in the air and most importantly, photons. He couldn't control the mana, but he could control the photons surprisingly while using the darkness element, but the best he could do was make them move. Atticus made each photon molecule approach the mana in the air, and just as he had anticipated, it immediately started sucking away the light from it. Atticus maintained his focus, and as soon as he felt he could control the molecules using the darkness element, he stopped and focused, a ball of darkness appearing on his outstretched palm. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. It was his darkness. Next, Atticus acted and converted more photon molecules into darkness molecules and surrounded himself with it. Soon enough, it covered 5 meters away from him, and Atticus was glad to see that he could see everything clearly within these 5 meters. However, this wasn't enough. Atticus concentrated even harder and kept on adding darkness molecules around him, and after some minutes an area of about 50 meters was covered and could be seen clearly by him. Atticus swept his gaze around and saw that he had been right, there were buildings around him. If he hadn't been careful he could have walked right into one. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly. There's no one. There was no body in sight, and he found that incredibly odd. This was a school, why wouldn't there be students? He initially thought they would be elsewhere training, but he quickly killed that idea. They're here, watching me. Now that his darkness molecules were spread around, he could notice a lot of things compared to before. He could see no one in sight, there was no doubt about that. However, Atticus also noticed something else. In multiple spots inside his darkness radius, there were some areas that he couldn't accurately control. It was as though his darkness molecules were being obstructed by something aura. People, Atticus deduced. If they used their own molecules to surround themselves, then he wouldn't be able to control what was happening around them. Perfect. After coming to this conclusion, Atticus approached the nearest one and suddenly spoke with a smile. Hello, my name is Atticus Ravenstein. If it's not too much trouble, could you point me towards the direction of the Sanctum Master? The Darkness Sanctum was different from the other sanctums in terms of teaching. This was mainly because of the Sanctum Master's unique teaching methods. Unique was simply a polite way of saying lazy. The man was utterly lazy. If it wasn't for the fact that some people were naturally gifted, many would wonder just how he reached his level of power. Unlike the other sanctums, a new person entering the Darkness Sanctum might not meet or speak to anyone for months. It was general knowledge to stock up on food in your space storage before entering the sanctum. During the first month, the Sanctum Master would only speak to the new member once, saying, "This is the Darkness Sanctum. Feel the molecules and meet your fellow students and instructors." That was all. Throughout those months, the Sanctum Master wouldn't speak to him or her again. Each of the instructors and members alike were forbidden from talking or even making their presence known. Throughout these months, new members would remain completely alone with only their thoughts. Only when they figured out how to feel and manipulate the darkness molecules could they make contact with the other members and instructors. This process typically took months, and most members and instructors chose to watch over them during this time. Many made bets, while others shared jokes. The same had been for Atticus. The situation was different in the Darkness Sanctum. The Sanctum Master had whined continuously for days when he heard that he would have to teach a 16-year-old personally. Of course, He had been careful with his words because it was their paragon's orders, but the fact was that each member and instructor knew about Atticus and that he was coming. Bets were made, jokes and laughter were shared, and many were amused by Atticus's situation. However, this all started to change after Atticus formed his darkness field just minutes after getting instructions from the Sanctum Master. His situation had been worse, with the Sanctum Master not bothering to explain anything. They had been too shocked, and the earlier laughter and talks all ceased. The area took on a more serious atmosphere as Atticus expanded the darkness field to a staggering 50 meters. What the hell was happening? This was the thought in each one of their heads. And this was exactly why, when Atticus suddenly moved forward and approached one of the instructors standing beside a building, the said instructor had been completely flustered. He truly had to check and see if he was using his darkness element correctly. Why how did you know I was here? Atticus's smile widened. So I was right. I created a darkness field 50 meters wide and there are some spots I can't accurately feel. I think you can figure out the rest. The man was speechless. He knew what Atticus had done. He didn't even have to ask, but it was just so unbelievable that he had to confirm. I see. The instructor released his hold over his molecules, and an aged man appeared in front of Atticus. Just as he had sounded, he was thoroughly flustered, his crimson cheeks giving him away. So, where can I find him? The man was brought back to the situation when he heard Atticus speak. Seeing that one of the instructors had been found out and hearing Atticus's explanation, the others reasoned that there was no point in hiding anymore. They released their hold over their darkness and appeared, each with different words. How did he do that? I heard the family head's son was a genius, but isn't this too much? He formed a 50-meter wide darkness field in just minutes of reaching here. How in the world is that possible? Atticus heard the sounds, followed by different men and women becoming visible all around the area. They all appeared beyond shocked at what they had just witnessed. It took a few seconds before they each came to terms with it, and although reluctant, the instructors eventually shakily pointed in one direction. Atticus nodded in thanks and started making his way towards where they had pointed, with each of the others' gazes fixed on him. Soon enough, Atticus reached a large house and walked in without hesitation. The interior of the house was as ordinary as it could get, and just as Atticus had expected, there was only one room. In the middle of the room, a weird scene was playing out. An old man, shirtless, lay on an extended chair with a holographic display in front of him. There was currently an open bag of chips in his left hand, with his right reaching for a handful before shoving it into his mouth in the next second. The whole room was littered with wrappers and food remains scattered about. Atticus paused at the entrance. He was far too baffled that he just had to stop. Please, I really hope he's not the one that's going to teach me, he hoped. The old man, with his white bushy beard filled with remnants of food, was currently watching a drama with a serious expression on his face. He hadn't even realized that Atticus had entered in the first place. Atticus gathered himself and approached the old man. Ahem. Seeing that the old man still wasn't aware of his presence, Atticus audibly cleared his throat, causing the old man to startle. What? Who's there? The old man turned his gaze and saw Atticus, his whole body freezing. Why what are you doing here? He jumped off his chair as though he had seen a ghost. His shock was evident. He had literally just told Atticus to find him some minutes ago. He didn't even dare think the boy would figure out everything and arrive here in minutes. It was an insane thought that he immediately killed in his head. And no, it must be a fluke. He probably can't see me. The old man assumed the only thing that made sense to him. Atticus had arrived here by pure luck. The entire sanctum was covered by his darkness at all times, and unless one could manipulate the darkness molecules, they would never be able to see him. The whole situation was just too baffling that he hadn't even noticed the darkness field Atticus had around him. Making sure his darkness field was still activated, the man walked silently to the side, trying to change directions. However, he couldn't help but pause as he saw Atticus's gaze following his every move. The old man's expression changed as he mouthed, "You can see me," making sure it wasn't audible. Seeing Atticus's prompt nod, his heart froze. Impossible. What am I wearing? The man mouthed once more, trying to make sure. You're currently shirtless and wearing pink baggy sweatpants. You have a slight potbelly, and your chest is already showing signs of sagging, probably due to your poor habits and old age. That's enough. At this point, his cheeks had already turned crimson in embarrassment. Did Atticus really have to be that blunt? He only asked the boy what he was wearing. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the old man regained his composure. Ha ha, I guess you found me. Good job. Atticus could practically feel the sarcasm oozing from his voice. He didn't respond, leaving the room to descend into awkward silence. The lesson. Atticus suddenly spoke up. Huh. The old man was confused before he suddenly realized that Atticus being here meant that he would have to teach him the darkness element. He groaned at that thought, and after flashing Atticus a stare, he waved his hand and Atticus abruptly found himself inside pitch blackness. However, the changed figure of the old man appeared clearly in front of him. He had changed and was wearing a simple black robe, covering his aged body. Let's get this over with. Hearing the man speak, Atticus cleared his thoughts and focused on his words. The man might look completely unreliable, but he was still the sanctum master of the darkness sanctum. He had to be the real deal, or else he wouldn't be here. The old man's sudden change of demeanor proved Atticus's assumption right. All right, brat, listen up. My name is Odyssey and I am the sanctum master of the darkness element. My explanations will be brief and concise and my demonstrations only once. There will be no exceptions, so keep your eyes peeled and your ears open. Seeing Atticus's serious expression, he continued. As you know, the main use of the darkness element is for concealment and deceit, but it can be used for way more than that. We'll get to those other areas later. Firstly, you've learned how to create your own darkness and control it, so we'll move to the next step, concealment. The process is simple. Tightly wrap the darkness molecules all over your body uniformly and use it to form an opaque layer that blocks out any incoming or outgoing light. Like so. Atticus watched as darkness suddenly surrounded Odyssey and he disappeared from view. Odyssey was a man who was the opposite of Isolde, the sanctum master of the ice sanctum. Isolde's path to strength was filled with significant struggle and grit. She clawed her way to strength from the ground up. Odyssey, however, was different. From the very beginning, he had achieved extraordinary things that many people could only dream of with minimal effort. His talent in the darkness element was so high that he reached the height of sanctum master without putting forth his best efforts. Odyssey was a lazy old man, but even he knew his situation better than anyone. He didn't feel the need to boast, nor was he proud of his achievements. However, he knew well that he was among the top 5% in the human domain. This was exactly why he had always been lazy and whined about the matters of the sanctum. Since becoming sanctum master, he had never met anyone noteworthy, anyone who could make him want to go out of his way to teach them, anyone as talented as him. These small facts were exactly why, immediately after Atticus passed the impossible test he had given him in mere minutes, his whole demeanor changed. After regaining his composure, he analyzed and understood everything Atticus had done. This led him to one conclusion. Atticus Ravenstein was a monster. A monster even more than himself. Let's test his limits, Odyssey thought with a serious gaze as darkness enveloped his whole body, and he disappeared from view. This was one of the advanced uses of the darkness element despite how simple it seemed. He was curious about how long it would take Atticus to learn it. I can feel him staring at me. Atticus didn't know what to think about this instructor of his, so he did what he knew best to ignore. He closed his eyes and focused. Odyssey had made a small mistake. If he truly wanted to test Atticus, the worst thing he could do was demonstrate it. Not only that, the man actually went ahead and explained the principles to him again. For those who knew Atticus, the result was as expected. Darkness engulfed him, and in an instant, he dissipated, a perfect replication of Odyssey's demonstration. Odyssey's mouth trembled. What is this Guya? He was used to people feeling awe of his talent and skill and never imagined he would be left feeling this way for another person. Odyssey released his hold over the darkness around him, his face becoming utterly serious. He didn't need to ask Atticus any questions, he knew true, unrestrained talent when he saw it. Gee, good job. He struggled to keep his composure. It took a few seconds to get himself together, and when he did, he asked Atticus to release his darkness. His hand rested on the bridge of his nose in silent contemplation. Was this why he got to the darkness sanctum this early? Odyssey wondered. He had been too lazy to meet with the other sanctum masters. Because of this, he had never had the luxury of hearing about the boy's feats. Now how do I go about this? He wondered. It was obvious that his presence was nearly as important as he had thought. In fact, if there was a textbook with the teachings of the darkness elements in it, it would be the same as him teaching Atticus. The boy's problem wasn't that he couldn't learn the element, he was just looking for a way to fast-track the process and have someone demonstrate and explain how to use the darkness element to him. Alethi had never felt more useless in his life despite being so lazy. Taking a deep breath, he resolved himself. He would demonstrate to Atticus everything he knew about the darkness element and be done with this sorry excuse for a lesson. Then, Alethi continued his lesson. True to Atticus's thoughts, the darkness element had been something he had been neglecting for a long while. It was a power he should have been focused on. It's not too late, I'll simply focus on it now, Atticus thought. Next up, Alethi taught Atticus how to control and manipulate the darkness. The old man decided to start from the ground up despite how useless it was. He showed Atticus how to shape the darkness into simple spheres or lines. This was as simple as it sounded, something Atticus was well versed in doing. He simply arranged the converted molecules of the darkness element according to the desired shape and size. Then, Alethi moved to teaching Atticus how to move the darkness on different surfaces. He moved the darkness along walls, floors, and objects, maintaining its form and consistency. This improved his ability to manipulate the darkness even more. Even though the old man was truly weird, Atticus had to give it to him that he knew how to teach. He was enjoying his lessons. After that, Alethi taught Atticus an advanced way of utilizing the earlier learned concealment, moving while it was active. It had been incredibly hard, and Atticus spent some time before he could do it. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. Atticus had to keep track of every single molecule as he moved, making sure to maintain the cloak's uniformity. Every single movement required Atticus to make adjustments to each molecule. However, just as Alethi had expected, he achieved it, but it was only barely and would need more practice. Alethi knew this fact, which was why Atticus's next lesson furthered this skill. He made Atticus practice maintaining the cloak in different lighting conditions. Atticus found himself inside a small room that seemed to change its lighting in seconds: bright, dim, darkness, rapidly changing. Atticus struggled and struggled until he eventually got the hang of it. Then, Alethi moved to making Atticus create sturdy constructs from the darkness. This had been one of Atticus's fortes. The weeks spent creating fire constructs were still fresh in his mind. Atticus learned how to condense the darkness into solid form, starting with a small cube first. It was the same principle as the air element. He only had to stack up molecules until a strong and sturdy layer formed. Soon enough, Atticus moved to creating more complex shapes like weapons and shields. He also created animal and man-shaped constructs and made them move and unleash attacks. The fire element had truly helped him in this regard, and Atticus was able to finish even before Alethi had expected, surprising the poor old man. Alethi wiped the sweat marring his forehead. He appeared exhausted despite having done nothing. He was a grandmaster. Was there anything present that could make him sweat if not the man watching over them from above? However, Magnus wasn't even releasing his pressure, which meant it wasn't him. The one making Alethi flustered was none other than Atticus himself. Creating the darkness with molecules, shaping it, creating constructs that could move, and using it for concealment while moving. He had even gone as far as putting him in a place where the lighting conditions changed rapidly. However, in the span of an hour, Atticus had grasped everything. Alethi was frightened. Was there even supposed to be someone this talented in the world? Was Atticus actually a god in human skin? It was just that absurd. Cleaning the sweat on his forehead, Alethi took a moment to gather himself and then continued the lesson. The faster he finished this, the better. The next lesson had been an ability Alethi called Shadow Steps. It was simply using the darkness molecules to teleport over short distances by moving from one shadow to another. To achieve this, Atticus first had to identify the stable shadows in the environment. Alethi taught him how to observe and focus on the depth and stability of each shadow, thereby identifying the shadows suitable for transportation. Then he moved on to the actual teleportation. Atticus only needed to generate darkness, visualize the destination shadow, make a connection with their collective molecules, and then step into it. Atticus made sure he was well prepared before attempting something like this. Alethi had been kind enough to warn him about the dangers of failure. Alethi took this lesson further by teaching Atticus how to move rapidly from one shadow to another while under stress. He attacked Atticus from every angle, forcing him to achieve it. Next, Alethi taught Atticus how to create a stable and sturdy armor made of darkness around his body. It was straightforward, similar to creating a construct. However, Alethi emphasized the importance of the armor, especially during critical battles, making Atticus take it seriously. The following ability was Darkness Binding. It involved controlling your opponent's shadow and using it to bind them before they could react. Atticus first learned how to do it on stationary objects. The principle was somewhat similar to Shadow Step. He had to form a connection with the opponent's shadow and then control it. After mastering this, he moved on to doing it on moving objects. The next lesson had been harder than Atticus would have expected. Using Shadow Bind on moving objects had been incredibly challenging. He had to keep track of the darkness molecules and make a connection while they moved. It didn't help that the shadow was constantly changing shapes. Regardless, Atticus had still been able to achieve it. He had to continually adjust the bindings to follow and immobilize the moving target. Atticus had been truly excited when he learned this ability. He could imagine hundreds of scenarios where this would come in handy. The next ability Atticus had been taught was the Void Shield. It involved creating a barrier of pure darkness that could block and nullify powerful attacks. It was all about layering. He had to create layers upon layers of shields until they were powerful and sturdy enough to withstand even the strongest of attacks. Atticus also had to ensure that the molecules were tightly held together and focus on increasing the density and structural integrity of the barrier. Then Atticus moved on to creating and maintaining multiple void shields all at once, blocking attacks from every angle. After all this, Alethi took a while to regain some composure. Atticus's rapid progress had once again shocked him despite already expecting it. Honestly, you've learned basically every advanced ability of the darkness element. Fucking monstera. He had muttered those last words, but Atticus had still heard him clearly. Alethi shook his head. Should I teach him? He pondered. To him, Atticus was already far too overpowered. Giving him another strong ability didn't sound fair at all. However, that man was currently watching and would know if he didn't teach Atticus everything he knew. Alethi sighed. Listen, what I am about to teach you is something I believe is unfair for you to learn given your talent. But the world has never been fair in the first place. Sounds powerful. What is it? Atticus's curiosity had already been piqued. He completely ignored Alethi's words and focused only on what he deemed important. Alethi sighed as he saw Atticus's curious face. Is your current power not enough for you? He wanted nothing more than to shout this out loud, but he held himself back. It wasn't worth it. His demeanor suddenly turned serious. Just like the light element has the capability to heal, the darkness element also has the ability to drain life. The first part of learning this is to know that it is possible. And the second part, will the darkness molecules to do as you wish. Atticus's brows furrowed. When you say life, what do you mean exactly? Is it mana, or health? And where does this drained energy go? Yes, you absorb both the mana and life force of the user. However, life force is a bit tricky, so I would suggest sticking to mana for now. There are obviously limitations, of course. One is that you have to weaken your opponent significantly to the extent that they can't fight back anymore. Atticus listened to Alethi speak without saying anything. He had a lot of questions. For example, why can't I absorb life force? What makes it tricky? Alethi hesitated before deciding to explain. Life force is a complex and integral part of living beings. It is intricately connected to our biological and magical systems. Draining life force requires a deep understanding and control over these systems, which is beyond the current capabilities of our darkness manipulation. Honestly, I believe only a paragon of the darkness element could achieve this feat. Attempting to drain life force without the necessary expertise can lead to severe unintended consequences, such as damaging the target's vital organs, disrupting their biological functions, or causing irreversible harm. Said harm could also extend to you too. Atticus nodded seriously. At least I can still drain mana. He thought it was a slight bummer that he wouldn't be able to drain life force. However, it was still a win for him. Being able to drain mana was way better than nothing. Seeing Atticus staring at him a little impatiently, Alethi couldn't help but shake his head. What a kid, he thought. Then, Alethi went ahead and explained just how it could be achieved. It was quite simple and also followed the principle of how Atticus had made mana flow through his fire construct at the fire sanctum. He could latch a tendril of darkness to his desired opponent and simply will the molecules to absorb mana from the target and pass it towards him. This was why the target had to be completely exhausted. If they had even a modicum of strength, they would try to stop their mana from getting siphoned. However, Odyssey had only taught Atticus the theory. He had no intention of allowing Atticus to attempt it on him, lest the little monster suddenly suck away all his mana. It sounded impossible, an expert plus rank draining a grandmaster rank's mana. However, considering everything the poor old man had witnessed today, could anyone blame him for being careful? Since he had decided to teach Atticus all he knew, Odyssey went ahead and showed him some unconventional tricks utilizing the darkness element. The first had been shadow communication, simply using the darkness to send messages through shadows. Next had been shadow puppetry, which involved manipulating shadows to control objects or create animated figures. The lessons in the darkness sanctum went on for hours, but eventually, they came to an end, much to Odyssey's relief. You've basically learned everything you need to know. All you have to do now is train more until you master them. Good luck, Odyssey said. He waited for no response and abruptly disappeared from Atticus's view. Simultaneously, Atticus also found himself standing outside of the darkness sanctum, his vision back to normal. What a weird old man, Atticus thought. In the span of a few hours, Atticus had met far too many weird characters. He couldn't help but be glad that it was finally all over. It had been intense and crazy, but he had persevered and learned the 7 elements. Now, only one remains. Atticus shifted his gaze to the intense white sanctum up ahead. The sky above was a churning mass of dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of intense lightning. Bolts of electricity crackled and danced across the sky, illuminating the landscape with a stark, electric brilliance. The air was charged, and the ground seemed to vibrate with the sheer power emanating from the sanctum. The lightning sanctum. It was the last of the 8 elements of the Ravenstein family and the final lesson he had to take before he could finish this aspect of his training. The thunderclaps were deafening. It was as though the sky knew it was next. Just as Atticus was about to move, the sky abruptly rumbled and lightning descended downwards, striking Atticus at blitzing speed. In the next instance, Atticus's gaze snapped open, and he found himself standing on what was undoubtedly condensed lightning. And in front of him was a man who radiated an aura that made Atticus want to immediately bow and worship him, Magnus Ravenstein. You've exceeded my expectations once again. Magnus greeted Atticus with a small smile. He had been watching everything during these past days, and although he wasn't like the others, he was shocked. However, there was another feeling mixed in, pride. He had given the boy 3 months to master each of the 7 elements. While he had anticipated Atticus being done in less time, less than a month was mind-blowing. Atticus smiled and simply greeted. Grandfather. Magnus nodded, his aura changing. You have successfully learned 7 out of the 8 elements. Are you ready for the last element? Atticus nodded seriously. He felt an immense amount of pressure emanating from Magnus, but his determination was unyielding. Good. Magnus nodded in approval. I like those eyes. Atticus's eyes were filled with determination despite everything he had just achieved. It filled Magnus with more pride knowing that he didn't let all that get to his head. Now tell me, Atticus. Why would my own grandson, the grandson of a paragon of lightning, despite having proficiency in the element, have such terrible control? Atticus's mouth twitched. His control couldn't be that bad, right? Why was his grandfather exaggerating? Magnus's demeanor abruptly changed, the air crackling with lightning. Atticus could not fathom the speed despite his high perception, but at 1 second, only he and Magnus were present in the area. In the next, 5 humanoid figures materialized in front of him, each made of white lightning. They stood wrapped and still in front of Magnus as though they were experienced warriors who had been trained for generations. You are not allowed to use any other element or abilities except lightning. You can only utilize true lightning, not the one you're used to. You will battle these 5 until you learn everything I'm about to teach you. Atticus's gaze flashed, his mind working with speed as he tried to comprehend the current events. Wasn't Magnus supposed to teach him? However, he wasn't given the chance to think. We will begin immediately. 5 streaks of lightning blitzed through the air, reaching Atticus and unleashing attacks from different directions that crackled the air. Atticus's gaze narrowed, his expression becoming frigid. 5 different attacks, each from 5 different angles, landed on Atticus with immense force. 2 struck his legs, 1 hit his stomach, another his chest, and the last one hit his back. The attacks came from such varied angles that Atticus's body didn't even know where to move. He ended up remaining in place, his face contorting in pain. So fast. He had seen each one of them approaching him, but he hadn't been able to react in time. It must be grandfather. He made sure their strength and speed are greater than mine. The 5 constructs didn't give Atticus time to think and unleashed another brutal series of blows. Atticus attempted to dodge, but it was futile. Aside from the fact that they were stronger and faster than him, Magnus was also watching the battle. He could predict every move Atticus wanted to make. The pain from each attack was immense. Every time a blow landed, Atticus felt a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. I have to learn how to use lightning. Despite the immense pain and the severity of the situation, Atticus knew that this was the only way out. His mind immediately began working. He hadn't been able to see how Magnus had created his lightning because of how fast he had been, so he would have to find another way. However, before he could continue this thought, Magnus's voice suddenly boomed over the crackling of energy. Atticus, you're already familiar with the basis of the other elements. The lightning element isn't much different. The lightning molecules in the air are known as electrons. When we generate lightning, we manipulate the flow of these electrons, creating a powerful electrical charge. This charge can be directed, intensified, and even shaped into constructs like the ones you see now. You're in an area abundant with these electrons, I'm sure you can figure out the rest. Immediately after Magnus finished speaking, each of the 5 constructs stopped moving before suddenly backing away to create distance. They each pointed their arms forward, and 5 lightning bolts blitzed towards Atticus in the next instant. Instead of panicking, Atticus closed his eyes, his mind spinning. Magnus's explanation, along with the demonstration from each construct, was everything he needed. The air around Atticus became electrified, tendrils of lightning materializing and snaking their way across his body. His eyes snapped open, and a wall of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking each of the lightning bolts. Magnus nodded in approval, but his expression remained unchanged. We will immediately move to a more advanced lesson. Each construct darted towards Atticus, spreading out and striking with precision all around him. However, the situation had slightly changed. Now, Atticus could control lightning. The attacks still hurt like hell, but he was able to mitigate the pain significantly. Magnus continued speaking. Since you've learned about the basics of the other elements, I think we can skip some parts. Now you will learn about how to use lightning to influence the human body. It was hard, but as soon as Atticus heard Magnus's words, he split his focus so he wouldn't miss anything. This made more hits land on him, but at this point, Atticus didn't care. Magnus's insane control over the lightning element was still fresh in his mind from the day he temporarily took away his vision and hearing. He could imagine its other uses and wanted to learn them immediately. Magnus didn't waste any time. By understanding how electrical signals work in the human body, we can control and enhance our bodily functions. For example, the blinding flash you experienced a few years back was a direct overload of the optic nerves, temporarily overwhelming your vision. We can also stimulate muscles. By directing a controlled electrical charge into the muscles, you can increase their strength and speed. This is neuromuscular stimulation. It allows for rapid muscle contraction, enhancing your physical performance significantly. This technique can make you faster and stronger, but it requires precise control to avoid damaging the tissues. A surge of lightning exploded from Atticus, sending the constructs around him flying and giving him time to ponder Magnus's words. However, just as Magnus finished speaking, visible ripples of lightning coursed through each construct's figure, making their limbs bulge with enhanced power. They shot forward in unison, the force of their launch causing ripples to spread outward. Closing the distance in an instant, another set of attacks was unleashed from different directions. They've gotten even faster and stronger. Atticus attempted to block with multiple lightning shields around him, but as though they were made of paper, their forms crumbled under the immense force of the attacks, each striking Atticus with great force. Atticus's face contorted in pain before his body was sent flying and tumbling down on the condensed lightning continuously. He spun and skidded along the ground before coming to a stop. The 5 constructs stood all around him, their intense white eyes fixed on his struggling figure on the floor. Atticus coughed out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up. He was glad Magnus had demonstrated using the constructs. He's still as ruthless as ever. Atticus wiped the crimson blood from his mouth with his arm. He had already expected something like this when he knew Magnus would be training him. This feeling intensified when he saw that lightning would be the last element he would learn. It simply meant Magnus didn't want this training to hinder learning the other elements. Since he had trained with Magnus, Atticus had never known him to train in the conventional way. Every single one of his lessons had always been learned during battle. And although to Magnus, he was pulling his punches, it didn't feel that way to Atticus. The power of the attacks that landed on him had always been uniform and just high enough to make him feel intense pain but low enough to avoid significant damage. The move Magnus had just explained and shown Atticus seemed simple but was complicated at the same time. It involved using lightning, an electric charge, to stimulate targeted muscles, prompting them to contract by mimicking the body's natural nerve signals. However, the tricky part was the intensity of the electric charge. This was directly correlated to the duration of the augmentation. High intensity for explosive power and speed while low for an otherwise uniform increase. Atticus immediately got to work as he stood up straight. He targeted each of the important muscle groups in his body: quadriceps, hamstrings, biceps, triceps, and core muscles. Atticus's body flexed, a visible ripple of electrical energy coursing through each of his muscles, making them bulge with intense power. He could feel his capabilities had increased to a whole new level, higher than he had ever felt when he used his superficial lightning to augment his body. But something felt off. He couldn't put his finger on it. Augmenting your muscles is just one step, the other is stimulating your nerves for faster speed and improved coordination, Magnus said. Magnus could read Atticus like a book. He already knew what was going through his mind. That explanation was everything Atticus needed. He immediately directed the electric charge toward the major nerve pathways, especially those connected to the limbs and core muscles, using low to medium intensity to avoid overstimulation and potential nerve damage. Everything fell into place as though it were a finished puzzle, and Atticus felt his reflexes and coordination improving at a fast rate. Each of the 5 constructs exploded as their power and coordination were enhanced. Without wasting a second, they streaked toward Atticus and launched another round of attacks. Atticus calmly inhaled and then exhaled before his body disappeared, clashing with all 5 constructs in the next instant. The battle took on another turn this time. Unlike before, no hits were landing on Atticus anymore. He moved with speed and power and at the same time well coordinated and precise, evading and deflecting each of their attacks before throwing his own. The battle was still intense as Magnus constantly made sure the constructs were always more powerful than Atticus. But Atticus now had a way to react to their adroitness, which was basically a game changer for him. This stalemate lasted for a long while, and when signs of fatigue started appearing on Atticus's face, his movements slowing down slightly, Magnus decided to add another lesson. The next lesson: cardiac control. Here, you will stimulate your heart and other major blood vessels, which will help regulate heart rhythms and improve cardiovascular efficiency, leading to better stamina and endurance. Each of the constructs backed up, allowing him to catch his breath. Atticus breathed heavily, trying to regain his breath. He had heard everything Magnus had said and had his gaze fixed on the constructs. He was obviously about to demonstrate it. Atticus noted as electric charges flowed through each of the constructs' chest, stimulating their artificial hearts and veins. Magnus' construct were basically lifelike at this point. If not for the lack of consciousness, they could be taken as living beings. The man had created every organs, veins and other parts that were present in normal humans. However, Atticus wasn't focused on that. He could immediately feel the immense energy that erupted from them once Magnus was done. He wasted no time before simulating what he had just seen. In the next second, Atticus felt an instant rush, an intense energy coursing through his body. He felt his fatigue wash away, a surge of adrenaline rushing through him. Atticus stood up straight and faced the 5 constrict, and without uttering a word, they each moved, intense clashes rocking the space in the next instant. Atticus felt exhilarated. The amount of adrenaline coursing through his body at this moment was hard to fathom. Atticus felt strong. He felt powerful. He felt as though he could do anything, crush anyone. However, despite having all of these feelings, the 5 lightning constructs in front of him seemed to keep him occupied. Their movements were coordinated and precise. Their attacks well timed and accurate. 3 took his front, trying their best to keep him occupied while the remaining 2 were constantly unleashing attacks on his blind spots. They were faster, had the numbers, and were unable to feel pain. Regardless, Atticus was still fending them off. Magnus tried his best not to smile but failed miserably. Contrary to what many thought, he wasn't holding back. Yes, he had limited the construct's power level to be slightly over Atticus, but that was the only thing he had done. When it came to their speed and attacks according to their current strength, he wasn't holding back. Good, looks like you have mastered body augmentation to an acceptable extent for now. Let's move on. The next technique is called electromagnetic manipulation. It is exactly as it sounds, creating electromagnetic fields. By controlling these electromagnetic fields, you can generate electromagnetic pulses and use them to disable electronic devices, create magnetic fields to move metal objects, and manipulate the electromagnetic spectrum. Atticus watched as just 1 out of the 5 constructs backed up, leaving the 4 to continue attacking him. He's about to demonstrate it, Atticus realized. However, it seemed as though Magnus had no intention of giving him any breathing space. The 4 constructs attacked even more fiercely, unleashing attacks upon attacks, but Atticus had no choice but to split his concentration to see what the last construct was about to do. After creating enough distance, the construct stretched out its right palm and Atticus's gaze narrowed as he noted the appearance of a static electric field around its palm. However, it didn't stop there. The electrons started moving in a circular path within its palm, creating a current that generated an magnetic field. Then, it synchronized the electric and magnetic fields, creating an electromagnetic field. Atticus didn't see how, but multiple round metal objects appeared around the construct, floating around it as though obeying its every command. Any metal that enters this field will be under your absolute control. Now, replicate it. Magnus had said that gently, but his next actions were far from gentle. The remaining 4 constructs stopped attacking and backed up together. Within a second, each formed an electromagnetic field all around them, a staggering number of pointed metal objects floating all around them. They each appeared small and pointed at one edge akin to a sniper's bullet. At this stage, Atticus was well aware that even a sniper shot directly on his forehead wouldn't affect him. However, he doubted if he could say the same thing about the projectiles floating around each construct, especially depending on the speed they were shot. Atticus wasted no time and immediately replicated what the constructs had done, but before he could finish, the sound of multiple projectiles piercing the air resonated through the atmosphere and Atticus's gaze immediately widened before instinctively unleashing a surge of lightning towards his right that pushed him out of the way. Shit! Atticus groaned in pain, gazing at the blood gushing out of his right arm. 3 projectiles had been able to hit him, and he had been right, they couldn't be compared to normal bullets. Each projectile had lightning vibrating at a fast speed around them, increasing their penetrating power. Atticus ignored the pain and focused lightning around that area to stop the bleeding. Regaining his focus, he completed his electromagnetic field just in time for another round to be shot. However, this time, Atticus simply stood in place, and when each projectile entered his field, regardless of their speed, they each abruptly stopped midair. With a thought, Atticus shot them right back at their sender before augmenting his body and shooting forward to continue another round of clashes. High above the air, at the top of the 8 elemental sanctums, exactly 8 figures floated in the air, each one as unique looking as the last. These individuals were none other than the sanctum masters that Atticus had just learned about the different elements from. They were each floating together on top of the sanctums, however, their gazes were fixed on the lightning sanctum where a particular 16-year-old was receiving training from their paragon. The only one Atticus wouldn't recognize here would be the lightning sanctum master. He had a large physique with a long beard plaited into a warrior braid. It was obvious that Magnus wanted the best of the best to train Atticus, and there was no one who could claim to be the best in lightning other than a paragon of the lightning element himself. They each had different thoughts going through their heads. The sound of someone clicking their tongue echoed. Ooh, why so gloomy, Isolde? Jealous much? The air sanctum master, Aeolus twirled his mustache with his finger without taking his eyes off the ongoing training. He and the others already knew the only person who would do something like that was the ice sanctum master. Isolde shot Aeolus a death stare before clicking her tongue once more. Aeolus sneered. I hate hypocrisy the most. We've all heard your sob story about how you clawed your way to the top. Tell me, can you confidently say you could withstand what he's currently going through when you were 16? Isolde, who had wanted to immediately retort, went silent before her face darkened. The training Magnus was currently putting Atticus through was hellish in its entirety. If it had been her 16-year-old self, she wouldn't have gotten this far, and she knew it. Isolde clenched her fist before suddenly disappearing from the scene. Stop being a big bully, Aeolus. The soothing voice of the Light Sanctum Master, Eliana, sounded, and the firm expression on Aeolus's face immediately melted. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I was just stating the truth. Eliana shook her head, but you could have done it nicely. Aeolus cleared his throat and turned away. On a more serious note, is he okay? Eliana and the other Sanctum Masters finally turned away from the training to look at Alethi, the Darkness Sanctum Master, whose clothes were already drenched with sweat, looking as though he had run a marathon. This was the first time they were each seeing the Darkness Sanctum Master outside his sanctum in a long time, and it was all because of the boy currently training down below. Alethi didn't even spare any of them a glance, keeping his gaze focused on Atticus. So he's a monster in the other elements too. Damn, this is crazy. Is this really okay? He wiped the truckload of sweat from his forehead. The other Sanctum Masters remained quiet. The Fire Sanctum Master, Dekai, radiated intense heat around his figure. His expression was firm, but those who knew him could see that he was happy. He finished it all in less than a week. The Water Sanctum Master had already lost her peaceful demeanor, staring down firmly. The wrinkles that had formed on her face from dealing with Atticus were still present. Lastly, the Earth Sanctum Master was quiet but constantly nodding in approval. These were each powerhouses of the Ravenstein family, individuals with different personalities who stood at the top of the food chain. However, they had each been subtly influenced by a 16-year-old boy. The future is sure to be interesting, they all thought. The lightning element was overpowered. Its uses were so numerous that if not for his high intelligence, Atticus would have lost track of the number of things Magnus had taught him. Truly, his title Paragon wasn't for decoration. Aside from electromagnetic fields and metal control, Atticus also learned how to enhance his sensory perception using electrical energy. It affected his sight, hearing, and even touch. He also learned how to use lightning to accelerate healing, lightning discharge, and how to use each one of the abilities he had just learned on another person. It could be for good, maybe to buff up one of his teammates, or he could use it against his enemies. Regardless, its possibilities were endless. Training with Magnus had taken everything Atticus had, and by the time Magnus was satisfied and the training came to an end, Atticus slumped down on the floor and immediately fainted. Tendrils of lightning wrapped around him and lifted him up gently. Magnus smiled at the unconscious figure of Atticus and muttered, "Good job." He turned his gaze upwards and looked at each of the Sanctum Masters, causing them to sink onto one knee in the air as a show of respect. His training on the elements has come to an end. Thank you all for your efforts. Magnus nodded, and just as he was about to move, someone suddenly spoke. Master Magnus. Magnus fixed his gaze on the one who had just spoken, Dekai. He gestured for him to speak. Forgive me for my ignorance, Master Magnus, but would it be possible for us to know what he is training hard for? Dekai, along with the others, had their theories about the whole situation but would rather hear from the source. Atticus was supposed to be in the academy regardless of his talent. They each found it odd that he was trying hard to master the elements as fast as possible now. Magnus had only told them that they all had 3 months to train Atticus, that was all. Magnus went silent for a second, causing Dekai and the other Sanctum Masters to break into a sweat. Even the usually bubbly Eliana radiated a serious aura. He is to participate in the next Veritaga Nexus as our apex. Apex. The gazes of each Sanctum Master widened. It all made sense now. He was training to get as strong as possible before the year for the Nexus arrived. The shock lasted for a second before they each felt an intense amount of pride. An apex was emerging from their family. Thank you, Master Magnus. Each Sanctum Master shouted in unison. Magnus simply nodded before disappearing from the area. For some reason, Magnus had chosen to enter the Aegis ship normally, which enabled the crew members to see him and the unconscious Atticus wrapped in tendrils of lightning. We'll spend the night here and leave first thing tomorrow morning. Get ready. Magnus's orders caused a ripple of shock across the crew members of the airship. Didn't that mean Atticus was done with the elemental sanctums? Many refused to believe it because of its absurdity. It had only been 3 weeks. It's even less than that. Most of them had placed bets on him finishing the sanctum in 6 months. But he finished in less than one. It was unbelievable. However, one of the two people they could ask was unconscious, and the other was in his shadow. No one even thought of questioning Magnus. Magnus placed Atticus in his room and immediately left. As soon as the tendrils of lightning around him disappeared, every injury Atticus had sustained had been healed. However, his exhaustion still remained and could only be healed with enough rest. Time passed quickly, and Atticus slept for more than 13 hours. Atticus's eyes slowly flickered open, taking in the familiar ceiling of his room on the Aegis airship. Looks like it's becoming a normal occurrence to faint after each training session. Atticus attempted to sit up straight. He was ready for the intense pain that would come but was surprised to see that there was nothing. I guess he healed me this time around. The sound of something hitting the floor brought him out of his thoughts, and he turned and saw Yodid, who had just knelt down beside his bed. I almost forgot about him. The man hadn't made even a single sound when Atticus was at the elemental sanctums. He had almost forgotten that he existed. What are you doing? I'm glad you're awake, Master. Awake? How long did I sleep? 13 hours, Master. Atticus breathed a sigh of relief. The man was making it seem as though he had been asleep for months. That would have been crazy. Stand up and stop making this situation awkward. Atticus rested his back on his bed, closing his eyes. He took in a deep breath before exhaling. Then, he went through everything that had happened in the past 3 weeks. Magnus, who had initially been meditating in the middle of a room, opened his eyes. Vector. The figure of a man abruptly appeared in front of him and knelt down in respect. Yes, Master Magnus. He's awake. Have the crew members head towards where we discussed. Vector hesitated. It wasn't really his place to question his master, but even he couldn't help it this time. Mystera or US. However, he couldn't finish his sentence as he met Magnus's eyes, his whole body shivering. I apologize. I'll see to your orders immediately. He exclaimed and disappeared from the room. The captain of the Aegis ship furrowed his brows in shock. We should go where? Don't make me have to repeat myself. Master Magnus's orders are absolute. Vector relayed Magnus's orders to the captain and disappeared from the control room. The captain wasn't the only one shocked. Amara was also present, and even she couldn't help but wonder what the hell was going through their paragon's head. Do you think that's where his next training would take place? The captain shook his head. It's not our place to ask. We only obey orders. But, Amara, the captain called out, stopping her from making any objections. I understand your concerns, but for him to give this order must mean he knows what he's doing. Besides, look at the kid. Do you really think he can't take care of himself? Amara sighed. She was still not convinced, but judging from the look on the captain's face, he was basically telling her that they have no choice but to listen to orders. Amara nodded. Good. Set a new course. The captain called out to the operators in the control room. They had each heard everything and couldn't help but ask for confirmation. After one firm gaze from the captain, a new course was set, with its location around the northwest corner of Sector 3. Atticus felt rested and decided to leave his room for a quick stroll and to get some food, much to Yotad's disagreement. Atticus had refused his offer to bring him food. Immediately after he left his room, he met Dario standing and waiting in front. Young master, I'm glad you're awake. Atticus could immediately notice the slight change in demeanor from Dario. Thank you. What's wrong? Tell me. Noting Dario's hesitation, Atticus pressed on. Young Mystera, it's just, I heard about our next location from one of the crew members, and I can't help but get worried. Of course, it was far too early to form any deep bonds with Atticus. However, Atticus was basically his ticket to an amazing life. The last thing he wanted to do was lose him just when he got him. Atticus's brows furrowed. Why is he so worried? Is the place so dangerous? Dario couldn't lie to him, and Atticus knew that. The fact that he was so worried despite knowing his true strength was something Atticus wanted to get to the bottom of. It wasn't about remaining oblivious to the situation anymore. If his next lesson was going to be life-threatening, it was better he knew now than later. Spill. He immediately requested answers. Inside an elaborate room, a man with distinct silver hair and a sharp gaze was currently going through some documents. Occasionally, He would take a sip from a drink on the table before going back to reading. He was impeccably dressed in a suit adorned with luxurious accessories. This man was none other than Darius, the head of the Vermore family, one of the Tier 2 families in Sector 3 and the family in charge of Dusktown, a town that bordered Sector 4. Darius hadn't changed much from his previous look. 5 years wasn't enough to show visible age change on a Grandmaster rank individual. The sounds of footsteps brought him out of this peaceful world, causing him to furrow his eyebrows in irritation. The room was meant to be soundproof, however, something like that couldn't stop his senses. "Come in," his authoritative voice echoed, causing the butler about to knock to freeze. The butler straightened his clothes before walking in and performing a 90-degree bow in respect. Darius was a man who hated disrespect to the core. "What is it?" His irritation still lingered, and the butler immediately began speaking before Darius could end him. Master Darius, the Aegis airship was spotted. The Aegis airship wasn't only known to the Ravenstein family. The other tiered families were also aware of something of that importance that only a select few could use in the family. Darius frowned. The butler hadn't been specific, but only a fool wouldn't figure out that the ship appeared in Dusktown. "Where?" "They were last seen heading to the edge, Master Darius. Toward the abyssal chasm." An immense pressure immediately descended in the room, the frown on Darius's face deepening. He brought out a circular artifact from his space storage before clicking on it. An expansive luminous blue dome radiated out from it, encompassing the whole room. Darius closed the book he was reading before clasping his hands together on the table and resting his chin on them. He entered an intense contemplative state. Have they found out something? Darius would never admit it, but this single thought scared him. Who's on the ship? We're not sure yet, but with your order, we can INQ. Darius's gaze sharpened. You will do no such thing. The last time they had an altercation with the Ravensteins, it ended with them completely losing face. There were only 3 people that could use the Aegis airship. One of them was unquestionable, the second crazy and hot-tempered. While the third, Sirius, had been searching for ways to start something with their Vermore family. No matter how he thought about it, they were all bad news. Darius continuously tapped his foot on the floor, his mind racing. Send a message to them, inform them of the problem, and tell them to lay low until further notice. Do it as subtly as possible. I don't need to tell you the consequences of failure, do I? No, Master. As you wish. The butler bowed even lower and left the room. Atticus walked briskly through the airship followed by Yodit and Dario. The latter had just explained everything about where they were heading, and even he couldn't help but become worried. It was dangerous as hell. He wanted to scream, questioning what his grandfather was thinking, but he stopped himself. He was taking the brisk walk in order to calm himself. Atticus took a deep breath. Grandfather is right. I need this in order to grow. Atticus had experienced real battle and had trained in the intricacies of all the elements. As a plus, he had finished everything early. What he needed most right now was a life and death experience. A real one. Atticus soon reached the cafeteria, and as soon as he entered, the earlier chatter permeating the room immediately quieted down. Most of the crew members were present, and they were all staring at him with conflicting expressions. Many wanted to congratulate him on finishing at the sanctum so early, but they couldn't ignore the fact that he was going to such a dangerous place next. Atticus sighed. Of course the whole crew knows. He ignored the looks and made his way over to get a tray of food. Atticus found a seat along with Yodit and Dario and immediately started eating. This might be the last time in a while he would eat something this good. Amara couldn't hold it in anymore and approached. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure Dario must have told you about the story. No one would be able to help you. I know, but it's grandfather's orders. Besides, I need this. At this point, only Atticus and the other Apexes were aware of the true nature of the Nexus, a death game. He truly needed the life and death experience. Amara tried, but Atticus had already made up his mind. He was going. After eating, Atticus retreated back to his room to get some rest. He felt well rested already, but he was going to force himself to get some more in preparation for the next lesson. However, Atticus didn't even get 30 minutes of rest before Dario came to inform him about Magnus' call. Atticus didn't say anything and simply went to the control room where Magnus and the crew members were gathered. Just like before, Magnus stood as imposing as ever at the front with the crew members standing respectfully behind him. Atticus acknowledged them with a nod and moved to stand beside Magnus. Are you well rested? Atticus nodded. You've been briefed about where your next lesson is to take place. Atticus nodded. You understand the importance of this lesson? This time Atticus paused for a few seconds to think before he nodded with a serious face. Good. Magnus nodded his head in approval and faced forward, and the control room descended into silence. During its movement, the Aegis airship wasn't stopped even once, and after some time, the display cleared up, revealing the full view of Atticus' next training ground. The display expanded, showcasing everything in multiple directions. Dusktown, despite its name, was a town dominated by forest and fauna because of its proximity to Sector 4, the domain of the Alvarian family. The Aegis airship was currently floating at the outskirts of the town, a place closest to the border. This prompted the entire area to be covered by a thick forest, stretching predominantly in every direction no matter where he turned. However, in the middle of this forest just below the airship was a massive hole. It appeared as a massive, jagged scar in the earth, stretching far and wide, its edges rough and uneven as if torn open by some immense, otherworldly force. The abyss was an immense, yawning void, its depths swallowed by darkness. Even from this height, Atticus could feel the oppressive aura it radiated. Surrounding the chasm, the ground was barren and cracked, devoid of life. The closer one got to the edge, the more desolate the landscape became, as if the very presence of the hole drained the life from the land. High above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, perpetually shrouding the chasm in shadow. Lightning flickered within the clouds, casting brief, stark illuminations that only served to heighten the sense of dread and unease. Atticus took in a deep inhale before exhaling in the next instant. The abyssal chasm. The Zorvans and the other races weren't the only threats to the human race. The humans were completely wary of the beasts of the chasm. This ominous pit is one of the greatest mysteries and threats to the human race. The abyssal chasm was a dark, gaping maw in the ground, seemingly bottomless. No one knows where these holes come from, but one day, without warning, a total of 5 holes opened up suddenly in 5 different sectors of the human domain, bringing along with them an army of fiendish beasts. Each creature possessed strength ranging from master to master plus ranks. They launched ferocious attacks on everything and everyone in their path, leaving devastation in their wake. Many lives had been lost because of the abruptness, but the tiered families had been able to stop each rampage in each sector. After that, attempts had been made to try and close the chasms, but it had all been futile. No amount of earth thrown in was ever seen again, and the edges of the chasm appeared indestructible even by paragons. Because of the obvious threat they each posed, they were all placed under close surveillance until something could be done. However, only a few months passed before another army of beasts swarmed out of each chasm. After the second battle ended, the Paragon Council determined that something needed to be done. However, upon carrying out some tests, another conundrum appeared. No matter what they tried, Grandmaster rank and above couldn't enter the chasm. It was like there was an invisible force blocking them from entering when they neared. This forced the higher-ups to form a massive force made only of Master plus rank individuals. Each tiered family had been asked to provide a particular amount each. The force of over 100 Master plus rank had been formed in order to investigate. Each of them experienced and battle-hardened warriors. Soon enough they descended into the chasm. However, only a handful of them returned after some months, filled with injuries and stories that made many stomachs churn. Since then, no family was willing to lose any more warriors and chose to simply guard and deal with the horde anytime they appeared. The abyssal chasm. This was where Atticus' next training would take place. Hand over your space storage. Atticus furrowed his brows, a confused expression appearing on his face. There's an intense mana field that disrupts the functionality of storage artifacts. The beasts you will encounter are edible, and from the reports gotten from those who entered, there are multiple sources of clean drinkable water. I'm fucked. Atticus had been relying on the items in his space storage to at least lead a decent lifestyle during his training. But of course, it couldn't be that easy. Magnus collected Atticus's space storage, leaving him to ponder how he would spend his time in the chasm. Currently, he still wasn't sure about the environment within the chasm, and it would seem Magnus wasn't planning on telling him. You are to spend at least 1 month before you come out. I will place a mark on you now, consider it a dormant lightning bolt in your body. It will only activate once it is exactly 2 months, forcibly bringing you out of the chasm. At least he's just not throwing me in without a backup plan. Atticus breathed a sigh of relief. He needed a little bit of that reassurance. However, it will only activate after 2 months. Other than that, your survival will rest solely on you. He nodded seriously. He understood what Magnus was trying to convey. The lightning was simply to bring him out after 2 months. Whether he was dead or alive, it didn't matter. Atticus, Magnus stood in front of Atticus, placing a hand on his shoulder while looking him straight in the eye. The reason I'm sending you in here isn't only to gain life and death experience. There's one more report we received from those who went in. I'll let you figure it out yourself, but it's in the air. Make sure you use it wisely. Now, always remain alert, never let your guard down, and don't do more than you can handle. It's better to run and live to fight another day than die a stupid death. Your survival depends on your skills and wits. Trust your instincts. Atticus met Magnus's gaze. He could feel the seriousness coming from his words. The man was about to send his grandson into a dangerous place. While it was necessary, it didn't change the fact that his life could end. Atticus's gaze turned firm before nodding to Magnus. He had no intention of dying. After that was done, Atticus said his goodbyes to the crew members along with Dario and Yodid. Dario still tried to subtly convince Atticus not to go, and Yodid expressed his desire to follow his master. However, both desires were ignored. The mood on the airship as Atticus made his way to the ship's dock was solemn, no one saying anything. To an outsider, it was as though they were sending him to his death. Open the hatch. Magnus's authoritative voice snapped them out of their thoughts, and they immediately listened. Atticus soon reached the open door. He walked and stood at the edge of the airship, the wind whipping around him as he peered down into the gaping maw of the abyssal chasm. He took in a deep breath, steeling himself for the plunge. Your survival depends on your skills and wits. Trust your instincts. With those words echoing in his mind, Atticus gave a final nod to the crew and others watching him on the display and leapt from the airship. The rush of wind roared past his ears as he plummeted into the chasm. From afar, Atticus looked like an insignificant ant falling down into an enormous hole. The winds became more intense as Atticus descended closer to the chasm. The oppressive aura of the place seemed to reach up and claw at him. The walls of the chasm narrowed around him, and the light from above quickly faded, replaced by an all-encompassing darkness. Atticus connected with the air molecules, slowing down his descent and using them to guide his fall. I just crossed a barrier. It had been subtle, but Atticus had felt an abrupt change in the air as though he had crossed a barrier. Is this what grandfather was talking about? It's in the air. The mana in the air wasn't just pure, it was bountiful. Way more than he had ever seen before. The mana of the advanced training room didn't even hold a candle to it. This is too much. And it's everywhere. If it had been concentrated at a particular place, it would have been more understandable. However, it would seem as though the bountiful mana was everywhere, it was simply the norm. Atticus's descent lasted for a while, but never once did he let his guard down, one hand gripping his katana tightly, and the other ready to unleash any elemental devastation depending on the situation. Soon enough, he landed softly on the rocky floor, the impact cushioned by a burst of air. The darkness enveloped him, thick and suffocating, but it only served to strengthen his darkness element. The air was heavy with mana, making each breath feel like he was inhaling syrup. Atticus chose to use his darkness element to see instead of creating fire. He had no intention of becoming a beacon. The ground was uneven and covered in strange, glowing fungi that pulsed with an eerie light. Atticus took a moment to observe his surroundings. He had dropped down straight into a pit, and in front of him was an open cave, the only path forward. Atticus turned his gaze up and noted that he couldn't see a shred of light. It was as if he was in another world. I guess this is it. Atticus' heart was beating fast. Even he was finding it hard to understand if he was scared or excited. Trust your instincts. He repeated Magnus' words in his head and began moving towards the open cave. Reaching the mouth of the cave, Atticus used his mana to draw the Ravenstein insignia by the side before entering. Atticus was on full alert and made sure to mask his footsteps and blend into the darkness just like he had learned in the darkness sanctum. The cave was expansive and eerily quiet. The soft glowing fungi he had noticed before increased in number inside the cave. However, It was weirdly only on the floor, the walls and ceiling were pitch black. Despite how much he looked, Atticus couldn't sense any creature in the area. Buddha. Something's not right. Atticus had a bad feeling. Atticus had walked a significant distance into the cave already, but he just couldn't shake this terrible feeling. Something about the current situation was wrong. Magnus. Words replayed in his mind. Trust your instincts. Atticus repeated those words and suddenly stopped moving. He should not ignore the fact that his instincts were screaming at him. Atticus turned his gaze up and focused it on the ceiling. In a setting like this, the problem will always come from here. Atticus maintained his stare even after some minutes had passed. And just when he thought that it might have been a false alarm, Atticus saw movement. It was very little, very subtle, but it was definitely movement. A small part of the darkness on the ceiling had moved, briefly showing the glowing fungi on top of the ceiling. Atticus turned his gaze downwards slowly and noticed the large number of fungi on the floor and then upwards to see the completely pitch-black ceiling. Atticus froze, a frightening realization setting in. The ceiling and walls were also supposed to be covered with glowing fungi, however, something or an army of somethings was currently covering them. The huge fact that there was an army of beasts around him made his skin crawl. I have to run. Atticus made sure not to make any major movements and carried his gaze away from the creature that had just moved. However, the creature's eyes suddenly snapped open as though it could feel the tension in the air. Its eyes immediately landed on Atticus, easily seeing through his darkness. Both their gazes met, and it was as though the quiet cave became even quieter. Atticus immediately knew he had been spotted, and the next course of action naturally followed. Atticus placed his whole concentration on the air molecules in the atmosphere and formed an invisible barrier that covered an area of 30 meters around him, even the ground. He made the barrier as thick as possible just in time for a loud screech, intense and guttural, to echo through the air. Atticus. Barrier held, not a single vibration or noise leaving the space. However, every single beast within the barrier heard it loud and clear. Their gazes snapped open, turning the intense black ceiling and wall into countless dotted crimson lights. They each screamed in unison, causing an intense wave to spread through the barrier. However, it held. I have to fight. Atticus calmed his beating heart, turned his focus to the darkness molecules, and enclosed the whole barrier in darkness to stop any visual effects from waking up the other creatures. He had to end this fast and make sure not to wake the other creatures. Drawing his katana, Atticus braced himself, fixing his gaze on the beasts. Their bodies were covered in thick, mottled hide that seemed almost like stone, tough and impenetrable. Muscles rippled beneath their skin, giving them a hulking, intimidating presence, and their limbs were long, ending in razor-sharp claws. They each had a broad, flat snout filled with rows of jagged teeth, nostrils that flared with each breath, and eyes that glowed a sinister, blood red. They each radiated a master-rank aura. The first beast that had screamed lunged at him, claws slashing through the air. Atticus deftly dodged to the side and countered with a swift strike, cutting the creature down. As its body crumpled to the ground, the others took that as the cue to attack. From every direction, they lunged towards Atticus, their numbers overwhelming. Atticus held his katana tightly and moved. His movements were silent and unreal, swift and deadly. Streaks of red and silver flickered on and off across the dark space before the heads of more than 10 beasts fell. Atticus was utilizing aerokinesis and burst in order to handle these beasts. They were each master rank, and given their numbers, he couldn't afford to hold back. Utilizing both abilities gave him the strength of master plus rank individuals, so it was no shock that he could easily defeat them. It's a good thing they don't have any elemental powers. Atticus initially believed they could control the darkness since they had easily found him, but he hadn't seen them use any abilities so far. Seeing Atticus easily killing their brethren, the beast screamed before lunging at him with more fervor, attempting to overwhelm him. However, he wasn't done. The molecules of the element swirled around Atticus in a harmonious dance before coalescing together with their respective forms. The air became heavy as the earth molecules acted in the atmosphere. Air blades formed before shooting forward and slashing through numerous beasts like a hot knife through butter. Ice spikes formed around him, each one piercing and freezing multiple creatures. The darkness enveloped the space, multiple beasts finding their heads separated from their bodies before they knew what was happening. Atticus fought with finesse, his elemental powers flaring as he struck down beast after beast. My elements are stronger. Atticus could feel the increased strength in his elements. The weeks spent training in the elemental sanctum were showing themselves. His elements were stronger than ever, and the transitions before each use were non-existent. He conjured flames to sear their flesh and created barriers of fire to hold them back. Little by little, their numbers diminished. Atticus' eyes suddenly caught sight of a beast running towards the barrier. No, you won't. He disappeared from his position and abruptly appeared by its side, a streak of silver cutting through its neck. The beast fell as its head separated from its body, rolling forward and stopping just before the barrier. Atticus released a sigh of relief. That was close. If he hadn't acted fast and without hesitation, that first beast would have awoken the rest. The battle had only taken a few seconds. Atticus caught his breath before burying each body into the earth. He couldn't afford their scent waking up the others. Afterwards, noting that there was nothing else, he released his barrier but hadn't taken even a single step before a scene that made his spine tingle came into view. In the path forward, as far as his eyes could see, the intense crimson gazes of each initially sleeping beast were staring at him. Atticus instinctively knew what had happened. They didn't hear his battle or see the brightness of his elements. However, they could feel when the darkness element was being used. A guttural roar echoed through the entire cave, one that sent a shiver down his spine. Fuck. The entire cave vibrated with the intensity of the beasts' screams. They all screamed together as though they were one body. Atticus didn't have to think about his next course of action. His body had already started moving before he knew it. Atticus ran. He didn't run back, he ran forward. There was no way he would risk getting into a dead end, especially if he wasn't sure he could leave the chasm anytime he wanted. Atticus moved like a lightning bolt inside the cave. He was utilizing multiple abilities all at once to reach this speed. He was using aerokinesis, burst, lightning augmentation, and the air molecules all together. His focus was only on moving forward and escaping. Unfortunately, the roar of the beast had awakened every slumbering beast in the cave. Atticus was moving fast, but they soon saw what he was trying to do. The beasts released a low growl before lunging towards Atticus from all directions, claws blazing. His path forward and backward was covered in an instant. Atticus maintained form and speed, the light molecules gathering into a small ball in front of him. They coalesced until it increased in size, pulsating with uncontained power. In the next instant, a beam of light, intense and devastating, shot through the cluster of beasts in front of him. The path was immediately cleared, and Atticus wasted not a single second before shooting through the gap. His hand held his sheathed katana tightly, and any beast that got too close would find itself cut into pieces. I can't keep this up. Atticus knew that this was only temporary. He was currently using a lot of his powers at the same time in order to run, and it didn't even feel like their numbers were dwindling. In fact, it was as though they had even increased. He was already beginning to run out of luck. Earlier, the cave had been a simple straight line, but as he went in deeper, he started seeing different paths leading to different areas. What was worse, they were all filled with the same beasts. However, if he kept this up for too long, he would eventually become exhausted. He had to act fast. Atticus's mind worked quickly. There were multiple actions he could take at this point, but they were each dangerous in their own right. I have to stop being indecisive. Being indecisive, especially in dangerous situations like this, was a death sentence, and he knew that well. He finally narrowed in on one thought and acted quickly. He split his focus and used an aspect of his perception he had been neglecting recently, his hearing and smell. As he passed through each path, Atticus listened in for any sound that wasn't a growling beast. He also tried to catch any other scent. He ended up having to close his eyes in order to intensify the effect. However, his hand holding his katana moved like lightning around him, cutting down any beast that tried to come close. Minutes passed, and Atticus heard something. The sound of a water falling. Atticus was elated and abruptly swerved toward the right where he had heard it coming from. Fire molecules surrounded his whole body as he suddenly erupted into a blaze before shooting forward, bursting through the cluster of beasts and appearing outside the cave like a flaming rocket. The cave had been at the top of a waterfall, and the path in front of the waterfall had already turned into a river. Atticus manipulated the fire molecules and landed gently at the edge of the river. They just keep pouring out, he thought as he observed the never-ending stream of beasts exiting the cave. Even though he had basically left the cave, the beast still kept on pouring out without any signs of stopping. They're making too much noise, I better leave. Just as Atticus was about to turn, he froze. He was still fully using his perception and he caught multiple powerful presences heading toward this direction. What was worse, they were at least Master Plus rank. Beasts were inherently more powerful than humans, although Atticus couldn't be considered a normal human at this point, a Master Plus rank beast wasn't something he could just breeze through. Atticus turned towards the river and immediately dived in. He took control over the water molecules around him and kept on descending. Surprisingly, the river was deeper than he thought. They can't swim, he thought with relief as he saw the beasts from the cave struggling to stay afloat, their heavy bodies floundering in the water. However, his delight didn't last. Out of nowhere, a massive shadow darted through the water with terrifying speed. Before Atticus could react, the shadow engulfed one of the struggling beasts in a single, horrifyingly swift motion. The water churned violently, stained with blood, and the beast was gone. Atticus's eyes were wide open, his body frozen in one place despite being inside water. Fuck. Atticus was getting tired of thinking that word. He felt like the universe was against him. The number of things happening was just numerous. Atticus calmed down his beating heart and then calmly thought about his situation. There's a strong beast in the water. Judging from its speed, I can only barely react if I'm expecting its attack. But it looks like there's only one. The beasts outside the water are numerous, plus I'd be out in the open. Let's just hope this beast is territorial. Atticus thought rapidly. If the beast was territorial, then he wouldn't have to worry about there being more of it in the area. That could be his only saving grace. What rotten luck. This was one of the terrible things about the abyss. The beasts that emerged from it were always of different kinds that the humans had never seen before. He had no idea the type of beast he was going to encounter. A lot of the darkness beasts, as Atticus had decided to call them, had sunk down with many still sinking. Looking at each of them, Atticus suddenly had an idea. He swam a bit farther away from the group and stopped while keeping his eyes peeled on each darkness beast. He also made sure to spread out the water molecules around him to detect any movement. Then he killed his presence as much as possible and waited. Soon enough, the beast attacked once more, but this time, Atticus was ready. The beast moved like a predator in the middle of the blue ocean. Its every movement was swift and deliberate. To it, its prey was already dead before it had even gotten there. Atticus watched as a large appendage shot up from the depths of the water, engulfing and dragging one of the darkness beasts downwards, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Atticus reacted instantly and manipulated the water molecules around him. He shot downwards like a torpedo, keeping up with the beast. The surroundings kept getting darker, but Atticus's mastery of the darkness element made that fact obsolete. Soon enough, Atticus saw the beast swerve and enter a cave by the side. However, he paused at the entrance of the cave instead of immediately following it in. Atticus waited for a minute before covering himself with the darkness molecules and entered the cave. The cave was so narrow and filled with water that Atticus couldn't move his limbs around, he had to keep his body straight and control the water to move him forward. After some seconds, Atticus found himself out of the narrow cave and into a large body of water. He could see some light coming from above and he immediately swam quietly towards it, reaching the surface in a few seconds. Bringing his head slowly out of the water, Atticus swept his gaze around and immediately saw that he was inside a small cavern. In its middle was a rocky platform, illuminated by the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi. The sound of flesh tearing followed by loud chewing permeated the space. Atticus watched silently as the beast dismantled and devoured the darkness beast effortlessly. The beast was humongous, so big that it was impossible to fit inside the narrow space Atticus had used to get into the cavern. That's a very long tail, Atticus thought as his gaze landed on the cause of everything. The beast had a spherical torso with 2 fins by its sides and multiple tiny legs. Its mouth was as wide as its whole body and had black, pointy teeth. However, the highlight of its appearance was its tail. It was long. Atticus failed to figure how long its tail was. It wrapped around the rocky platform consecutively, and he could see its end. The tail tip was round and seemed to have a hole covered with sharp appendages. It was currently shaking around above the beast. That must be what it used to capture the darkness beasts, Atticus surmised. Now how do I go about this? With the few seconds Atticus had spent inside the cavern, he was convinced that he needed to have this all to himself. The outside was too open, and he couldn't move around freely lest he run into something he couldn't handle. More importantly, he needed a place to rest and train just in case he ran out of energy fighting. This cavern fit all the criteria. I have to kill it. Atticus's gaze turned cold, and he immediately formulated a plan in his head. The beast was unfortunately a master plus rank, and Atticus had seen how fast that tail could go. He couldn't risk it. Afterwards, Atticus moved nearer to the rocky platform, covered himself in darkness, and waited. Patience was key. The beast finished feasting on the darkness beast, its massive jaws crunching the last of the bones with ease. Then, with a swift movement, its tail shot into the water and through the hole again, seeking another prey to feast on. This was Atticus's moment. He focused on the water molecules, a multitude of water spears forming before shooting towards the beast, piercing the air with speed. The beast immediately acted as soon as the water shook, but the attack had already reached it, each spear landing on the beast with force. However, Atticus's eyes widened as each spear failed to pierce its tough skin. The water spears seemed to deform as they touched its hide. Of course it has an affinity to the water element. Atticus realized and immediately switched tactics. He had to end this fast. Atticus shot out of the water, his body a blur of motion. Transcendent slash. Godspeed Grace. Atticus exploded in a radiant blue and rocketed forward, appearing behind the beast in an instant. The beast, which was about to scream, split into two and fell down lifeless. The precision and speed of Atticus's strike were so unparalleled that the beast hadn't gotten the chance to scream. Atticus sheathed his katana and sent a glance over to the body of the beast. He immediately acted before the blood could ruin the whole space. The water swirled around the beast and its blood, and Atticus moved it to the ceiling along with its insanely long tail before using the ice element to freeze it until it became solid ice. Then, before resting, Atticus jumped into the water and swam around the cavern, using the earth element to seal the small hole he had used to enter. Afterward, Atticus checked to see if there were any other openings in the water and outside. After a few minutes, he was done and sat down on the rocky platform. Atticus sighed. He had spent less than an hour in this place and he was already so tired. Utilizing the katana's art had drained a significant amount of energy from him, this was why he hadn't used it since. His energy finishing in this place without a secure place was basically a death sentence. What is this feeling? Atticus pondered. Ever since he had come out of that cave, he had been feeling a strange pull. The reason he had ignored it was because Atticus could feel that what was calling him was deep inside the chasm. At this point, especially when he had no information, Atticus couldn't afford to be reckless. Despite being deep underwater, Atticus could still feel the pull. Atticus inhaled deeply and decided to focus on the matter at hand. The main reason Magnus had sent Atticus into the chasm was the intense amount of mana in the air. It was time to focus on increasing his rank. Atticus was seated in the middle of a small cavern illuminated softly by patches of bioluminescent fungi, atop a rocky platform. The whole space was silent, leaving Atticus to absorb the mana in the air with fervor. The mana in the air is massive, he thought. Massive was simply one of the many words he could use to describe what he was feeling. To him, it was as though he was moving through a dense foliage of mana, it was so thick that it felt present. If they placed my 1-year-old self here, I would have awakened in a few hours, he mused. It was just that plentiful. However, Atticus was more focused on something else, his rank. Back at Eldoralf, Atticus was always faced with challenges when it came to continuously absorbing mana and increasing his rank. Aside from the fact that the mana in the air was sparse and the increased density provided by the advanced training room couldn't hold a candle to the chasms, Atticus could feel one other quality: it was insanely pure. For an individual to advance in rank, they had to absorb mana into their mana core and allow their body to adapt to it. This makes it so that a person couldn't absorb too much mana too fast. The amount of mana an individual could absorb before resting was dependent on one's talent. This was one of the major reasons transcendent talents always had faster growth speeds than others. However, Atticus's talent was mythical. This allowed him to have an even greater absorption time than any other. But spending just a few hours in this chasm, Atticus had discovered another major factor that added to the reason he was always being forced to stop absorbing mana: its quality. Compared to this mana, Eldoralf's mana appeared filled with impurities that hindered and delayed the body's ability to adapt. But this mana was pure. There was nothing like that here. As he absorbed the mana, Atticus could feel his body adapting in real time. He didn't feel any need to stop anytime soon, nor did he feel any strain. Atticus was beyond elated. I could spend the rest of the year here, he thought excitedly. If he could go back in time, Atticus would tell Magnus not to place that mark on him again. This was the perfect place to train and grow. He could only imagine what rank he could reach should he train here for a year. Atticus kept on absorbing mana without showing any signs of stopping. Without moving a single inch, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. However, Atticus soon encountered a major problem. What the hell, he thought, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He felt exhausted. No, his body was so tired and low in energy. It was as though he had been fighting for months without resting. Every movement required major effort to make. It didn't take him long to figure out the reason, and when he did, he couldn't help but curse out. Of course there's a limitation, he realized. As he absorbed mana, his body adapting was simply evolving. And in order to do that, it needed energy from the body. Atticus was experiencing this for the first time because his body simply hadn't evolved so much in one sitting. I need to restore my energy, he thought. Atticus pondered about how he would do that, and his gaze landed on the frozen creature up at the ceiling. Right eating, he thought. A few minutes passed, and Atticus found himself standing in front of the massive beast. It had taken that long because Atticus's stamina needed to control his element was basically non-existent right now. He had to do it slowly. Atticus shakily conjured a small knife made of fire and began to gut the beast. The heat from the blade cauterized the flesh as he cut, preventing any blood from spilling. He worked methodically, slicing through the thick hide and removing sections of meat. The hours spent in survival training weren't for naught. Although he didn't know a thing about this particular beast, he got the basics down. Once he had gathered enough meat, Atticus gathered some dry fungi and used his fire element to start a small, controlled flame. He skewered the chunks of meat using sharp earthen spikes and roasted them over the fire, the aroma filling the cavern. Due to his intricate control over the fire molecules, Atticus could perfectly control the heat to ensure the meat cooked at the ideal temperature. This small detail made it cook faster, and soon enough, it was ready. Atticus wasted no time and grabbed a bite. There were no spices, but it tasted surprisingly good, somewhat like snail meat. As he ate, Atticus could feel a surge of energy returning to his body. The meat was tough but nourishing. Atticus's appetite was humongous, and despite the size, he finished the whole pile of meat and licked his fingers for the remaining juice. After finishing his meal, Atticus created water from the air and drank it directly. Magnus had mentioned that there was drinkable water, but none of it could be as clean and hygienic as what he could create from thin air. Afterward, Atticus froze the remaining beast and kept it on the ceiling again before continuing his training. The meal had thankfully restored his energy, and he was eager to continue improving his rank. Now that I know the limitations and the solution, I don't think there's anything that can stop me, he thought confidently. Those were big words, words that Atticus soon regretted saying. Ah, shit, he muttered. A week had passed since Atticus had entered the chasm, and he had been inside the cavern during this time, focusing on absorbing mana without any outside interference. However, after all this time, he finally encountered his first major roadblock. Isn't my appetite too much? Atticus muttered while looking at the corpse of the beast he had first killed when he entered the cavern. However, unlike a week ago, its body was all bones with not a single piece of meat in sight. Atticus sighed. Looks like I'll have to step out, he thought reluctantly. Even without advancing a sublevel or major level, an individual absorbing mana to increase their rank would grow stronger every day. This was because the evolving body was becoming a better version of itself. Atticus could feel that his strength had increased. For the change to be so visible would mean that he wasn't too far off from reaching the bottleneck to the next rank. Atticus was ecstatic. He made his way into the water and through the hole he had come from, covering it and marking it so he would be able to locate it later on. Afterward, he moved slowly towards the surface of the water. Atticus used the water molecules to swim, so he could be as silent as possible. Bringing his head slowly out of the water, Atticus saw that there was not a single living creature in sight. The darkness creatures must have fled, or other beasts came for them. Atticus decided to be careful and never let his guard down. He observed the surroundings for a while longer, and when he saw that the coast was clear, he brought himself out of the water. His clothes weren't wet because he could control the water around him, however. I should wash them when I get back, he thought. They were smelly. Considering his heightened senses, they were like torture to him. Atticus held his katana tightly and moved forward. There was a row of large black trees with red leaves in front of him, blocking his view of the other area. I should search for a better vantage point first. He maintained absolute quietness and used the air molecules to fly upwards while keeping his body very close to the tree, making sure he wouldn't get spotted. Atticus reached the top and hid within the large tree branches. Then he gazed forward. For the first time since entering the chasm, Atticus saw the true nature of it. It was like he had entered another world. The tree he was on was uniquely taller than the other trees, giving him a good view. Just below him was an expansive forest. Each tree was enormous, with black, thick, and gnarled trunks and blood-red leaves, making the whole space look like a sea of blood. However, his eyes were drawn to the beasts roaming around the crimson forest. They were as ginormous as they were fearsome. He could also catch sight of multiple predators and prey hiding out at the tops of the trees, waiting and stalking, and multiple large flying beasts in the air, each circling and searching for prey. Amongst everything, one thing immediately pulled, literally, all his attention away. In the far end of this forest was a high peak. Its distance from Atticus was undoubtedly far, but he could still see it because of its high altitude. Why are you calling me? Atticus stared at the peak with narrowed eyes. The pull he had felt since he left the cave was apparently coming from that peak, or instead, it was calling to him. I have to pass this forest to reach there, a fucking death wish. No thank you. Atticus shook his head to snap out of it, then he planned his next course of action. If he had to be honest, he felt slightly uncomfortable. Seeing this whole new world from this high vantage point reminded him of the fact that he was basically all alone here. The dangers were real, and he wouldn't have any help whatsoever. I need to get food, but I can't afford to attract any significant attention to myself. I have to search for a secluded prey. Atticus's eyes turned and landed on the water he had emerged from. An idea appeared in his head. All living beings must drink water. I only have to wait, and one should come. Instead of coming down, Atticus chose to give this a try first. However, instead of waiting, he moved through the row of trees and down the river so he wouldn't miss any beast that came from down the river. Atticus was patient, a virtue that soon paid off. His eyes lit up as he saw a beast approaching the water from the forest. It had a body shape and size similar to a large elephant, however, it had a yellow shell covering its head and back. Its teeth protruded from its maw, and its eyes were completely black. Although it appeared big, Atticus got the sense that it was also agile. He waited for it to let its guard down first. The beast approached the river, however, it didn't immediately move too close to it. It stood at a safe distance while observing the water and its surroundings carefully. The beast even went as far as kicking multiple pebbles into the water and simply watching. For an obvious predator, it sure is careful. Atticus mused while watching the beast from his hiding spot. He couldn't help but laugh seeing the level of its cautiousness. Watching such a massive beast being that careful was funny. But as he thought about the swiftness of the tail of the monster he had killed a week ago, Atticus could understand the sentiment. However, seeing as nothing happened even after a while, the beast finally neared and started drinking from the river. This was Atticus' moment. I have to be precise. Atticus focused on the earth beneath the beast, and an earthen spike erupted and pierced its neck from under, a fountain of blue blood gushing out. The beast shook violently, trying to raise its head, but the earthen spike was firm and long, immobilizing it as the life left its eyes. Atticus switched his focus and used the water to envelop the beast before immediately freezing it and controlling it to hang just at the edge of the water. Then he waited. While he waited, Atticus couldn't help but laugh at his actions. He had been laughing at the overly careful beast, and here he was, being even more careful. After making sure the incident hadn't attracted any attention, Atticus dived silently into the water and dragged the beast back to his cave to continue training. And just like that, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 weeks, Atticus had been training and absorbing mana non-stop. His entire routine was simple and straightforward. Absorb mana, eat, and keep on absorbing mana again until he needed to recover his energy. This was all Atticus did. The only time he ventured out of this routine was when his body begged him to sleep. Staying awake and in place for days took its toll on his mind, and Atticus had no other choice but to rest a bit. Afterward, he would continue absorbing mana once more. Atticus' eyes flickered open from his meditating position. I've reached the bottleneck. This was what he had been chasing all week long. This bottleneck was a level 1 would have to overcome in order to advance through a major rank. Now I just need to overload my body. His mana core was already filled to the brim with mana, but Atticus had to hold it in and stop it from evolving. His body wouldn't be able to handle the abrupt change. To cross over a bottleneck wasn't too hard. All Atticus had to do was overload his body with mana. However, he wouldn't be absorbing mana into his core this time around. This time Atticus would have to absorb and layer it on his body until his body evolved to an extent where it was okay to evolve his mana core. The only issue with this was that it would take a significant amount of energy depending on the rank he was evolving to, along with time to gather mana in his body. Considering the fact that it was the master rank, everything would end up being a lot. I should get food first before I start. Atticus stood up and sent a glance at the piles upon piles of meatless bones on one side of the platform. At this point, it was shocking that Atticus hadn't gotten chubby. After stretching, Atticus made his way outside the cavern and on top of the tree after a few seconds. This had been his routine all week. He would simply wait for prey to come before attacking. Many might call him cowardly, but Atticus didn't care. He was mainly focused on advancing his rank. Even if this was all he gained in the 2 months he would spend in the chasm, it would be very fine by him. Atticus hid himself in the tree and waited. However, despite waiting for a few hours, nothing came. Shit, it can't be that I ran out of my luck already, right? Atticus had a terrible feeling about this. Regardless, he decided to wait for some more time. But it was all for naught as Atticus waited for hours more, and no single beast showed up. Something happened in the span of 2 days. The last time he hunted had been 2 days ago, and he hadn't faced any challenges then. Let's observe some more. Atticus manipulated the air molecules and made himself fly down the river path. He felt he was missing something. The search for the missing piece lasted a very long while, so long that Atticus regretted embarking on it in the first place. It was valuable time that should be spent absorbing mana. However, after more than 5 hours, Atticus' efforts finally bore fruit. He noticed one creature approaching the water with careful steps. The creature resembled a lion, however, it was 10 times more massive and had 5 heads. The fur of its collective body was black, but each head had a different color. Atticus could feel the heavy molecules of air around its body, meaning it had an elemental affinity. The beast released a low growl as it neared the water, as though attempting to chase away anything that might be in the water. Not sensing anything, the creature moved and started drinking the water. Atticus watched all of this silently. He felt as though there was something going on but wasn't sure what. If nothing happens, I'll attack and kill it. Atticus held in the urge to kill the beast immediately and continued observing. Once again, his patience paid off. Out of nowhere, and at a speed that left both the beast and Atticus struggling to react, multiple blue tendrils shot from the river, piercing each head of the beast lethally. The beast tried to move, but more tendrils shot out of the water, wrapping around it and dragging it into the river. Atticus gulped. That was intense. This scene just reminded him how dangerous this place was. In the span of weeks, an even more dangerous beast had replaced the one he had killed. I can't hunt here anymore. Given the situation, Atticus determined that he could no longer use this spot for hunting. The reason he had hunted here in the first place was because he could ambush solitary beasts. However, he couldn't do that again since there was something dangerous in the water. I have to enter the forest. He decided. It was going to be more dangerous, but this was his best course of action. The creature in the water was undoubtedly a Master Plus rank, and unlike before, Atticus had no bait to lure it out. Waiting for another beast to show up seemed unlikely. He had been searching for the reason before, but it seemed the reason the beasts were avoiding this place was because of that creature. Atticus turned his gaze towards the crimson forest and inhaled heavily. He had to be fast, quiet, and swift. He could do all those things, but that didn't make this any easier. He decided to stop dilly-dallying and get a move on. At this point, his ethereal cloak art had been made completely useless as it was only an advanced rank art. Any and every beast in the area was at least master rank, they would spot him in a heartbeat. Instead, He chose to use the shades of the trees. If there was one thing Atticus had, it was the versatility of his elements. Atticus used the move he learned from Odyssey and moved from one shadow to another. Luckily, the sun was high in the sky, and the shadows of trees and their branches were numerous. The darkness molecules enveloped Atticus, and he descended from the tree silently. With focus, Atticus began using the shadows to move. Exactly 5 minutes had passed, and Atticus had ventured deeper into the crimson forest. The ground was covered with freshly fallen crimson leaves, making it look like a sea of blood. Atticus only moved through the shadows, appearing and disappearing instantly. He avoided stepping on the leaves or doing anything that would draw attention to himself. He was moving quickly, and just after 5 minutes, he had encountered many master rank beasts. However, unlike before, they were either in groups or not far from each other. Looks like the beasts of the forest don't hunt each other violently. The absurdity of this situation baffled Atticus. The best scenario for him now was to encounter a territorial beast. They would be incredibly powerful, given that they could defend their territory against others, but Atticus could look for a chance to ambush and catch them off guard. But he hadn't seen any. Maybe I'm calling it too early, Atticus thought and decided to keep searching. He had only been searching for 5 minutes after all. However, despite moving stealthily for a longer time, nothing changed. He had seen numerous unknown, enormous beasts, but none in the situation he was looking for. It was like the beasts were living in harmony, or more likely, they refrained from attacking each other due to something. He could feel the tension in the air. Beasts were violent by nature, the fact that they were all this docile despite the hostility was very questionable. An outside force was at play. Atticus believed this assumption was correct. However, as he moved through the forest, he abruptly stopped. Wait, where am I going? Atticus instinctively turned his gaze towards the high peak in the distance. Because he had been lost in thought, Atticus had somehow been heading deeper into the forest. No, he had been heading straight for the peak. The pull is getting stronger. Atticus could feel it. It was calling to him with more intensity than when he first got here. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. That was close, I almost let my guard down. He couldn't let that happen again. Atticus observed his surroundings and saw that he had inadvertently moved deeper into the forest than he had planned. Compared to the outer forest, the trees seemed bigger and thicker, and their red leaves were even redder. It was hard to explain, but the trees felt alive. Atticus felt uncomfortable, as though he was continually being watched. He also noticed that the beasts were scarcer here. As Atticus was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed a presence approaching his location. He paused and immediately hid in the shadows. A few seconds passed, and Atticus watched silently as a moderately sized beast approached. Its size was truly moderate compared to the other beasts Atticus had been seeing, but something felt off about it. It was slightly humanoid but had limbs of weird sizes and shapes. Both arms were very thin, ending in 3 small, long fingers. Its legs were unnaturally huge and long, taking up most of its form. Its head was spherical, ending with a thin neck and a minute mouth. Its eyes were large and completely crimson red, and its whole body was covered in yellow chitin-like armor. The beast radiated an aura of a predator and walked slowly. The trees rustled in response to its presence as though worshipping it. There was one quality Atticus immediately noticed. It was a Master Plus rank. A very strong one. Atticus was finding it hard to believe that this was a beast. Every movement seemed deliberate, a type of focus only a truly intelligent being could achieve. I have a bad feeling about this. Atticus' feelings soon proved true as the humanoid beast abruptly turned its gaze and looked at the exact shadow where Atticus was hiding. Shit. Atticus immediately panicked but quickly regained his calm. Calm down, it might have been a fluke, although he reassured himself, Atticus' hand had already moved to hold his katana hilt. However, in the next instance, Atticus and the humanoid creature's eyes met, the rustling of the leaves immediately quieting down. Atticus suddenly felt danger coming at him from every direction, his instincts screaming at him like a blaring horn. The fire molecules swirled around him in waves, and his figure abruptly combusted and appeared a few meters away from his original position. In the next second, thick roots erupted from different directions, their surprisingly sharp ends piercing where Atticus had previously been. Atticus' piercing blue eyes, which had turned frightfully cold, collided with the humanoid creature's crimson eyes once more. Despite feeling the need to kill this dangerous creature, he didn't retaliate. He was alone here, there was no second chance. He couldn't afford to make any stupid decisions. What if he couldn't kill the beast with one strike? The commotion just now had been abrupt and loud. He could feel multiple presences heading this way. He had to escape. The air molecules engulfed his whole body, and he erupted upwards into the sky with intense speed. The beast finally moved. It seemed as though it didn't want Atticus to escape. However, it was a simple movement. It raised one of its tiny arms up, and the earth around it shook. In the next second, a staggering amount of roots shot out from the trees and ground, each root moving with bullet speed towards Atticus. Atticus' gaze narrowed, the sense of danger returning. The trees were each very tall, and he hadn't been able to escape from them yet. As the beast acted, he found the whole space around him covered with sharp roots threatening to pierce him from every possible angle. However, if there was one thing the elements were good for, it was varied, weird, and impossible movements. Atticus had spent weeks mastering the elements in the elemental sanctums, but he hadn't once forgotten about his most favored movement art, elemental mimicry. The nature of his movement shifted, akin to a swift breeze weaving through a dense forest. Atticus moved. His movements were a blur, swift and speedy as he twisted and turned in the air, narrowly dodging each thick root. Atticus reached the sky, escaping the reach of the tall trees. However, he couldn't get any respite as multiple intense screeches rocked the space. Atticus' gaze turned cold as he saw a large number of massive flying creatures shooting through the air towards him. It was a very delicate situation, one that required Atticus to take a staggering number of things into consideration. Below him was a very powerful creature that Atticus believed had a certain amount of intelligence, along with a multitude of other beasts approaching its location. All around him in the air were different flying creatures coming at him from different directions. However, despite this alarming situation, Atticus had his thoughts focused on something else. What beast was he going to eat today? Should anyone hear this question, they would immediately freak out. Is now really the best time to think of such a thing? But Atticus didn't care. It was a valid question. Should he run away now, he wouldn't be able to come outside for a while because the beasts would be on alert. In lieu of this, Atticus' quick mind thought of a solution the second he heard the flying creatures screech. The air molecules responded to his command, his figure shooting upwards once again towards the dense clouds in the sky. The flying beasts screeched upon seeing their prey was about to escape, their speed abruptly increasing. Some beasts were faster than others, while some had simply been closer. One beast in particular was faster than the flock, reaching Atticus in a few seconds. Just as Atticus was about to enter the clouds, he slowed down slightly, prompting him and the beast to enter nearly at the same time. The next events happened instantly and fluidly. Clouds were made up of tiny water droplets or ice crystals. In essence, the air in the clouds was filled with moisture and a staggering amount of water molecules. Given this fact, it wasn't surprising that as soon as the beast entered the cloud after Atticus, claws blazing. Quack! It immediately found its movements becoming stiff and an intense coldness engulfing its body. In the next second, the beast's entire body was frozen. Its eyes trembled as though struggling to understand what happened before the coldness reached its brain, freezing it completely. Atticus' eyes remained calm and cold as the light molecules swirled and covered them both, their figures disappearing from view. The other flying beasts burst into the clouds in the next second, a multitude of intense screeching rocking the space as they saw their prey had escaped. The humanoid beast standing in the forest fixed its crimson eyes calmly on the spot where Atticus had disappeared. Then it suddenly brought its gaze downwards, looking towards a particular direction. Its gaze cut through the dense crimson forest, crossing miles of land and finally reached one location, a waterfall. However, just as it was about to move, it suddenly turned its head towards the high peak in the distance. Staring at it for a few seconds, the roots around it returned to their original position in the ground and trees. Without doing anything further, it turned and entered the depths of the forest. Atticus released his hold over the light molecules surrounding only him and appeared into view. He was currently at the top of the tall trees in front of the river. That was close. Atticus had utilized one of the skills the Light Sanctum Master had taught him, using light to create illusions. It was a good thing he practiced that until he was able to replicate it in a second. Now I have to be fast and quick. Atticus had to pause at the edge before entering the water because of the new predator. It was dangerous to let the beast roam free, especially so close to his resting space, but Atticus didn't want to take any chances now. After a few seconds, he released his hold over the light molecules and replaced it with air. He created a barrier made of air around him and the beast and immediately dived into the river. The beast most definitely had an affinity to the water element. Atticus couldn't afford to use it in case it attacked. Atticus moved like a torpedo inside the water, reaching the entrance to his cavern in a second. He manipulated the hole to increase in size with the earth element and reached the cavern. Before relaxing, Atticus did a thorough sweep of the cavern to make sure nothing had entered while he was aware that no new holes had formed. Noting that he was completely safe, Atticus sat down on the earthen platform and calmed his racing mind. He placed the frozen beast at the other end of the platform. His thoughts immediately drifted towards the humanoid beast he had just seen. It had been close, very close. Had he hesitated for a second or wasted time, it would have been harder or impossible to escape. He was reminded once again of the uncertainties of this world. I have to be more careful, he determined. After resting for a bit, Atticus sat down cross-legged and began absorbing mana into his body. Hours went by quickly, and after feeling the exhaustion that came with evolving, Atticus stopped and approached the frozen beast at the end. It was completely frozen but not yet dead. He fixed it by simply cutting off its head before unfreezing the beast. The beast still made some reflex movements, but as the reality of its death settled, it fell lifelessly to the ground. Afterwards, Atticus cut it into pieces, grilled and ate, regaining his energy. Then he continued absorbing mana. This routine continued for a few days until Atticus ran out of food. To think food would be my biggest problem in life. Atticus sighed. The fact that he had to interrupt his training every time because of food was getting annoying. Seeing as he had no choice, Atticus stood up and left the cavern, ascending upwards through the water as quickly as he could. He immediately made his way to the tall trees, using them as cover. Afterwards, Atticus planned his next course of action. Since I can't afford to go that deep into the forest again, I have to use my elements wisely. I can use the light element for illusions. I will use it to block any ambush I'm about to take. Then I'll use an air barrier to mask the sound. The light element was perfect for camouflage. He would find any solitary beast and cover the area with light molecules and a solid air barrier to block out any sound. Then he would kill the beast as fast as possible before getting the hell out of there. Atticus thought it to be the perfect plan and he immediately put it into action. Finding a solitary beast, Atticus followed all the steps, creating an illusion before an air barrier, then attacking with the other elements, neutralizing the beast swiftly. Afterwards, Atticus dragged the beast silently to the cavern before continuing his routine. He always had to be extra careful while entering into the water because of the water beast, but after thinking about it for a bit, Atticus believed it could serve as some kind of guard. It might have simply been a lie he was telling himself so he wouldn't admit that he didn't want to face that dangerous beast. The days went by quickly, and Atticus kept to his routine. As soon as he finished eating one beast, he would leave and enter the forest, repeating his process. During these days, Atticus had noticed multiple things. The first was about himself. His movement through the forest, especially since the first time, had improved significantly. His movements had become very swift and without hesitation. He became able to use his incredible perception appropriately, able to avoid beasts and move through the forest stealthily. During this time, Atticus had an idea and applied the Ice Sanctum Master's teachings to this situation. He used the ice element to freeze and lower his heart rate to near stop and other bodily functions. This decreased his ability significantly but allowed for nearly perfect stealthy movements. It was as though his presence was non-existent. If the beast didn't visually see him, it was impossible for them to know he was there. It got to a point that Atticus didn't feel like he needed the darkness element to move around the forest anymore and instead used the trees as cover. He was improving at a fast rate. Another thing Atticus noticed was the increase in the number of beasts around the outer forest. He could see that the number of beasts was increasing, especially close to the waterfall where he was hiding out. This made him be more careful about his movements, but he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something major was about to happen. The last thing he noticed was that the pull kept growing stronger. It had gotten so intense that he occasionally heard multiple sounds in his mind, urging him to approach the peak. Atticus had to pinch himself every time he felt his mind slipping. If not for his high will, he truly doubted if he would be able to survive until now. With all of these incidents happening, 2 weeks passed and Atticus was seated down cross-legged inside the cavern. He had just eaten and his body was overflowing with energy. It's time to pass this bottleneck. Atticus was elated. After weeks of intense training, it was finally time for him to advance his rank. Before that, let me see my changes first. Status. Atticus called out, and a holographic interface appeared in front of him. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 16. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: Strength: 350 greater than 401. Agility: 380 greater than 411. Endurance: 391 greater than 425. Vitality: 440 greater than 483. Intelligence: 58 greater than 59. Perception: 48 greater than 49. Charm: 43 greater than 44. Will: 45. Level: Expert Plus. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 3. Fire: 69.7 greater than 97.3%. Air: 62.1 greater than 97.1%. Water: 72.3 greater than 97.5%. Earth: 65.1 greater than 97%. Light: 30.2 level 2 greater than 83.4 level 3%. Darkness: 28.5 level 2 greater than 85.3 level 3%. Lightning: 15.3 level 2 greater than 84.5 level 3%. Ice: 10.3 level 2 greater than 83.9 level 3%. Level 2. Space: 31.2 greater than 31.6%. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines: none. Abilities: Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery: Mythical. Life weapon skills: Transcendent Slash. Godspeed Grace. Endless Strike. Normal skills: Arcane Barrier Potential. Transcendent. Current mastery: Expert Plus. Elemental Mimicry Potential. Transcendent. Current mastery: Expert greater than Expert Plus. Ethereal Cloak Potential. Empowered. Current mastery: Advanced Plus greater than Expert. Atticus stared at his newly improved stats with a wild grin. The highlight of this check was undoubtedly his elements. The weeks spent in the elemental sanctum were most definitely worth it. He was so close to reaching level 4 in almost all his elements. My normal stats just increased, Atticus thought. Atticus had been focused on his elements these past few weeks. If it wasn't for him crazily absorbing mana recently, his stats wouldn't have changed that much. This was the stat he had at the bottleneck of the expert rank. On another bright note, his ethereal cloak and elemental mimicry art had also ranked up. The former was a small surprise while the latter was expected. Everything about his elements had ranked up considerably. Atticus noted all his changes and closed his status page. It was time for him to rank up. Atticus sat down in his usual cross-legged position and instantly entered a state of absolute focus. His body was brimming with energy because he had just eaten a truckload of food. However, Atticus' eyes snapped open as he suddenly remembered something. He quickly stood up and undressed, leaving his body completely naked. Atticus had just remembered the process of ranking up into the master rank, and he would rather not ruin his only clothes. Afterwards, he sat down and focused once more. Releasing a deep exhale, Atticus began absorbing the mana in the atmosphere into his body, and at the same time, he released the restriction he placed on his mana core. It took a few minutes, but soon enough, Atticus' body started resonating with the mana, a gentle hum and vibration emanating from him. The energy within his mana core and his body synchronized, creating a harmonious flow. However, he continued absorbing mana with fervor, showing no signs of stopping. Hours passed, and Atticus started feeling something change. His mana core started to expand and evolve. Visible ripples of energy flowed across his skin, akin to waves in water. An intense pain racked his body in the next instant, followed by an awful smell that made Atticus want to puke. Out of different orifices in his skin, black oily substance started streaming out. This had been why Atticus wanted to take off his clothes. One of the benefits of advancing into master rank was that all the impurities within an individual's body gets forcibly expelled, causing a brief moment of pain. However, an intense relief followed after a few minutes, but a pool of the foul substance had already formed around Atticus. Regardless, Atticus didn't stop. He kept on absorbing mana into his core and body until he reached a climax after a few hours. A catalytic burst of energy abruptly erupted from his body, followed by a blinding flash of light that surrounded Atticus and illuminated the entire cavern. Atticus' body temporarily became a conduit for pure mana, his body floating up in the air, and he started feeling a transformation take place. It took hours, but eventually the light dimmed, and Atticus' body returned to the ground. Atticus breathed heavily, before immediately closing his nose and mouth. The black foul substance had formed a pool around him and the smell was beyond terrible. Atticus took his hand off his nose and mouth in the next instant, filling his nostrils and mouth with the awful stench again. He applied pressure to his legs, intending to dive into the water. However, he misjudged his strength and ended up shooting straight into the cavern wall with a brutal impact. Shit! Atticus brought himself out of the man-shaped hole that had formed on the wall. Have I gotten that much stronger? He resisted the urge to immediately check his status. First things first, he had to get this awful substance off his body. Being more careful this time, Atticus dived into the water and had one of the most refreshing baths he had had in a long time. Coming out of the water, Atticus used the ice element to freeze the pool of black substance on the platform and made it float up and stay on the ceiling. He could use fire to disintegrate it, but Atticus didn't want to deal with the smell afterwards. Atticus glanced at his body and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He was still naked, but he currently didn't care. His skin had always been flawless, but it was as if it had gone up another notch after his rank up. It was soft and insanely firm at the same time. His muscles didn't increase in bulk, however, they became more defined and dense. They were each brimming with intense power. He could also feel that his perception had increased significantly. He could see even the faintest details without even trying. Details that the previous Atticus would have had to put in an effort to notice were all seen without him even trying. Atticus punched the air casually a few times, each casual punch sending an intense air blast forward that landed on the cavern walls with force. Atticus whistled. It was the first time he had ever done such a thing, but this whole situation was just too shocking that he had no choice but to express his amazement. His punches were explosive, and they were casual punches. Not even close to his full power. He could also feel that his mind had become sharper and more focused. He could process information more quickly. Atticus stopped punching the air and focused on himself internally. His mana core had become significantly larger, and his mana pool had also increased. He had access to more mana than before. Atticus was excited to see how the changes would reflect on his katana arts. More so than that, Atticus's gaze suddenly narrowed and landed on his katana lying next to his clothes. Now that he was in the master rank, he hoped that it would give him enough power to learn the third katana art. Atticus approached and grabbed his katana, which suddenly started vibrating with intensity. He could immediately feel the katana's emotions. It appeared excited. I guess I pass, Atticus smiled. He could feel that the katana was calling to him. All he had to do was want to enter the katana's world, and he would be in it. However, Atticus held himself back. The time in reality and the katana world was different, as he had learned when he attempted to learn the first and second arts. However, Atticus had his reservations about the whole thing. Cedric, the Ravenstein ancestor, had done something to him back then after he learned his katana's second art. The katana might be broken, who knows? It most definitely seemed far-fetched. However, Atticus was currently in enemy territory. He couldn't afford to leave his body unprotected. He had spent more than a month in the chasm already, he only had to spend another before he would have to leave. I'll just focus on absorbing mana and learn the art after I leave. Having decided his next course of action, Atticus decided to check his status and see his changes. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 16. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 401 greater than 589. Agility: 411 greater than 607. Endurance: 425 greater than 619. Vitality. 483 greater than 634. Intelligence. 59 greater than 65. Perception. 49 greater than 54. Charm. 44 greater than 50. Will. 45 greater than 49. Level. Expert plus greater than Master New. Talent. Mythical. Bloodline. Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 3. Fire. 97.3%. Air. 97.1%. Water. 97.5%. Earth. 97%. Light. 83.4%. Darkness. 85.3%. Lightning. 84.5%. Ice. 83.9%. Level 2. Space. 31.6%. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Pending. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert plus greater than master. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert plus. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Expert. Atticus was speechless. The changes were exponentially large. They are even more than that time. He could remember the intense buff the exosuit had given him when he first wore Ida. His stats had been in the 400s. But now they had entered the 600s. It was crazy. His arcane barrier art had also ranked up along with his other abilities. The pure mana in the air might have played a role. Atticus was beyond excited. He was progressing at a very fast pace. Only 2 months had passed since he left the academy, and he had progressed so much. Truly, the academy was dampening his progress. I miss them though, but he couldn't ignore the fact that his friends and family were there. Thinking about them made Atticus feel a slight sadness. But he quickly recovered. Let's put this power to the test. Now that he had advanced to the master rank, Atticus was confident that he would be able to handle that water beast roaming in the river. Before that, he put on his clothes and quickly ate the rest of his food. Although he had just advanced and his body was brimming with energy, Atticus still felt a slight fatigue. After eating, Atticus performed some slight and major movements to make sure he got used to his newfound strength. Then, he dived into the water and left the cavern. Atticus didn't use a shred of the water element to move, however, his movements were explosive. Every slight contraction of his muscles would cause him to shoot through the water with speed. He could feel that his senses had gotten sharper, his hearing had improved to such a level that he could hear the forest sounds from underwater. Atticus didn't even make any attempts to be subtle. He swam loudly through the water, making sure the beast could hear him loud and clear. Soon enough, his wish came true. Atticus sensed multiple tendrils coming at him from different angles. His gaze flashed, an intense grin appeared on his face. The speed at which each tendril shot toward him was hard to measure. He couldn't imagine himself reacting if it had been his old self. But he wasn't his old self. Atticus's next movements were unreal. His hands moved like a blur, as though the usual viscosity of the water that slowed down movements didn't exist. His body abruptly swirled and grabbed each tendril with lightning speed. With intense power, Atticus pulled with all his might, the ginormous figure of a beast coming into view. It had a perfectly circular torso dotted with numerous large yellow eyes that constantly moved around rapidly. A wide and large mouth was at the middle of its torso, and a staggering number of tendrils stretched out from behind the creature. Atticus smiled and let go of the tendrils, but the beast had already been angered. The beast opened its mouth and let out an intense scream that made the water vibrate and the earth tremble. However, Atticus appeared completely unaffected. His body suddenly leaned forward towards the beast and shot forward in the next instant. A large shockwave that caused a water burst at the surface ensued, and Atticus crossed the distance between him and the beast before the latter could react. His hand erupted forward in a torrent of short bursts, striking the beast with intense power. The beast screamed and tried to retaliate. The water around it came under its control and wrapped around each of its tendrils before whipping towards Atticus. However, his movement underwater was surprisingly swift and fast, his senses sharp. It was as though he could see right through the beast before it even moved. The inevitable happened, the beast ending up dead after a few minutes. It's even stronger than I thought. Atticus clenched his fist a few times. Then he reached out and grabbed a tendril of the sinking beast. Just as he was about to swim back to his cavern, Atticus abruptly paused, his gaze snapping upwards. Numerous thoughts flashed through his head, but eventually, Atticus finally decided on one that shocked even him. He let go of the beast and shot upwards, reaching the surface in under a second. In the next second, a voice, calm but commanding, echoed. Human, the sovereign wishes to see you. Refusal is not an option. Atticus was calm. Ever since he advanced into the master rank, his senses had been multiple times sharper than they had been before. He already knew the situation before he surfaced. I can't escape, Atticus determined. The person, or rather beast, who had just spoken was floating directly above Atticus, staring down at him as though he were an ant. It was humanoid, much like the creature Atticus had encountered earlier. However, this figure had features closer to those of normal humans. Its hands and legs were of normal sizes, but its head was still spherical with crimson-red eyes. Regardless, this wasn't what Atticus was focused on. The aura of the creature was expansive and intimidating, an aura that Atticus could never mistake a grandmaster. All around him, surrounding the waterfall, were multiple figures of the Master Plus rank humanoid creatures, identical to the one he had seen before. Even though he had recently advanced, there was no escaping this situation. However, Atticus held the hilt of his katana tightly, but he didn't unleash any battle intent or aura. I need to be ready to enter the katana at any moment. Atticus brought himself out of the river and stood up straight. Despite the dangerous situation, there was not a ripple of fear or uncertainty on his face. Do you resist? The Grandmaster humanoid who had spoken earlier frowned as he saw Atticus holding his katana hilt. His lips curled upwards as he stared at Atticus with contempt. He was hoping the human would resist. Atticus shook his head. Take me to your sovereign. The frown on the Grandmaster humanoid grew deeper as he stared at Atticus for a few seconds without saying anything. Such composure. From what he had learned about humans, they were simple creatures. They were prideful despite being weak and always loved to assert their dominance, especially on their weaker counterparts. However, when faced with an opponent they believed they had no chance against, there was only supposed to be one feeling of fear and hopelessness. So why is he so calm? The Grandmaster rank humanoid found Atticus to be an interesting human. It waved its hand and a platform made of blackened roots formed underneath Atticus and wrapped around him, lifting him up into the air. Atticus didn't fight it or struggle and allowed himself to be carried. The other humanoid beasts who had come with the Grandmaster surrounded Atticus like escorts, and they shot through the air with speed. The journey towards the peak was as uneventful as it could get, but the sights were enchanting. Atticus saw a myriad of creatures flying through the air and wandering the crimson forests. They were all new species, types that he hadn't seen before. As he got deeper into the chasm, Atticus noticed a change in the type of creatures he was seeing. The redness of the forest became deeper, and Atticus saw more of the humanoid creatures. The deeper he went, the stranger it became. The creatures seemed to increasingly resemble humans in their appearance. They seemed more intelligent and stronger, and Atticus soon sighted different housing structures and communities. The Grandmaster rank humanoid could see the slight shock on Atticus' face and snickered. We're not just the mindless beasts that you humans see us as. Atticus didn't offer any response and simply kept quiet, causing the journey to descend into silence. Soon enough, they reached the peak that Atticus had been trying so hard to avoid this past month. The peak was incredibly high in the sky, almost touching the clouds, and they had to ascend that high up to reach it. Atticus could feel a great pressure emanating from the peak, one that made him want to escape. This sovereign, what is he? While Atticus' mind was working fast, the mountain parted open, and the group entered and found themselves inside a big hallway with a giant double door at the end. We greet the Vizier Nile. The two guards stationed at the entrance saluted the Grandmaster humanoid, Nile, who simply nodded and walked past them while dragging Atticus with him. The hallway was plain and had no decoration. It only had a few magic lights illuminating the space. They soon reached the large double door, and Nile suddenly turned towards Atticus. Surrender your weapon. None shall wield any weapons in front of the sovereign. Atticus, hand holding the katana's hilt, tightened as his battle intent suddenly exploded. The surrounding soldiers immediately became alert, their cold gazes fixed on Atticus. There was no need for Atticus to say anything, his action had spoken instead. He wasn't going anywhere without his weapon. Niall frowned. Had this human still not learned his place? I should teach him. His hand immediately raised upwards, and just as he was about to control the roots holding Atticus, a voice that demanded compliance suddenly sounded. Let him enter. The large doors opened simultaneously with a loud bam, but only a bright light met Atticus' sight as he tried to see what was in the room. Niall instantly stopped his actions and bowed towards the open door where the voice came from. Without wasting a single moment, he dragged Atticus through the door. The other members of the escort waited behind, leaving only the duo to enter. As Atticus entered through the door, the blinding light obscuring his vision faded, and he was met with what was undoubtedly a throne room. It was large and very expansive, but at the same time plain. It was quite clear that their so-called sovereign didn't have high tastes. At the other end of the hallway, seated on top of a grand throne, was a man. Or at the very least, he looked like a man. The man, or beast, appeared completely like a young man in his late 20s. He had a very handsome face with blue hair and crimson eyes, a lean build, and was currently dressed in a black robe. The man suddenly smiled. I finally get to meet the human cub. Come, what is your name, child? The man waved his arm, and Atticus found himself standing in front of him at the other end of the hallway. The throne was on top of an elevated platform, and he was standing at the bottom of the stairs. I was right. The hand holding the katana hilt tightened with such intensity that the whites of his hands were visible, and Atticus could feel his palms slipping. Sweat had begun to form on his forehead and body, drenching his clothes. He had been right. The only one who could order a grandmaster being with such ease was a paragon. Despite not actively trying, the man's aura was forceful and dominant, pushing against the boundaries of the room. Atticus felt the need to bow in worship. However, he bit his tongue, crimson blood filling his mouth. In all the meetings he had with Magnus, the man had always restrained his aura because of his grandson. This sovereign, however, had no reason to do such. His advancement into the master rank seemed worthless, and every thought of escaping this situation vanished from his mind. A few seconds passed before Atticus answered the man's question through gritted teeth. Atticus, he tried his best not to stammer. You will speak with respect. Niall thundered from behind Atticus but was immediately silenced with a glance from the sovereign. I must apologize for Niall's rudeness. He still has a long way to go before he gains true sentience. Atticus, what a peculiar name. Tell me, Atticus, why did you bond with that parasite? Atticus's gaze narrowed. Wait, does he mean the exosuit? Parasite. Seeing Atticus's confusion, the man chuckled. Don't tell me I misjudged your intelligence. You bonded with it without knowing what it was. From the man's words, Atticus inferred several facts. First, the man had been watching him since he entered the chasm. He had felt he was being watched but didn't know how. Second, the man held him in high regard for some reason. Atticus focused on the second fact. This was something he could use. I might still have a chance. Well, I wasn't given a choice. Atticus kept his answer as vague as possible. He could feel the rage coming from Niall behind him as he spoke, but paid it no heed. The man scratched his chin. You know, I find you humans to be the most fascinating creatures on this planet, even among the numerous races. You're so flawed, weak, and divided, yet you still manage to survive even the most extreme conditions. It's fascinating. The man broke into an intense grin. Is that why you keep attacking us? Because we're fascinating. It was obvious already that this man was the cause of the attacks on the human domain. Despite the situation, Atticus felt this was a good chance to gain information. However, the hand holding his katana hilt never loosened. The man burst into intense laughter that shook the hall. I guess you could say that. You see, we beasts have always strived for ultimate power, to grow stronger and dominate. This had also been my goal. When I achieved this absolute power and gained true sentience, I was exhilarated. However, a weird feeling engulfed me after a few years on this throne. It took some time to figure out what it was, but I eventually did. I was bored. The hall went silent. Atticus was too baffled to offer any sort of response. Be bored, he muttered after a few seconds passed. He had been expecting something profound at the end, something that would give insight into why this man was doing everything he was doing. If he had to be honest, He had thought it was revenge. The human domain had treated beasts as simple commodities for centuries now. It wouldn't be shocking if their supposed leader was angry about that. But it seemed as though he had stumbled upon another weird character. As if those sanctum masters weren't enough, Atticus sighed inwardly. At least this works in my favor. He doesn't have an underlying hatred for the human race or any stupid thing like that. Yes, I was so bored. I was the first paragon of my race, and there were no challenges. None of them could challenge my might. I needed something exciting, something that wouldn't end up causing the extinction of my race. That was when I found myself observing you humans. Fascinating creatures. Most of you are weaklings who can't even fight, with just a very few elite, and yet you thrive as a society. One of the weakest in the alliance, and yet you still raise your heads high and fight amongst yourselves. It's amusing. An intense grin appeared on the man's face as he thought about humans, staring into the distance as though reminiscing about a fond memory. This is why I wanted to push you all to the brink. In addition to your perilous situation, should a new major problem emerge, how would you cope? The man rested his head on a fist resting on the throne's side. These past few years have only been a test. I have yet to unleash my full might on the human domain. Human cub, why am I telling you all of this? It's simple. Among all the humans I have observed in my centuries of living, you are the most fascinating. Don't you have any other words aside from fascinating? The situation was terrible, but Atticus just couldn't help but ponder. The man had used that word too much. The ability to control multiple elements. You walk around with a parasite without knowing its full capabilities. Your unmatched talent. You cannot be more than 17, and yet you're already so powerful. You went from expert plus to master in a month. At this point, the entire hall was trembling. It was quite obvious to everyone watching that the man was excited. Sovereign. The weak voice of Niall sounded from behind as the paragon reeled in his excitement. Apologies, it seems I went too far. Niall stood up weakly from the floor. The ground around him was covered in his blood. Their sovereign had only paid special attention to Atticus, which left the other areas to be affected by his power. The sovereign didn't spare Niall another glance and turned to face Atticus with a smile. It was like I was watching a movie. At this point, Atticus's mouth had scrunched up. He didn't even know how to react. You enjoyed watching a naked teen. This was the only question that he just had to ask. He was naked during the last parts when he broke through. It was clear this man was watching everything. No, I have not interest in your nakedness, of course. You're handsome but clearly not my taste. The sovereign waved his hands while denying Atticus's claims. Do you even have a taste? Atticus wasn't sure if the paragon was actually a he or she. He was currently taking on the form of a male, but who could be sure what was under there? I watched you to find out your secret, but there wasn't on you, at least that was what I thought until you advanced. Your weapon. The sovereign's gaze suddenly fixed itself on the katana hanging on Atticus's left side, and the latter couldn't help but tense up. I can't risk it. If the paragon had already set his sights on his katana, Atticus had no plans of testing which would be faster, a paragon or his will. However, the sovereign quickly stopped Atticus from continuing his actions. Calm down, boy, I have no interest in taking any of your possessions. Atticus's gaze narrowed. He had tried to will himself inside the katana, but he couldn't. It was as though there was a barrier blocking the exit of his will from his body. Is it him? What is his power? Atticus wondered. Usually, the beasts of Eldorolf had abilities relating to the elements in the world. But since he entered this throne room, Atticus hadn't felt any elemental cues emanating from the sovereign. He had initially speculated that the sovereign was so powerful that Atticus couldn't comprehend his powers, but he quickly dismissed that thought after the display just now. It's as if he controls everything around me, even the air. Atticus tried, but he couldn't get the elemental molecules under his control. That weapon looks ordinary, but I can feel a connection between the two of you, just like that parasite in your chest. It's obvious that it's something special. The sovereign ignored Atticus's guarded demeanor and continued speaking. As I said earlier, I have no intention of taking anything from you. To me, you're like my star actor in a movie. So, I've decided, human cub, I'll help you. Help me. Atticus was once again baffled. Yes, that parasite, to be exact. You really don't know what it's doing to your body, do you? Allow me to explain. As soon as the sovereign's words dropped, Atticus suddenly found himself floating high up in the sky along with the sovereign himself. The clouds were beneath his feet, and the sun was high up in the sky. It's like a small world, Atticus thought. He had always found these details odd. He had clearly entered underground, so why were there clouds and a sun? There was even night and day. It was as if this space had its own ecosystem. The clouds suddenly cleared, and Atticus set his eyes on the community of beasts down below. It was akin to a city, with high skyscrapers and towering walls. He could see different humanoid beasts roaming the streets and communicating with each other. From high up in the air, Atticus could see everything needed for a city to thrive. There were markets and what appeared to be government buildings. He could even see some humanoid beasts dressed identically in uniforms, patrolling the streets. This entire space is a manifestation of my will, my power. It is not born of mana, strength, or skill alone. The power of will is the essence that binds all actions to their outcomes. When I act, it is not merely a decision or choice. It is an absolute command of my will upon reality itself. It does not negotiate, it does not falter, it imposes. The entirety of the sovereign's demeanor had changed, becoming serious. Atticus could feel the weight of his words in the air. His aura encompassed the entirety of the chasm, and the beasts down below, roaming the streets, abruptly paused and stopped everything they were doing. They suddenly felt the aura of their sovereign. As they each turned and faced upwards, simultaneously and in unison, they each sank to both knees, their foreheads touching the ground. No words were uttered, and the entire chasm descended into sudden silence. Atticus turned and looked at the sovereign. His blue hair floated in the air like waves, and his whole body emitted a bright light. He appeared like a god on earth. The light around him dimmed, sound returned, and the beasts resumed their activities. Of course, I can achieve this feat because my will is high and stable enough. However, this isn't your goal for now. You see, that parasite is encroaching on your will bit by bit. It appears docile now, but it is anything but. Eventually, as time passes, your will becomes its will, and when that happens, it becomes you. A complete takeover. Atticus felt his blood run cold. A complete fucking takeover. He didn't even consider the possibility that the sovereign was lying. Firstly, the man wouldn't gain anything from lying, and Atticus had been at his mercy from the very beginning. He was telling the truth. I've always felt it trying to get into my mind, but I thought I was fending it off. Atticus was currently fighting the urge to rip the stump from his chest. He now fully understood why the sovereign had been calling it a parasite from the very beginning. It had been buying time, lying low while it tried to take over his body little by little. Like a parasite. There has to be a solution. What's with that terrible look, cub? I told you, you're my star actor. Be calm. There's a way to stop this. You need more willpower, and not just more, but a stable and sturdy one. You already have a high will considering your age, but it's hollow and filled with weak points, the same points the parasite is currently using to encroach into your mind little by little. Atticus took a deep breath. How do I achieve it? He couldn't continue brooding. Atticus decided to focus on the positives. He had learned about this early enough. What if he hadn't met this sovereign? Magnus also had no idea what was going on. It would have been too late. The sovereign smiled. I'll handle the sturdiness. Your only task will be to increase it. But I have to ask you first, are you sure you want to do this? Atticus tilted his head to the side. Do I have a choice? No, no. Should you refuse, the parasite would end up taking over your body, and you'd be of no use to me then. It'd be better to just kill you where you float. Atticus sucked in a cold breath. There was a small smile on the sovereign's face, but Atticus knew all too well that he wasn't joking. The man might have been displaying a friendly demeanor all this while, but Atticus had not forgotten that he was a paragon a level 1 could reach only after a mountain of blood. He wasted no time and nodded his head, accepting the sovereign's proposal. The sovereign's demeanor became more friendly, as though he had found a good plaything. With another wave of his hand, Atticus disappeared and found himself inside a dark, circular pit. Although it was a pit, it was very spacious, about 300 meters wide. There was a single door at the far end of the pit, and only Atticus and the sovereign were present. The fastest way for anyone, man or beast, to increase their willpower is through life and death experiences. This is what you will experience for the next 3 weeks. Make sure you try your best not to die, human cub. Good luck. The sovereign disappeared before Atticus could say anything, and the large double door at the end of the pit swung open. A figure walked in, his aura domineering. He, or it, took its steps slowly and carefully, as though it were taking a stroll. Its arms, covered in yellow chitin-like armor, were clasped behind its back. "We meet again, human." The figure spoke, its cold tone causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Atticus's gaze narrowed as the realization of the situation set in. "I'm fighting a Grand Master." This figure was none other than the vizier to the sovereign, Nile. Atticus slowly drew his katana, the sound of the sword edge sliding against its sheath permeating the space. The killing intent Nile was emitting was everything Atticus needed to confirm the severity of the situation. Life and death experiences. His life would be in danger. The crimson gaze of Nile flashed as his minute mouth curled up into a small smile. "I've been given orders from the sovereign. I will relay them to you now. My strength and abilities will be limited to the Grand Master rank at all times. I will never make use of my domain, and each of our spars will last 10 minutes. Other than this, I have been ordered to try my best to kill you. We will begin now." Atticus's eyes narrowed into pinpricks, his grip on his katana tightening. His perception immediately ramped up to full throttle, but he suddenly found himself hurtling backward, hitting the wall of the pit with a devastating impact. Bam! The walls of the pit crumbled as Atticus slammed against them with force. He staggered to his feet, every muscle screaming in pain as rubble crumbled from the wall he had been embedded in. So fast. Despite ramping up his perception to full throttle, Nile had punched him before he could even react. Nile's eyes burned with an intense red, his fist already cocked back for another bone-crushing strike. The next punch came, fast and deadly. Atticus barely managed to twist away, the force of Nile's blow shattering the wall where his head had been, jagged cracks snaking upwards. "Fuck. He's really trying to kill me." Dust and debris filled the air as Atticus rolled to the side, manipulating the air molecules around him to speed his movement. He then retaliated with a blast of wind, whipping up a cyclone around Nile. Nile planted his feet, unmoving, but Atticus wasn't done. He thrust his hands forward, and the cyclone transformed into a vortex of fire. The flames roared to life, swirling around Nile in a blinding spiral of heat. The entire pit was bathed in an orange light, the flames threatening to reach the surface. Nile growled, his aura flaring, and with a single, earth-shaking punch, he dispersed the firestorm. Atticus had already anticipated this and was already moving, his hands flicking through a series of elemental shifts as he ran across the pit. A torrent of water surged from the ground, slamming into Nile's side. It wasn't enough to push him back, but it gave Atticus a moment to gather more power. His focus shifted to the ice element, freezing the water solid into jagged spikes that encased Nile's arm, locking him in place. Nile sneered, flexing his arm to shatter the ice. Before he could break free, Atticus summoned lightning, crackling and alive, dancing around his whole body. It coalesced in front of his palm, swirling with uncontained power before shooting toward Nile, the bolt streaking through the air like a predator. The lightning struck, the electricity crackling all over Nile's form. But he merely grimaced, absorbing the impact with a snarl, and tore through the ice binding him. Atticus wasn't finished. He slammed his hands into the ground, focus shifting to the earth molecules. The floor beneath Nile erupted, jagged rocks and sharp spikes shooting upward, aiming to pierce and trap him. However, Nile simply stomped down with enough force to shatter the rising spikes and send an intense shockwave outward. But Atticus was ready, shifting the ground beneath Nile's feet into quicksand, trying to drag him down. Nile sank for a moment, but a palpable red aura suddenly surrounded him. He started to rise from the sinking earth, standing on its surface. Fuck. Atticus was utilizing all his elements to attack, but it hardly had any effect on Nile. "It's that armor. What's it made of?" Atticus's elements were already at the Master Plus rank in both potency and mastery. Nile might be a Grand Master, but he was taking his attacks head-on, it should at the very least leave some damage. "I can't stop." Atticus focused on the darkness molecules. Shadows curled around his arms, and with a flick of his wrist, they surged forward, wrapping around Nile and constricting his movements. Simultaneously, he focused on the light elementa blinding and searing beams that cut through the shadows and landed on Nile with intense power. Atticus's gaze couldn't help but light up as he saw the results. Nile grunted. The light beams had scorched his skin, and he staggered 3 steps backward. However, this is crazy. Despite the insane firepower of each of the light beams continually hitting him, that was all they could do. Nile suddenly flexed, breaking through the shadows and deflecting the beams with sheer force. Atticus gritted his teeth. Nile hadn't even used any of his abilities, and yet, Atticus couldn't cause any significant damage to him. He was a juggernaut. Atticus was holding himself back from using his katana arts. He might have increased his mana pool and stamina after the rank up, but they were still limited, and his katana arts were draining. He would quickly run out of energy if he used them. 10 minutes is a very long time. He needed to utilize his elements for now. First, I need to find a way to hurt him. I'll see what works. The chitin-like armor around Nile's body was strong, but it had to have a weakness among all the natural elements. Atticus brought all the elements together. Fire and lightning crackled around him, water and ice swirled in the air, the earth trembled beneath his feet, the winds howled, and light and darkness materialized. He looked like the god of the elements. However, Nile simply walked undeterred, his body brimming with power. With a narrowing of his eyes, Atticus unleashed his attack, a maelstrom of elements crashing down on Nile. Fire seared, lightning struck, water surged, ice encased, earth shattered, wind roared, and light and darkness clashed in a brilliant explosion of power. The collision was cataclysmic, the sheer force of the elements crashing down on Nile sent shockwaves through the arena, shattering walls and cracking the ground. An intense smoke covered the pit, and Atticus had trouble seeing the result of his attack. But soon enough, the dust settled, revealing the figure of Nile walking forward with a measured gait. Atticus's gaze trembled. Only a few scratches, he thought. That was the highest firepower he could achieve with his elements, and yet, it only made a few bloody scratches appear on Nile's body. Was the distance between a Master Plus rank and Grandmaster this high? Nile suddenly laughed out loud, an action that belied his otherwise calm demeanor thus far. Are you done struggling? I'll make you pay for the disrespect you showed our sovereign. Nile blurred, the ground on which he previously stood buckling. Atticus barely had time to react before Nile's punch connected, a devastating blow that sent him crashing into the earth, the ground shattering beneath him. Then, everything went dark. Atticus entered a completely surreal state. It was like a state of limbo where the entire world paused, and everything around him was darkness. In this state, Atticus' thoughts roamed freely and without pause. He had been foolish. How could he have been so foolish? This question kept repeating itself in his mind. He had just learned a very big lesson that he felt he should have known from the very beginning. It was a no-brainer. Why the hell would he hold back in a life and death situation? Was his head filled with air? Nile was stronger, faster, and trying to kill him. Why, just why, would he hold back? Atticus' eyes slowly flickered open, and his heart immediately froze. Nile loomed over him, his fist rocketing forward with intense momentum. If that punch landed on his head, it could only result in his skull imploding like a wrecking ball hitting a watermelon at high speed. Atticus saw his life flash before his eyes, an intense wave of fear gripping him. Memories passed through his thoughts. He saw Anastasia first, her face illuminated by that radiant smile she always wore when she looked at him. The way her eyes sparkled, full of warmth and love. He could almost hear her laugh, feel the gentle touch of her hand in his. The thought of that smile, that light in her eyes, fading to darkness because of Hema, it was unbearable. He saw the numerous times Aurora had nagged him like a bratty younger sister and the smile he always wore when he teased her. The image of her breaking down, sobbing uncontrollably, crushed his heart. Then there was Ember, the one who understood him without words. She was aloof, yes, but Atticus knew how deeply she cared, even if she rarely showed it. If he were gone, if his absence made her retreat even further into herself, made her colder, more distant, he couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let his death become another scar on her heart. Each memory, each face, twisted the fear in his chest into something else, something fierce, something unyielding. He couldn't let them suffer because of him. He couldn't let their light be extinguished, their smiles fade. A roar erupted from deep within him, a primal, desperate sound that reverberated through his entire being. He didn't want to die. He would not die. His grip on the katana tightened, every muscle in his body tensing as his figure erupted in a mixture of red and blue. Nile only had time to think before a razor-sharp blade appeared inches away from his neck. Niall's eyes widened, his hand retracting from the punch. His stance shifted, and his hand erupted upwards to block the blade. The razor-sharp blade in Niall's chitin-like armor covering his arm met, an intense spark erupting. However, Niall's eyes narrowed in the next second. Wada. His armor, the same armor that could withstand a bombardment of multiple elemental attacks from a peak Master Plus rank with just a few scratches, was being cut by an ordinary-looking blade. Niall acted immediately, his center of balance shifting as he deflected the blade to the side. But it was far from over. The ground trembled. The air hissed. Countless azure slashes erupted toward Niall from every angle, blazing with intense speed. Such speed. Niall's figure blurred, leaving afterimages in his wake. His stance shifted rapidly as he evaded each strike, but Atticus was relentless. His figure suddenly erupted, and the katana's blade appeared inches away from Niall's neck once again. Niall's gaze narrowed, his mind racing. This isn't the strength of a master rank. Niall's fingers flickered, and the ground beneath him sank. His figure was yanked downward by thick black roots that erupted from the earth. The roots coiled and twisted with unnatural speed, dragging him out of the path of the katana that slashed devastatingly through the air where his neck had been moments before. The force of the slash continued forward, carving a deep gash half the size of the pit into the wall, sending stone and debris flying. Atticus immediately followed up. His body moved like water, fluid and deadly. The blade, initially moving sideways, suddenly changed direction. It swung in a downward arc, aimed at Niall's head. Niall's red eyes narrowed, his aura shifting. Massive roots burst from the ground, thick and fast, engulfing the pit and surging toward Atticus. However, Atticus moved like a streak of blue and red. His figure was swift, his legs appearing weightless as he evaded the roots with ease. Atticus circled around the pit, his cold crimson eyes focused directly on Niall. During this short exchange, he had utilized the katana's first and second arts multiple times. He could still continue, but he could feel the drain. However, Atticus's eyes blazed as his resolve hardened. No more holding back. Tendrils of lightning crackled around Atticus, his body reaching newfound speed. Circling around the pit, Atticus abruptly stopped before erupting, sending several azure slashes all at once. Each slash cut through the thick roots like a hot knife passing through tofu, slicing through the black roots before they could entrap him. Niall's eyes widened in shock. What the heck is going on? His chitin-like armor was made from the pitch-black roots of the chasm. They were tougher than any material Niall could possibly think of. Why? Just why was this boy cutting through them as though they were nothing? Is this why the sovereign is so interested in him? He wondered, but as he remembered Atticus's rudeness when addressing the sovereign, Niall's face contorted into intense anger. I'll kill him. He didn't let up. More roots erupted, thicker and faster, each one closing in on Atticus from all directions. Atticus called, and the fire molecules responded. Intense flames erupted from him, spreading outwards and engulfing the entirety of the pit. Niall and his roots were also engulfed, but the flames had no effect. However, Niall's form was momentarily obscured. Atticus rocketed forward in the next instant, charging through flame-engulfed roots and appearing in front of Niall. They clashed, power against power, each strike sending shockwaves that snuffed out the flames around them. The earth cracked, and the flat ground of the pit changed. They were both akin to streaks of light, crimson and blue, appearing and clashing everywhere. Ultimately, Niall was relatively faster. Bridging the gap between Master Plus rank and Grandmaster wasn't so easy. Despite that, Atticus was still holding up. Each burst of speed allowed him to catch up to Niall momentarily, and the latter was beginning to show slight frustration. The main problem with the bursts of speed was their abruptness. Niall had no idea when they would happen. It was nerve-wracking. However, soon enough, Atticus felt the strain. He began pushing his limits. He utilized every single part of his powers, each to its full extent. But the inevitable eventually happened. His movements slowed, and the number of bone-breaking hits he received increased. This was when the real battle for his life began. Time passed. 8 minutes. To Atticus, the seconds ticking by seemed like days. Time moved slowly, and every moment felt like hell. Atticus lost count of the number of times he felt his spine tingle during this battle. He was fighting for his life, and it was draining, and not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. It was everything. Atticus had to muster up every fiber of his being just to prevent himself from getting killed. Niall was relentless. Until now, Atticus had no idea why the mana or Bista was this angry at him. He knew it was because of the way he addressed the sovereign, Buddha. Why the hell would he want to kill him just because of that? At best, he should be teaching him a lesson. Niall's movements were deadly. For a beast resembling a man, he sure knew how to battle like one. His movements were swift, each of his attacks lethal. The thick roots whipped around him, following his every movement. Every attack he unleashed was accompanied by roots with pointed ends shooting forward from every angle. Atticus found himself overwhelmed at every turn. The entire pit was engulfed with roots, and his fire couldn't burn them. The only things that had the slightest effect were his light element and katana. Eventually, Atticus had to run on the walls. But that soon turned out to be a dead end as thick, blackened roots erupted from the walls too. Atticus had felt the threat of death more times than he could count. He got punched, smashed onto the ground and walls, his bones broken countless times, but he kept moving. He had used the water and light elements to heal himself more times than he could count. His breaths were heavy, and his heart was beating so fast that he felt it could burst at any moment. In conclusion, Atticus was thoroughly exhausted and was forcing his body to move. He had long since unleashed his space element. This element was the only reason he was still Olivia rapid teleportation. He could move instantly with far less energy than his other powers. Despite the terrible situation, he wanted to go back in time and torture his past self for not using the space element from the outset. He could have conserved his energy better. Regardless, it was in the past already. He could only accept his current situation. It went without saying that Niall had been thoroughly shocked when Atticus utilized the space element. To think the boy still had so many things up his sleeve. This only increased Niall's desire to kill Atticus as quickly as possible. But as the seconds ticked by, only amazement remained in Niall's thoughts. How is he still alive? Niall wondered. He had been true to his word and had limited his power and abilities to the Grandmaster rank. When he first received the orders from the sovereign, Niall had been elated. In his thoughts, it would only take a few seconds to kill the boy. A Grandmaster versus a Master. The result was obvious. However, since the battle began, he had been baffled more times than he had since his birth. He could feel it in Atticus's aura that the boy was at the Master rank, but he seemed to be able to exhibit strength and power just one level below a Grandmaster. Niall couldn't even begin to fathom how the hell this was possible. Regardless, he had decided to take the battle seriously and use his abilities. The outcome should have been decided then, but it only led to even more bafflement. Is this really a child? Niall also knew Atticus couldn't be more than 17 years old. It had been hard for him to accept the boy's power, but he eventually did. However, Niall found it difficult to accept his battle sense. The number of times Atticus had come an inch from death had been numerous, but the boy always seemed to pull through. It was as though he instinctively knew how to differentiate between deadly attacks and lesser ones the moment they were unleashed. He never once took or blocked any of the attacks meant to kill him. Instead, he was always taking on the ones that weren't as much of a threat. Niall felt exposed. He felt vulnerable, despite being the one who had the upper hand. It was as though Atticus had analyzed every part of his body to the last detail. At every tense of his muscle, the boy had already acted. At every gesture, the boy had already acted. At every movement of his eyes, the boy had already acted. It was unnerving, as though he were facing a veteran who had been battling for years. These situations kept getting to Niall, making him even more determined and serious about killing Atticus. The thought that the sovereign was currently watching this battle unfold made matters worse. His pride felt wounded, and he wanted nothing more than to rip Atticus to shreds. The red aura that engulfed Niall suddenly erupted, becoming even more crimson. The air became heavy as the whole pit trembled. The thick blackened roots around him suddenly combusted and splintered. They swirled around him with speed before converging on him, forming a thin layer of armor that hugged his body like a second skin. Niall's entire body pulsed with energy, brimming with uncontained power. His red eyes glowed with sudden brightness. And then, he moved. The ground within a 100-meter radius buckled, snake-like cracks spreading outwards before it imploded. But Niall wasn't there anymore. Atticus's exhausted gaze narrowed to pinpricks. This speed it was faster than anything he had encountered before. His grip on his katana tightened, but he had already lost the ability to use the katana arts, he was completely drained. However, It didn't matter. A crimson fist covered the entirety of Atticus's vision, his mind going blank. He felt the fear of death once more, but this time, he couldn't do anything. His eyes closed, expecting a blow that never came. Atticus slowly opened his eyes, only to see the same crimson fist stopped inches away from the bridge of his nose. What happened? Atticus wondered. Niall suddenly retracted his fist and stood straight. The 10 minutes have elapsed. You will be given 4 hours to rest before we fight again. I suggest you use it wisely. Atticus could hear the unwillingness and anger in Niall's tone as he spoke, but at that moment, he didn't care. The only thing Atticus got out of Niall's speech was that the battle was over and he had 4 hours to rest. That was all he needed. Atticus felt his legs tremble as he lost all the strength in them. He slumped to the floor, his back resting on the uneven ground, breathing heavily. Atticus' body hurt like hell, and he felt an exhaustion that came from the depths of his soul. He needed to rest. Atticus used his last bit of strength to sheath his katana before hugging it closely to his chest. Then, Atticus immediately entered a deep sleep, allowing his exhaustion to catch up with him. Niall glanced at his sleeping figure as he walked out of the pit, clicking his tongue in bitterness before the door closed behind him. Atticus had one of the best rests of his life, but unfortunately, it had to end. His body had already registered the 4 hours that Niall had announced. However, he didn't dare sleep for the entire 4 hours. Atticus woke up after 2. His body still felt completely weak and drained, but he knew he had to wake up. In just 2 more hours, he would have to endure another round of torture. And considering the power that Niall had displayed during the last seconds of the spar, Atticus was forced to believe the next spar wouldn't be the same as the last. It would be more intense. I have to learn to conserve my power while not holding back anything, he thought as he started planning his course of action for the next spar. He's stronger than me, but I just have to be able to recognize the deadly attacks and react with my full power then, Atticus reasoned. He didn't have to actively utilize his full power all the time. He only had to use his newly improved perception fully and react only to deadly attacks during the battle. It would be draining, but Atticus could handle it. I only have to survive, not defeat. I have to work with that, he resolved. Atticus stretched and relieved his tensed muscles. He could feel that he was recovering at a fast rate due to the mana in the air and his rank, but it wasn't enough. I have to get some food, he thought. The beasts were a good source of energy, and Atticus believed he needed them to recover faster. However, just as he had this thought, something dropped from the sky and landed beside him with a thunderous impact. Turning, Atticus saw that it was the corpse of a large dead beast. He looked up and saw a dot floating high in the sky. He doesn't want me to leave the pit, huh? Atticus thought as he immediately got to work dissecting the beast, making a fire, and roasting it. With each bite he took, he felt his energy returning at a rapid pace. After eating his fill, Atticus sat down on the ground and immediately started meditating. He needed to imagine and envision how his next battle would unfold and plan his strategy. Above the pit, high in the Ira. I can feel your anger, Niall. Does he get under your skin that much? Niall flinched and immediately bowed his head in respect. I apologize for that, great sovereign. I mean no disrespect, Niall replied. The sovereign chuckled, fixing his gaze on the meditating Atticus. Since the battle had ended, he hadn't moved from his position and had been observing Atticus the entire time. Niall had only joined him later. You didn't answer my question, the sovereign said. Niall bowed deeper as he realized his mistake. I apologize. Stop apologizing, just answer my question, the sovereign ordered. Just as Niall was about to apologize for apologizing, the air around him suddenly changed, becoming more oppressive, and Niall immediately kept his mouth shut. Niall met the sovereign's crimson gaze and felt his mind short-circuit. Answer the question truthfully and stop fucking apologizing, the sovereign commanded. Niall gulped audibly before bowing. I'm disappointed in myself for not being able to kill him, and I am frustrated that the sovereign is showing so much interest in a human, Niall admitted. The oppressive aura receded, and the sovereign let out another chuckle. Niall, you're so narrow-minded. The fact that a boy as young as he could survive for 10 minutes against you is reason enough to be interested in him, don't you think? But you weren't serious. The sovereign interrupted before Niall could continue, raising a high brow. Let's make a bet then. In your next bout and the subsequent ones, if you're unable to kill him, you'll become his slave and serve him to the best of your abilities. Niall's eyes widened, and his hands clenched hard. Sova. Just as he was about to protest, he was silenced with another glance from the sovereign. What? You're scared you won't be able to kill him? And you call yourself a warrior? Niall subtly clenched his hands. He had deep-rooted respect for the sovereign, but even he had to admit that his ego had just been challenged. His crimson eyes glowed an intense red, and his aura grew cold. Niall bowed. I accept, sovereign. The sovereign smiled. Good. It's a bet then. I expect good results. Although he had said that, it was difficult to determine what result he truly considered good. Atticus absorbed and recovered his lost mana. The beast he had eaten also added to his energy pool, and as the 4 hours passed, Atticus felt his body brimming with power. His gaze flicked open, his entire aura cold. Atticus simply stood up from his seated position and waited on one side of the pit. The seconds ticked by as he watched the door, waiting for Niall to arrive. However, the door never opened. Instead, Atticus heard the atmosphere tear like fabric ripping apart. He turned his gaze just in time to see a figure plummeting from the sky, faster than a lightning strike. The impact shook the pit, sending tremors through the ground. Intense red eyes gleamed through the settling dust, cold and domineering. Niall stood there, his presence suffocating. It's time for the next spar. Are you ready to die? Atticus didn't flinch or respond in words. His response came with the sharp, metallic hiss of his katana sliding from its sheath. Was he ready to die? He'd like to see the beast try. His gaze turned frigid, and with a surge of power that cracked the very air, they collided in a thunderous clash that made the earth shudder. Atticus' earlier assumption had been right. The next spar was nothing like the first. As soon as it began, Niall went full power, bombarding Atticus with an intensity that should have overwhelmed the 16-year-old boy. However, Atticus had long since moved away from the notion of normal. He was far from being a typical teenager. Atticus fought. The battle was so intense that his bones were broken like twigs on multiple occasions, the surroundings destroyed beyond recognition, yet he fought and held his own. The fight he envisioned was based on the power Niall displayed during the last moments of their first spar. Atticus kept his perception at full throttle for the entire 10 minutes, but he only used his full strength when absolutely necessary, specifically, during deadly attacks. This strategy allowed Atticus to conserve his strength considerably. However, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. To pull this off, Atticus had to accurately assess each attack and their strengths. He had to gauge the intensity of Niall's muscle contractions, the weight, and the target of each strike. As Atticus continually did this, he began to awaken something. It wasn't a dormant power or anything supernatural, instead, it was a feeling. A weird one. Atticus began to sense death. It was a surreal sensation, something he didn't fully understand. However, whenever this feeling surged through him like an electric shock, Atticus immediately unleashed his full power and evaded without hesitation. Atticus' focus was entirely on the battle, leaving no room for other thoughts. Niall, on the other hand, was thinking differently. 9 minutes had passed since the battle began, and the best Niall had managed to do was land some bone-breaking hits. Why the hell was the boy still alive? He had taken the fight seriously from the start, using all his experience and strength, yet he still couldn't kill a teenager. Niall felt anger. He felt utterly incompetent. Just what was this boy? Why won't you die? Niall roared, controlling even more thick roots from the earth to shoot toward Atticus. But, as though he had anticipated it, Atticus had already created enough distance between them, azure streaks filling the space as he sliced each root that neared. Shit. Niall cursed as the 10 minutes elapsed, forcing him to stop the battle. He stomped his foot on the ground in anger, causing the entire pit to tremble. At this point, the pit was a mess. The power of a Grandmaster rank, even without using his domain, was incredible. The terrain had changed, and the width of the pit had expanded dramatically from the earlier 300 meters to more than 600 meters. Niall clicked his tongue and walked out through the destroyed door of the pit, throwing Atticus a death stare as he left. Atticus, of course, didn't care about Niall's feelings and immediately slumped to the floor. He was utterly exhausted this time around too, but unlike before, he was smiling. His battle plan had worked. And best of all, he felt he had gained something valuable from Ida, the instinctive feeling he would get whenever an attack was truly deadly. But I have to learn and be ready to adapt. He's not going to remain stagnant the whole time, he thought. After all, Niall was a Grandmaster plus rank individual, even though he was limiting his strength to Grandmaster, and an experienced one at that. The man was sure to adapt and adjust accordingly, which meant Atticus had to do the same, continuously. But I have to do it. No matter what, Atticus was determined not to die. Atticus followed his earlier routine once more. He took a nap, ate another round of food, and then meditated to recover until it was time for the next spar. This time, Niall blitzed through the broken door, suddenly appearing in the middle of the pit, his intense red gaze fixed on Atticus. He didn't utter any degrading words and simply began the battle immediately. The game of cat and mouse continued, but Atticus always found a way to escape death, leaving Niall incredibly frustrated. 3 spars turned into 6, then 10, and then 20. At some point, Atticus lost count of the number of spars despite his sharp intellect. He simply didn't consider it relevant information anymore. Time passed days, and then weeks until the 3 stipulated weeks were up. The last spar was currently ongoing. Bam! 2 figures collided, the force causing the ground and nearby walls to implode into bits and pieces. At this point, the pit was no longer a pit. It had expanded to such an extent that many would call it a coliseum. The terrain was uneven in many parts, and thick roots constantly whipped around the space, each one targeting a single figure. 2 streaks, red and blue, blitzed through the space, suddenly appearing before colliding in a cacophony of attacks. The first figure had a mixture of desperation and anger on his twisted face. His movements were forceful, and it was clear he was trying his very best to rip the opponent in front of him to shreds. The second figure, however, had a surprisingly calm expression. His piercing blue eyes were wide open, not blinking even once as he fought. His movements were measured and calculated, his control over his powers incredibly precise and accurate. He constantly parried some attacks while completely evading others with ease. This second figure was none other than Atticus, who had grown exceptionally in the past 3 weeks. He had honed the instinctive feeling of death he always experienced and was now able to accurately predict when an attack would come before it was even unleashed. Atticus didn't know where this feeling came from, but he eventually tagged it as his instinct. However, this wasn't his only gain. Due to the constant need to conserve his strength while still using his full power, Atticus had learned how to precisely control his power down to the minutest details. The first figure was none other than the vizier to the sovereign, Niall. Niall's expression currently mirrored exactly what he was feeling: desperation. He was desperate beyond measure. The bet he made with the sovereign was the only thing constantly playing in his mind. Today, this battle would be their last, and it would determine whether or not he would become a slave to a teenage human boy. Niall was desperate. He was frightened, so much so that he decided to do something he never thought he would ever do: a cheat. I'll just use a little bit more power, he thought. It was disgraceful, something that would make him unable to lift his head proudly ever again. But Niall didn't want to be a slave to Atticus, especially not after he had tried to kill the boy. Who knew for sure how he'd react? However, just as he was about to call upon more strength, Niall suddenly felt his spine tingle. The feeling of death that Atticus had been experiencing these past weeks hit him like a tidal wave. Niall felt a gaze staring at him. It was undoubtedly from an incredible distance, but to Niall, it felt as though it was right next to him. TDS Sovereign. The sovereign had anticipated what he wanted to do and had sent a warning. The abrupt change in the bottle's pace caused Atticus's gaze to narrow. He could see that Niall was distracted by something but didn't care about the reason. An opening was an opening. Atticus's aura surged, and he blasted forward, swinging his katana in an arc toward Niall's neck. Shit. Niall's gaze widened, completely caught off guard. Just as the blade was about to cleave his neck, it was suddenly stopped by some invisible force that wouldn't budge no matter how hard Atticus tried. Now, you should take it easy. The time is up already. You wouldn't want to kill your newly acquired slave, would you? The sovereign descended slowly, landing gently on the ground. A small smile was on his face as he noticed the coldness in Atticus's eyes. He has been at death's door constantly these past 3 weeks, and he didn't hesitate to take the chance when he saw it, the sovereign thought, feeling an intense wave of goosebumps pass through his body. Normally, for someone who had constantly been under the threat of death, there would be at least a moment of hesitation if they got a chance to kill the person who had been trying to kill them. It was the most logical thing to happen. There should be an underlying fear that would have formed toward Niall, who had been trying to kill him, but Atticus displayed no such fear or hesitation. He saw the chance and immediately took it. Niall would have died if I hadn't interfered, the sovereign mused. If it had been any other weapon, then Niall might have survived. However, that katana is special. Sovereign, I can still, Niall started, but before he could finish, a palpable aura descended on the area, and his figure was abruptly slammed brutally against the ground, a splatter of blood instantly drenching the earth. Do you plan on going back on your word? The sovereign said succinctly. He didn't release his bloodlust, nor did he unleash any battle intent. However, the simple fact that a paragon had spoken in a serious tone sent shivers down the spine of Niall and even Atticus, who was standing to the side. Niall felt sweat drench his entire body, and he immediately kept quiet, bowing even as he lay on the ground. The sovereign didn't spare him another glance and turned toward Atticus, his expression morphing into a smile. Congratulations, you survived and made spectacular gains. The sovereign's gaze abruptly narrowed, and Atticus instantly felt a chill, darting backward with speed before immediately unsheathing his katana, his guard raised to the extreme. Good, good, the sovereign said excitedly with a smile. He had just leaked a little killing intent at Atticus and was satisfied that he had been able to react accordingly. He even drew his weapon against a paragon. What a kid, he thought. Atticus's will had increased to such a level that it was overflowing. He now had an aura around him, one that was impossible to ignore. Now we can move to the last aspect of your training, stabilizing your will. Come with me. Atticus didn't see or even feel the movement. He simply found himself in a dark space with nothingness all around him. Atticus sheathed his katana and looked around. The past 3 weeks of training had shaped his demeanor. Most already knew him to be cold before, but now, he was colder than ice. He currently had absolutely no expression on his face as he observed his surroundings, his hand tightly gripping his katana hilt. But he didn't have to wait long, the darkness receded, and the scene changed. And then, Atticus saw a scene that immediately made his skull go numb. Avalon stood in the middle of a battlefield, on his knees, with an entirely battered and bloodied body. A man stood in front of him with a maniacal grin. It was a face that Atticus could never forget, the same bastard who had shot him in the head back on Earth. It was an extremely odd scene because the man currently had the same gun he had killed him with pointed straight at Avalon's head. An ordinary Glock 18 against a Grandmaster plus rank. It would be a comical scene to many, something to laugh about. But currently, there was not a single smile on Atticus's face. Only one thing. Absolute horror. From the depths of his soul, Atticus screamed, "No!" His legs instinctively moving forward. However, the man simply turned and flashed Atticus a grin he was all too familiar with. That was the last thing Atticus saw before a loud bang permeated the space. Atticus's initial running figure slowed, his legs moving forward one by one. His hands were stretched forward, and his eyes were wide open. His heart was beating in dull booms as he stared at Avalon's lifeless figure on the floor. A few seconds of utter silence passed before Atticus erupted. You bastard. Since Atticus had been reincarnated in Eldoralf, he had felt many emotions. Happiness, sadness, anger, fear, excitement, pride, bitterness, hatred, the list was endless. However, despite experiencing this broad spectrum of emotions, Atticus had never once completely lost his composure. He had always maintained his senses and made sure to react accordingly to the situation. But now, he was feeling something new, something he hadn't encountered before, horror. It was like an upgrade of the feeling of fear, a fear that had come to pass. Atticus knew deep down that this was a lie, but something kept messing with his mind, something he couldn't understand, making him believe that it was the truth. Regardless, Atticus's mind was overwhelmed by this feeling, and because of that, the composure he had kept since arriving in Eldoralf crumbled. Atticus screamed from the depths of his soul. You bastard. His horror was instantly replaced by an overwhelming desire for retribution. He would make that bastard pay for this. However, the man was nowhere to be found. Atticus's gaze swept around the space, but he couldn't find him anywhere. His head snapped to the side, only to see that Avalon was no longer on the ground. Before Atticus could comprehend the situation, the same scene replayed itself. The darkness receded, and Atticus saw the same man pointing the gun toward someone's head. But this time, it wasn't Avalon. Instead, it was the battered figure of Ember, her doll-like face twisted with intense anger. The man flashed Atticus another maniacal grin before he could process what was happening. And then, bang! Ember fell to the floor, lifeless. Wada. Atticus's mouth trembled, his mind unable to form a coherent thought. Ember, he muttered after a few seconds, but this time, 2 streaks of tears fell from his eyes. Atticus didn't have time to feel any other emotion before the scene changed again, and Caldor appeared in place of Ember, another loud bang echoing. Atticus's heart froze, his whole body paralyzed as the scene continued to change, with the figure being shot and killed switching every moment. He saw Aurora, Zoe, Nate, Lucas, and the other Ravenstein youths getting killed in front of him. And each time he saw that maniacal grin and heard the gunshot, it felt as though something inside him shattered. Atticus felt his grip on his mind slipping, as if something was trying to engulf his will. But he didn't try to fight it. There was only hopelessness in his eyes. All his efforts, all his sleepless nights and hard work to get stronger, were meant to protect those dear to him, no matter the cost. But it was as though everything was for naught. He couldn't do a single thing while everyone got killed in front of him. Atticus didn't resist. He could feel his will being taken away from him. But then, he saw the next scene. It was just like the others. A gun was pointed toward the battered and bloodied figure of a person, and the man flashed Atticus a maniacal grin. However, there was a slight difference this time. This time, the figure was his mother, Anastasia. And unlike the other people, she had a warm smile on her face as she stared at Atticus despite her terrible situation. Only one thought came to his mind at that moment. It's just like her. It was just like Anastasia to act like a caring and loving mother to him, even though she was at death's door. She would always, without fail, put him as the priority in every instance. She was his mother. It felt as though a flame lit up within him, a small light amidst an endless darkness. The lifelessness on Atticus's face began to fade, and his arms tightened so hard that blood dripped from them. What was he doing? What the hell was he doing? His family loved him just as much as he loved them. None of them would hesitate to sacrifice themselves for him. Why the hell was he here brooding while they were being killed? So what if he had no power to stop it? He would get that power. A palpable red aura erupted from Atticus, the entire space trembling. It seemed as though the darkness around him was a barrier encompassing the whole space, and something was trying to get in, slamming against it repeatedly. Soon enough, the barrier crumbled, and an intense red wave burst into the space. For the first time ever, the man holding the gun showed a different expression, his face becoming serious. However, Atticus had already moved. A streak of blue blitzed forward, reaching the man, katana slashing horizontally with intense momentum. The man only had time to show slight surprise before a small smile appeared on his face. The katana struck through, and his head was separated from his body. Atticus sheathed his katana as the body dropped to the ground, the head rolling lifelessly away. The red wave continued to engulf the space, and Atticus turned his gaze toward Anastasia's kneeling figure on the floor. She still had the same warm smile on her face. The cold expression on Atticus's face melted, and he smiled warmly. "Thank you, Mom," Atticus muttered as he saw Anastasia's reassuring nod before she scattered into motes of light. She was just a figment of his imagination, and yet, she acted exactly as she would have in reality. Atticus took a deep breath. Both Anastasia and the bastard man had already disappeared, and the red wave was filling the space around him. He replayed everything that had just happened in his head, trying to solidify his newfound mindset. Atticus had gained something valuable today. Something important to assemble, an image he could imagine anytime he felt unsure about anything. Something that would keep him fighting no matter what. Something that would remind him of what he was fighting for. Atticus envisioned the perfect image of Anastasia smiling, and the remaining parts of the darkness barrier shattered like broken glass. The red wave engulfed Atticus entirely, and he felt his mind clearing. Atticus's eyes snapped open, only to find himself standing in the middle of the pit-turned Colosseum. I didn't move. He quickly observed his surroundings and saw the sovereign watching him with a small smile. Behind the sovereign stood Niall, fully healed and with his head bowed. In record time, amazing. The sovereign's voice pulled Atticus out of his reverie, and he realized the situation. The sovereign was looking at him like a priceless treasure. I see. It was all in my mind, Atticus realized. It was all in your mind, and you were able to overcome it. Once again, congratulations. Atticus didn't feel any happiness at the sovereign's words. Instead, he asked something that had been bothering him. What would have happened if I hadn't recovered and fought back? Simple. Your will would have been swallowed up by mine, and my will would have become yours. A complete takeover, the sovereign finished speaking with a smile. He's really crazy, huh? Atticus thought in disbelief. He had come so close to being taken over by this madman. Anyway, that's not important right now. Unleash your exosuit. Atticus had been so baffled by the situation that he had forgotten to assess his changes. But he decided to do as the sovereign asked first. Atticus focused on the stump on his chest, and it instantly responded to his call. Tiny pentagon-shaped objects streamed out and engulfed his whole body, a red shroud covering his face. Let's test it in battle. Nile, follow the earlier rules and spar with him. Yes, Sovereign, Nile replied, having learned his lesson about never questioning the sovereign, especially when it came to this human boy. However, that didn't mean he couldn't make a request. Sovereign, does it mean the bet is still in effect? You're finally using your head, Nile. Good job, the sovereign praised. Sure, I'll include this spar too. But if he lands a hit, you automatically lose. Yes, Sovereign, Nile accepted and walked to one side of the area. Well, good luck, the sovereign said and suddenly ascended, leaving the duo behind. Afterward, Atticus walked and stood across from Nile. His face was covered, but he was calm. The sharp, metallic hiss of his katana sliding from its sheath echoed through the area as Atticus faced Nile. Nile was emitting a domineering aura, even more so than before. His armor made of roots had already covered his entire body, and two long curved blades formed on both his arms. Neither spoke a word, but they both instinctively knew when it was time to move. They both disappeared, an intense shockwave spreading out the next second as they collided. A figure shot back at blinding speed, slamming into the other side of the pit-turned Colosseum with a brutal impact. However, it hadn't been the expected person. How? Nile's gaze trembled, disbelief coloring his features as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. He had just been punched. How the hell hadn't he seen it? He immediately banished the notion from his mind, convinced it had to be a fluke. But reality hit hard. The sound of the atmosphere tearing resounded, followed by a blitzing punch suddenly filling his entire vision before landing on his face with intense power. Nile's head snapped back with tremendous force, the wall behind him imploding into bits. He felt his brain rattle from the impact. However, despite limiting his strength to Grandmaster rank, his body was still at Grandmaster plus rank. Although the punch had been intense, he could still take it. But reacting to it was a different story altogether. The rapid, fracturing sounds of the air echoed as Atticus's fists rained down in a torrent of cataclysmic punches. Each punch impacted Nile's body with the weight of the world, driving him deeper into the wall. Atticus moved like a phantom. Although he was floating in front of Nile, unleashing brutal punches, his entire body appeared as a blur. He was utilizing his full power without any restraint. Every single ounce of mana he used was replenished by the suit's passive ability to siphon the surrounding mana. He didn't even feel any exhaustion. The force of each punch kept increasing as the suit absorbed the impact and doubled the force. He had long since sheathed his katana. As soon as he moved, Atticus realized he didn't need it anymore. In all, the Grandmaster rank Nile was thoroughly overwhelmed by the onslaught. Despite his ability to think, Nile desperately tried to control the thick roots to pierce Atticus from behind, but they were diced into pieces before they could even reach him. This went on for minutessa, a short time for many, but for Nile and Atticus, whose sense of time was different, it felt like an eternity. Then, the inevitable happened. Atticus felt something in his mind. It was like a tiny insect trying to burrow its way into his brain. But the process hadn't even started yet. In his mindscape, the exosuit's consciousness, which had seemed like a harmless blob to Atticus, was now anything but. Its figure had morphed into a large drill-like machine, with its tip spinning at intense speed, a dark aura emanating from its entire figure as it slowly approached a large crimson ball in the middle of the space. This was Atticus's will at its rawest level, and it was what the exosuit's consciousness had been attacking. While it had generally been biding its time just as the sovereign said, Every time Atticus used the exosuit, it gained easy access to this space. It suddenly paused and stopped moving as though observing the crimson ball. It seemed to sense that something was wrong. The large ball appeared way bigger than the last time it had attacked, and it looked thicker too. But its every instinct was to consume, so it didn't think much of it and continued to approach. However, as it neared the crimson ball, the unexpected happened. The whole space shook, and the crimson ball erupted, immediately engulfing the exosuit's consciousness. A scream as intense as it was guttural resounded in Atticus's mindscape. The exosuit's consciousness lost its drill-like shape, turning back into a small, harmless-looking blob. But it writhed in pain as though it were burning. While this scene played out, Atticus's bombardment remained undisturbed. His expression didn't change despite knowing everything that was happening in his mind. However, it couldn't go on forever. A chuckle resounded across the area, and Atticus suddenly found himself unable to move. The sovereign descended, separating the two. A loud and intense laughter echoed across the area as the sovereign laughed without any care in the world. The situation had simply been that amusing to him. He had just praised Niall for using his head, and the latter had been so confident in his power. However, who would have thought what just happened would actually occur? If it were possible, Niall's face would have turned an intense shade of red by now. He was too embarrassed to remain in the area, but unfortunately, he couldn't leave. The sovereign laughed some more at Niall's reaction before becoming serious. The bet is over, and the winner has been decided. Do you have any objections? Niall clenched his fist hard. I lost the bet. He had lost and would have to become Atticus's slave. It was unnerving as something he never expected would happen in his life. No, Sovereign, Niall bowed and responded. Good. The sovereign nodded and turned to Atticus. So, how was it? The red shroud covering Atticus's face suddenly disappeared, revealing his expression. Ia felt it. In my head. It was trying to pierce through my will, Atticus replied. And how did your will react? It engulfed and burned it, Atticus said, his voice steady. The sovereign smiled. Ah, how envious. I wish my will were as vengeful and unyielding as yours, burning red. The sovereign felt a tinge of jealousy toward Atticus's will. Not many in the whole of Eldoralth possessed the intense red-colored will that Atticus had. But those who did were known to be unforgiving and extremely vengeful. More importantly, their will had properties that reflected their owner's nature. The exosuit's consciousness and the Psyquillan youth that Atticus had battled during his first division battle had experienced this firsthand. Atticus's will reacted violently and seemed to have burning properties. Atticus, paying no further attention to the sovereign, focused inward to assess his changes. It feels like I have more control over the suit, he thought. Atticus could feel every inch of the suit, and he sensed that he now had absolute control over it. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to release the red shroud over his face alone without removing the entire exosuit. But now, he could do it and more. Atticus decided to check the numbers instead of relying on feelings alone. Status, he called out, and a holographic display appeared in front of him. Character profile. Name, Atticus Ravenstein. Age, 16. Gender, male. Race, human. Attributes. Strength, 589 greater than 650. Agility, 607 greater than 688. Endurance, 619 greater than 701. Vitality, 634 greater than 735. Intelligence, 65 greater than 69. Perception, 54 greater than 60. Charm, 50. Will, 49 greater than 65. Level, Master New. Talent, Mythical. Bloodline, Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 3. Fire, 97.3 greater than 97.7%. Air, 97.1 greater than 97.5%. Water, 97.5 greater than 97.8%. Earth, 97 greater than 97.4%. Light, 83.4 greater than 84.5%. Darkness, 85.3 greater than 86%. Lightning, 84.5 greater than 85.6%. Ice, 83.9 greater than 84.8%. Level 2. Space, 31.6 greater than 33.2%. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Pending. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Master greater than master plus. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert plus. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Expert. His stats were looking good. Atticus found it hard to estimate the depth of his growth since entering the abyssal chasm. Initially skeptical about entering, he now thanked his stars that he did. He couldn't wait to see the look on Magnus' face when he emerged from the chasm. A smile spread across Atticus' face as he tried to imagine that stoic and ever-serious man showing a surprised expression. His most improved stat was his will, which had risen by a magnificent 16 points. But something still bothered Atticus. Do these current stats mean I'm as strong as a Grandmaster? Atticus pondered, trying to gauge his strength. It felt absurd. Sure, Aerokinesis and Burst were very overpowered, but bridging the gap between a Master rank and a Grandmaster seemed impossible. And yet, he had overwhelmed Nile, who had limited his strength. Sure, if Nile had used his domain, things would have been different, but at the same time, Atticus felt there was more to it. I don't think I've ever fought someone at my rank without using the katana arts and aerokinesis. I haven't checked where my passive strength lies compared to others at my rank. Atticus resolved to do this after he got out. It would help him determine the actual reason for his power. However, it seemed it wouldn't be as easy as he thought. The Sovereign suddenly clapped his hands together. All right, my star actor, now that I've helped you overcome your problem, it's only fair you help me with something, right? Atticus paused. He knew this was coming after everything, but the only thing he didn't know was what the Sovereign would ask of him. However, he was no slave. While he was grateful, he had no intention of doing something he didn't want to do. The Sovereign noticed the tension in the air and smiled. There's no doubt about it, this boy is crazy. Atticus' demeanor told him everything he needed to know about his state of mind. The boy was actually telling a paragon that he couldn't force him to do anything. The Sovereign wanted to laugh out loud. Don't worry, cub, I'm sure you'd love what I'm about to ask you to do. The Sovereign snapped his fingers, and Atticus suddenly found himself enveloped in intense darkness. He wasn't in the pit-turned Colosseum anymore. Isn't this the cave? Atticus vividly remembered the darkness of the cave he had first entered in the chasm. Why am I here? Atticus wondered, and he got his answer quickly. A voice sounded in his head, the Sovereign's voice. Human cub, some pests invaded my world, and I was just about to take care of them before you arrived. Then I got the best idea of the century. Why don't I let my star actor handle this matter? It should be fine, though. The pests are well hated among you humans anyway. Good luck, and be careful. Before Atticus could fully comprehend what was happening, a swirling portal suddenly opened about 30 meters ahead of him, and 3 figures emerged from it. I'm getting tired of these endless food runs, one of them sighed, resting his head on his hands clasped behind him. We don't have a choice, dumbass. What are we going to eat if we don't hunt? Those bastards said they couldn't deliver supplies to us for now, another figure responded dismissively. I dare you to call me a dumbass again. The first figure's gaze narrowed as he unleashed his killing intent. However, the second figure didn't back down and did the same. But before they could attack each other, a third voice intervened. Quit it, you two. We don't have time for your bullshit. Let's just kill some beasts and get back quickly. The bulky man who spoke seemed to be the leader among them. Hearing this, the duo quieted down, clicking their tongues in annoyance. The portal closed behind the trio, and they began moving quickly through the caves. However, none of them noticed the white-haired figure hiding in the shadows as they passed by. Atticus didn't move or speak, but his gaze was so cold it could freeze an ocean. Those 3 guys. They were wearing sleeveless tops, but that wasn't what Atticus focused on. They made no attempt to hide the tattoo on each of their arms, an insignia. An insignia that Atticus could never forget, the Obsidian Order. Atticus took a deep breath. So this is where they were hiding. They had scoured the whole of Sector 3 and never found any of them. So this was where they were hiding. Atticus calmed his racing heart. This is why he said I wouldn't mind. There was no way Atticus could say no to this. He had a history with the Obsidian Order that he had no intention of ever forgetting. He would be going against his nature otherwise. From their conversation, it looks like they went to hunt for food, and those bastards. Atticus recalled one of them mentioning that the supplies that usually got delivered to them had suddenly stopped. It has to be because of the Aegis ship above the chasm. Which means they're getting support from the outside. Only one of the tiered families should be able to support such a large group and also move and remain undetected. Which one is it? Atticus had his suspicions but decided to leave this matter for later. I should focus on how to get through that portal. Atticus' mind worked quickly. 3 people had come out of the portal. The 2 behind were at the master rank, while their leader was at the master rank. There were no guards in sight, but Atticus knew he had to take many precautions. He carefully formed a plan in his mind and soon decided on his next course of action. Instead of following the group, he waited patiently in the darkness. His patience soon paid off as the trio returned from their hunt after a few hours, surprisingly with nothing in hand. They must have found a way to get past the storage space restriction, Atticus concluded. The trio was covered in blood, but they appeared uninjured. Finally, I can't wait to get a shower and eat. Having fun at the whorehouse also wouldn't be a bad idea, hee. The one who had just spoken was Atticus' target. He was the same person who had complained earlier. He was walking behind the group and was the perfect target. Atticus hid in the darkness, carefully watching as the trio walked past him, his mind replaying his assessment. The darkness beasts of the caves were still everywhere, and it seemed the group had learned to coexist with them. Atticus was certain that none of the 3 possessed the darkness element and thus could not see in the dark. This meant they were relying solely on their perception to navigate. Earlier, before they passed him, Atticus had realized all of this and used the principle of perception against them. Their perception worked by detecting the mana's reaction to objects in the air. Now that Atticus had reached the master rank, his control over mana had become so advanced that it even surprised him. The exosuit made this control even more precise. Once again, Atticus applied the principle of the ethereal cloak here. The mana in the air reacted to objects because they had different properties and natures. So, what if Atticus engulfed himself in mana that had the same signature and properties as the surrounding air? There would be no reaction, but this would make him appear as a large cluster of mana, which would be suspicious. To counter this, Atticus moved closer to the walls before attempting this technique. Fortunately, the walls and ceiling were covered by darkness beasts, which made it seem as though the walls were naturally covered with mana. This allowed him to go undetected. If Atticus checked his status at this point, he would notice a significant improvement in his ethereal cloak art. The trio passed by, unaware of his presence, and Atticus watched them carefully. To maintain their perception, they had to release pulses of mana into the air. His opportunity to act would be during the brief interval between each pulse. As soon as that moment came, he moved like a phantom. The tiny pentagon-shaped pieces of the exosuit formed into a sword in his hands. An air barrier subtly formed around him and his target, and before the latter could react, his head was severed from his body. Atticus enveloped the man's body and head inside an air barrier, ensuring no sound or smell escaped, and then silently propelled it back through the cave. Afterward, Atticus mimicked the man's mana structure and walking posture. While master ranks couldn't perceive the skeletal structure with their perception, they could see the mana structure, which essentially reflected the body's shapea. A child's structure would appear as a child, and a man's as a man. Atticus maintained measured steps and followed the unsuspecting duo. They reached a location, a wall devoid of any darkness beasts, and the man stretched his hand forward. A ring on his finger emitted a subtle wave, and a portal suddenly opened. Without wasting a moment, the duo, along with Atticus, stepped through the portal. As Atticus stepped through the portal, it didn't quite feel like teleportation. To him, it was more like passing through a doorway. He was met with an intense white light before the scenery shifted to something truly enchanting. A lush grassland stretched out in every direction, and just ahead, about 100 meters away, was a walled village. The term, village, was used only because of its size, but its structure and buildings looked far more sophisticated. Atticus noted the portal closing behind him just as he finished scanning the entire area. No guards. With this realization, Light molecules began converging around the area, casting an illusion that would deceive any onlookers. In the next moment, the head of the burly man, who was the leader of the group, separated from his body. The last man in the group widened his eyes in shock, but before he could react, he suddenly lost connection to every single one of his limbs. It took a second for the realization to set in, and the shock that enveloped the man as he saw each of his limbs severed was palpable. Atticus created an air barrier around the man's head. As an extra precaution, he also created another barrier with a 30-meter radius, blocking out all sound. They were currently standing on top of a small hill with the village at the bottom. Atticus moved the bodies of the burly man and the limbless man further away from the village, reaching an area with grass that stood over 2 meters tall. This should be perfect. As soon as Atticus saw it, he immediately approached and entered the grassy field. The man who had his limbs cut off was screaming at the top of his lungs as Atticus moved him, but not a single sound escaped the air barrier around his head. It was airtight. Once Atticus had walked a significant distance into the field, the light molecules surrounded him in a 20-meter radius, creating an illusion and making it appear as though nothing was there. Then, he began his work. Atticus was deep in enemy territory and knew nothing about his surroundings. He would have preferred to kill the two, but it was a risky decision, and he needed information. Both men were in the master and master ranks, and Atticus chose to interrogate the master rank. The man was likely to have less mental fortitude than the master rank, plus it would be easier to keep him in check. However, a master rank was still formidable, which was why Atticus was being so careful. He started by taking the ring and other artifacts the leader had used to enter this space and burning his corpse, making sure the limbless man saw everything. The man's eyes widened in fear. Afterward, Atticus's piercing blue eyes fixed themselves on the man, his aura cold. The man flinched, and an overwhelming fear settled deep in his heart. There was something about Atticus, something about his aura that told the man he shouldn't be messed with. Unfortunately for the man, he didn't realize that this was simply one of the effects of Atticus's incredibly high will. It wasn't something someone in the master rank should possess. Atticus's thoughts and feelings were affecting his surroundings, imposing themselves on those around him. Should he feel angry, the people around him would feel that intense anger. And now, Atticus was looking at the man as though he were an insignificant ant. The red shroud covering his face didn't help matters. The man felt small. He felt insignificant. And he felt the need to worship. Seconds passed, and Atticus hadn't uttered a word. This soon changed. You have no more limbs and are currently feeling an incredible amount of pain, but I can assure you that I can make you feel 100 times more pain than this. Think wisely. Atticus spoke without emotion, his words straight to the point. He had never been one to waste time. He gave the frightened man a few seconds to think before continuing. Where am I? A man sat cross-legged on a round mat in the middle of the room. He was clad in a yellow Chinese robe, with raven black hair tied into a ponytail behind him and a well-trimmed goatee. The atmosphere was peaceful and serene, but unfortunately, everything has an end. The man clicked his tongue in irritation as if he knew what was about to happen. The door to the room suddenly burst open, and a man walked in. Alvis, when are we going to leave this accursed place? We've been here for more than 5 years already, and now we don't even get good food anymore. The man sitting in the middle of the room was none other than Alvis, the head of the Obsidian Order in Sector 3. The second man who entered was Ronid, the head of the Order in Sector 4 and the same man who had killed Ariel, Avalon's brother, and Ember as Kaldor's father some years back. A frown appeared on Alvis's lips, and he clicked his tongue in irritation. He spoke, his voice deep. Ronid, I've told you time and again, if you want to leave and get hunted down and killed like a useless dog, then be my guest. But stop interrupting my peaceful time. However, it was as though Ronid didn't even hear anything Alvis said. It's been hell, Alvis. We're the Obsidian Order, we're literally terrorists. When are we going to put those arrogant sons of bitches in their place? Ronid complained. After the incident at the Raven camp, the Obsidian Order had gone into full hiding, trying to rebuild their forces. During that time, they hadn't shown their faces or launched any attacks against the human domain. To Ronid, it had been the worst years of his life. He wasn't the type to remain idle. In fact, although he wouldn't say it, the only reason he joined the Obsidian Order was because he wanted to cause chaos. Alvis inhaled deeply. What an idiot, he thought. Just one of those arrogant sons of bitches almost wiped us all out. When your brain starts functioning properly, you should come back, otherwise, I think it's best you leave. All this could still remember Magnus's overwhelming display of power. They had narrowly escaped before he reached them, but that might not happen again. Ronald ignored all this and sat down in front of him, a frown on his face. It was obvious that they were used to dealing with each other. You know, Alvis, I just want us to return to our former glory. Ever since that incident, we haven't done anything, and those bastards in the other sectors refuse to come to our aid. Rotten bitches. The Obsidian Order had branches in every sector of the human domain, and even though the branches in sectors 3 and 4 had almost been wiped out, the other branches refused to offer any help. Alvis sighed. Why can't he just leave me alone? Seeing that Ronald had no intention of leaving, Alvis shook his head before responding. The branches have always maintained autonomy, and you know it's only that man who can bring us all together. And I've constantly told you, Ronald, have patience. We've been trying to build up our forces for years to find the right time to strike. Yeah, right, that's what you've been saying for years. When will that right time come? Alvis sighed. He had really hoped to keep this from Ronald because he knew how extra the man could be, but he really wanted his peaceful time back. Listen, before the communication with the Vermore family went dead, I was briefed on the ongoing matters in the human domain. Darius had informed us to be ready to act at any moment. To act? Yes. The tension between the Ravenstein family and many of the Tier 1 families will soon reach its peak. A war is inevitable. Our time to strike will come when this happens. Really? Ronald screamed at the top of his lungs, jumping up. The thought of all the chaos about to occur excited him to the core. Yes. The Alvarian family is already moving. A war with the Ravensteins is expected to happen soon. Ronald grinned. He didn't even care about the fact that Alvis had kept this from him. Instead, he was more excited about the possibility of putting the Ravensteins in their place. After all the incidents with them, he wanted nothing more than their eradication. As he imagined everything, suddenly and without warning, Ronald started laughing out loud, his voice so loud that Alvis was forced to block his ears. Afterward, he turned and left the room without saying another word. Alvis stared at the door Ronald had just left through with cold eyes. He hadn't told Ronald everything. The reason for all the hatred toward the Ravenstein family was because of one boy, that same boy who had supposedly defeated his disciple 5 years ago. Atticus Ravenstein. I should have killed that boy when I had the chance. At the very least, he was a great help this time around, but he's growing too fast. I'll have to kill him after he leaves the academy. With that in mind, Alvis closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Hours had passed since Atticus entered this new world, and he stood with a cold gaze atop a hill, staring down at the village below. What's my next course of action? During these hours, Atticus had been extracting information from the man he had captured earlier. It went without saying that it had been a valuable session, but at the same time, it had left Atticus feeling unsatisfied in the end. The first question Atticus had asked was where he was. The abyssal chasm felt like a world separate from the human domain, but this space felt the same. It felt like a world distinct from the abyssal chasm. Atticus doubted the Obsidian Order had someone who could create worlds, and this fact was confirmed as the man explained. They were currently inside an artifact, one that even paragons couldn't detect. It was a powerful artifact that enabled a world with its own ecosystem to be built within it. Atticus went ahead and asked other questions about the situation. Although he was already certain, he confirmed that they were indeed the Obsidian Order and that it was this group that had attacked the Raven camp. Atticus maintained a cool head when he found that out and continued asking his questions. What had they been up to for the past 5 years? What was the status of the village, like who was the most powerful in their numbers? What were their scouting capabilities and the ways to enter the village? For the first question, the man had insisted that it was nothing, something Atticus found hard to believe. They had been hiding in the abyssal chasm for years now and hadn't attacked or done anything in the human domain. He had also claimed that he had no idea of their next plans, an answer that made Atticus inflict a world of pain on him. But eventually, he had to move past that. The answer to the next question had left Atticus feeling a bit skeptical about entering the village. Just as he had expected, the leaders of the Obsidian Order in Sector 3 and Sector 4 were present, and both of them were at the Grandmaster plus rank a level Atticus doubted he could bridge as he currently was. The number of people in the village numbered in the thousands, a stark contrast to their numbers before the war with the Ravensteins. They hadn't slacked off when it came to recruiting more people into their ranks. There were far too many people unsatisfied with the way the tiered families ruled, so this much was expected, considering the utmost secrecy. The next question had been about their scouting capabilities and ways to enter the village. Afterwards, Atticus asked the question he had been wanting to ask since he saw the trio, which family was supporting them from the outside. This had been what left Atticus feeling dissatisfied because as soon as he asked that question, Atticus saw the man's gaze narrow and an insane amount of mana start gathering around his mana core. Atticus had reacted instantly, focusing on the ice element and freezing the man. Afterwards, he had immediately killed him off. He was useless at that point. If Atticus unfroze him, aside from the nerve damage, he was due to explode. As Atticus stared at the village, he replayed everything he knew about it. They're divided into three main forces: the scouts, the hunters, and the main fighting force. Although they numbered 1,000 in the village, Atticus was only focused on the people who were at least master rank. The others were only cannon fodder. Each of the forces he mentioned now had the most concentration of master ranks and basically their fighting force. I should handle these three before anything else. Does this world have knights? Atticus stared at the bright sun in the sky. The best time to infiltrate the village would be at night. Although he had lots of camouflage abilities, attacking during the daytime carried huge risks. The human domain was filled with people of different bloodliness who knew what might happen. Atticus decided to wait and see if the sun would set. If it didn't, he would find another way. Fortunately, after hours passed, the sun dipped below the horizon. Atticus made his move. The darkness element heated his command and engulfed him as he shot down the hill, reaching the bottom in under a second. The first I have to handle are the scouts. They're at the top of the walls and roam around the village discreetly, he thought. Atticus hadn't been able to get an exact number on them, but there were about 50, and they were all trained assassins, so he resolved to be careful. Reaching the tall walls, Atticus noticed some lights above. His gaze narrowed as he allowed himself to float upwards, silently reaching the top of the fence. The dim light from a magical artifact barely illuminated the top of the wall, where 10 men were huddled together around a small, makeshift table. They were each members of the Obsidian Order, slender-looking veterans with intense gazes, men who had seen their share of battles. Yet tonight, they were indulging in a game of poker. The air was filled with tension, but there was also a sense of boredom, as if they were weary of their current circumstances. Come on, boys, this is my lucky hand. A tall man with a scar running down his cheek said, grinning as he laid down his cards. The others immediately groaned in unison as he revealed a winning hand, scooping up the pile of coins and notes scattered across the table. The human domain had long since stopped using paper and coins for money, but these men were obviously trying to keep the game as realistic as possible. Again, Rorik, you always win. Another man, shorter with a bald head, complained, throwing his cards onto the table in frustration. Rorik chuckled, his grin widening as he shoved the money into his pocket. What can I say? Luck's on my side tonight. Maybe next time you'll catch a break, Argus. Argus glared at him but said nothing, simply crossing his arms and leaning back against the wall. The others began to grumble, shuffling their cards for the next round. A third man, who had a thick beard and a thin build, suddenly leaned forward, his eyes darting around nervously. Hey, you guys hear something? The group fell silent, ears straining to catch any noise in the night. They were all veteran assassins and knew to take any sign of unease with the utmost seriousness. However, after a long moment of uneasy quiet, one of the men laughed and slapped the bearded man on the back. Relax, Ulrich, the man said, his voice filled with sarcasm. What's there to hear? We're in the middle of nowhere, inside this stupid artifact. The only way in is with the ring, and if anyone even thinks about using it, Grandmaster Alvis would know instantly. So unless you're scared of your own shadow, I'd say you're hearing things. Ulrich frowned, glancing toward the village below. I don't know, something just feels off. That hunting squad left hours ago, and they haven't come back yet. They should have returned by now. Another man, sitting at the edge of the group with a scar across his lip, snorted and shook his head. Probably dead by now, he said with a smirk, tossing a coin up in the air and catching it. What did you expect? This place isn't exactly a walk in the park. They probably ran into something nasty out there. And besides, if they are dead, it's just a few less mouths to feed, The Obsidian Order had always been filled with the deranged. None of them really cared about each other. The others chuckled at that, but Ulrich's unease only deepened. He leaned closer, his voice low and tense. I'm serious. We haven't had any issues like this for months. And now, suddenly, a squad goes missing. Something's not right. Bah, you worry too much, Rorik said, dismissing Ulrich's concerns with a wave of his hand. Like I said, the only way in or out of here is with the ring. And if anyone tried anything, Grandmaster Alvis would know right away. We're as safe as can be. Now, stop your fretting and focus on the game. Yeah, Ulrich, Argus chimed in with a grin. Besides, it's not like you're gonna win anyway, so maybe you should start worrying about your luck instead. The group burst into laughter, their voices echoing across the quiet night. Ulrich, though still on guard, couldn't help but join in, shaking his head at the ridiculousness of it all. But their laughter was short-lived. In an instant, the darkness around them thickened, and before any of them could react, Atticus struck. The first to go was Rorik, a silent blade of darkness slicing through his throat, his lifeless body slumping forward onto the table, coins spilling from his pocket. The others barely had time to gasp as shadows engulfed them, each man falling to Atticus's silent, deadly assault. Ulrich, who had been on guard in the first place, was the first to react. He immediately attempted to escape and shout a warning. Intrua, but his voice was cut off as tendrils of darkness wrapped around his throat, choking the life out of him. Within seconds, the laughter had turned to silence, the game of poker now a scene of death. Atticus stood over the bodies, his cold gaze sweeping across the carnage he had just unleashed. Not a single drop of blood had been spilled on the table or the ground, every kill precise, calculated. He allowed the darkness to recede and cover the immediate area around him, leaving him standing alone on the wall, the bodies of the scouts strewn around him like discarded toys. That's 10 down. They were all master ranks and look like they're on the weaker side. The stronger ones must be inside the village, Atticus thought. He scanned the area, noting that these were all the scouts on the wall. They were probably meant to be scattered around the wall but had grown used to slacking off due to the lack of threats. The first part of his mission was complete. With the scouts on top of the wall eliminated, Atticus's path into the village was now unobstructed. He glanced once more at the village below, his mind already planning his next move. He had to take care of all the scouts in the village before beginning his massacre. For now, the night belonged to him. Atticus wrapped each body in a cluster of darkness before propelling them far away from the village. Then, he vanished into the shadows, slipping deeper into the heart of the village. The night had only just begun. Atticus had one of the strangest hunts of his life. It was deep into the night, and luckily, the streets were mostly deserted. He could hear some activities inside the buildings, but those weren't his focus for now. Just like with the scouts on the walls, Atticus was looking for men with slender bodies and an aura of death around them. After moving around for a bit, he soon encountered a peculiar scene. Standing atop a tall building, he looked down to see a man lying in a hammock strung between two trees. The man was snoring loudly, clearly deep in a dream, with a peaceful smile on his face. However, the man fit all the characteristics of the scouts. Atticus dropped down and approached silently, listening as the scout murmured in his sleep. Ah, yesa, the perfect life a farma fresh ira chickensa mima sweet corna. Atticus raised an eyebrow, listening to the scout's ramblings. The man shifted slightly, pulling his blanket tighter around him as he continued to dream. No more orders, no more yelling, just me, and my crops Atticus almost felt bad for interrupting what sounded like the best dream this scout had ever had. But it was almost. With a swift motion, he reached out, a shadowy tendril severing the ropes holding the hammock up. The scout's eyes snapped open as he fell to the ground with a loud thud, his dream shattered. What the scout began, but before he could finish, his vision tilted. It took a second for it to set in, but his head had been severed. The man couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. His beautiful farm life. The last thing he saw before his life left him was the figure of a man clad in a black suit, a red shroud covering his face. Atticus felt no pity, his expression unchanged. He controlled the earth to swallow the corpse whole and immediately continued his movement. After killing that scout, Atticus encountered another strange scene. He was sneaking through the village when he heard a voice coming from a small outhouse near a cluster of small buildings. Given the current age and technology, it was an odd sight no matter how Atticus looked at it. However, considering their current circumstances, he found it somewhat understandable. Atticus paused and approached, listening to the muffled conversation. It took him a moment to realize that there was only one voice. This scout was talking to himself while taking care of business. Man, it's been a rough day, the scout groaned from inside the outhouse. First, those idiots on the wall get all the fun, and what do I get? Latrine duty. Again. Like I'm the only one who knows how to protect a toilet. There was a sound of grumbling and shifting. And what's with that smell? I'm in here every day, and I still can't get used to it. Honestly, sometimes I think the real enemy is in here with me. Maybe I should just quit the order and open a shop. How hard could it be to sell something like, I don't know, perfumes? Anything to get away from this stink. Atticus shook his head, completely baffled. He hated the Obsidian Order to the core, but he couldn't help but find its members to be extremely strange people with even stranger dreams. First, it was opening a farm, and now perfumes. The scout's lamentations were almost enough to make him pity the man. Almost. The door to the outhouse suddenly slid open slightly, and the scout peeked out, still grumbling. I swear, if one more person tells me Toa. His words were cut short as Atticus appeared in front of him, a pitch-black blade in hand. The scout's eyes went wide, but before he could scream, his head fell from his body, quickly and quietly, leaving the body slumped against the building's door. Atticus quickly acted, burying the man deep in the earth before continuing his movements. However, it didn't take long for him to encounter another strange scene, one that almost made Atticus lose his composure. As he moved deeper into the village, he came across a lone scout sitting by a fire, staring into the flames with a look of deep contemplation. The man was mumbling to himself, his expression one of profound existential dread, as though he saw no point to life. What's the point of it all? The scout muttered, poking the fire with a stick. I joined the Obsidian Order for glory, for power, but all I do is stand around guarding this stupid village. And for what? So some Grand Master can play at being a god in his little pocket world. The scout sighed deeply, dropping the stick into the fire. Maybe I should just leave. Start a farm somewhere, grow some crops, live a simple life, but then what if there's more to life than that? What if I'm meant for something greater? Or maybe I'm just a pawn in someone else's game. What the hell is going on with these people? Atticus thought, noticing a pattern. If he had to guess, he would say they were all tired of their inactivity for more than 5 years. This man was clearly struggling with his purpose and was caught in a spiral of self-doubt and confusion. However, he had already made the worst mistake of his life, ending up as Atticus' enemy. Atticus stepped out of the shadows, and the scout turned to face him, eyes widening in surprise. Whoa, who are you? Atticus didn't answer. Instead, he made a swift, fluid motion, and the scout's existential crisis was brought to an abrupt end. The man fell backward, his body slumping into the dirt, leaving the fire to crackle on without him. Atticus followed the same routine, burying the scout's body before continuing his mission. After that incident, he encountered several more strange scenes. One involved a scout having fun with a random woman in an alleyway. Many might disapprove of what Atticus did next, calling it too cruel. But Atticus had always been ruthless. He had meant every word when he claimed he would eradicate the Obsidian Order. It wasn't just empty bravado, it was the simple truth. Atticus didn't just kill the scout, he killed the woman too. Although she was weak, barely at the novice plus rank, her affiliation with his enemy was reason enough for him. He didn't need to consider anything else. Afterward, he came across a scene that, if he were honest, he was surprised he hadn't encountered sooner, given everything that had happened. He stumbled upon a scout staggering in the middle of an alleyway, a bottle in hand, singing off-key to the night sky. The great Obsidian Order Hika undefeated unbloody defeated. The man warbled, swaying on his feet. He took a swig from his bottle, only to miss his mouth entirely, spilling half the contents down his front. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like booze, Atticus didn't waste a second before severing the man's head and burying him. He then moved swiftly through the village, killing every scout he encountered, whether they were acting strangely or not. But at some point, Atticus's targets expanded beyond just the scouts. After killing that woman, he had already made an inward decision. He was going to kill every single living being in this space. And so, he began targeting everyone he saw outside. The moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the village as Atticus moved like a devil, reaping the lives of many. Soon enough, after traversing the village multiple times, there was no one left outside. Atticus stopped and stood atop a high building, overlooking a large structure below. The scouts should all be dead. It's time to move to the next target, the hunters. I have to be quick before anyone comes out and notices how deserted the streets are. Atticus had killed and buried everyone outside. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would realize something was wrong if they saw how empty the village had become. This urgency drove Atticus to move swiftly. The darkness engulfed him as he descended. The structure of the village was quite simple. A large mansion towered over all the other buildings in the middle of the village. After all his reconnaissance, Atticus had determined the locations of everyone. The two Grand Masters, who were his biggest concern, resided in the mansion, so he hadn't even dared to approach that area. On the south side of the village were the scouts' living quarters. Atticus had personally checked the area and found it empty, as all the scouts were dispatched at night to patrol. On the east side of the village was where the main fighting force of the order was stationed. In the north were the recruits, those not yet capable enough to join any group. This area was simply a cluster of small buildings. Finally, there was the west side, Atticus's current target, where the hunters were situated. Atticus moved silently through the shadows, his figure practically invisible as he approached the enormous circular building that housed the hunters. The structure was massive, its stone walls thick and tall, but fortunately, the windows, which glowed with bright light, were see-through. He could see every single thing occurring inside. The sounds of boisterous laughter and shouting echoed out of the building, but Atticus remained focused, his mind working. He crouched low beneath one of the windows, carefully peering inside. The interior was as he expected. A large, open hall with tables arranged haphazardly in a circle around a roaring fire in the center. It was another scene Atticus found truly odd. What was the purpose of the fire exactly? The hunters were scattered around the tables, drinking heavily and boasting of their latest kills, their weapons laid casually beside them. Despite the late hour, they seemed to have no intention of going to sleep. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and smoke, and the atmosphere was one of recklessness. It was obvious that the 5 years of inactivity had deeply affected them. That's about 200 people, Atticus noted. He noticed a small side door at the side of the building. That's probably the kitchen, he thought, seeing that it was slightly open, with a soft, flickering light coming from within. Without hesitation, he approached and slipped through the door. He immediately found himself in a kitchen that was dimly lit, the smell of roasted meat filling the air. The only occupants were, surprisingly, 2 women, a teenage girl and an older woman. The teenage girl closely resembled the older woman, leading Atticus to believe they were mother and daughter or somehow related. They were both working silently, the mother serving out the drinks and food while the girl appeared to be the waitress. However, Atticus immediately noticed their tired and lifeless expressions. Atticus stayed hidden, watching as the girl carried a tray of drinks out to the main hall, her hands trembling slightly. The older woman suddenly paused, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes followed her daughter as she walked, and Atticus immediately saw a flash of worry within them. Atticus could claim he had no idea why he was simply standing there and watching despite being pressed for time, but that would be a lie. He knew deep down what was going on and what was about to happen. What he didn't understand, though, was why it was affecting him this way. In the hall, the hunters' voices grew louder as they continued to drink. The teenage girl approached one of the tables, setting down the tray with a nervous smile. She was dressed as modestly as a woman could dress. It was quite obvious she was trying to cover herself up. One of the hunters, a large, rough-looking man with scars all over his muscular arms, suddenly reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist, pulling her closer. "Come here, girl," he slurred, his grip tightening. "Let's see a smile, No need to be so scared. We're all friends here." The girl's lips trembled, and her eyes flashed with anger, but she held it all in, saying nothing. The hunter leered at her, pulling her onto his lap. That was the last straw. "Let go of me." Her hand flew and landed on the man's cheek with a resounding smack. The hall went silent, every single eye focused on the scene. The silence lasted for a few seconds before the sound of muffled laughter began. This didn't last long, as the entire hall erupted in boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, Jeff, you got hit on the face by a girl. One of the men sitting at the same table as the man joked, causing the others to laugh even louder. The girl had long since stood up from the man's lap, backing up slowly with an angry expression on her face. The man seemed to be in a daze before suddenly snapping out of it. He had just been slapped. He was shocked beyond words, but this soon turned to anger as the sound of his colleagues laughing at him registered. You bitch. The man shot up and approached the girl with large strides, his hand raised, causing her to flinch and instinctively crouch down, dropping her head. Just as he was about to strike her, a figure stepped between them, and the sound of a resounding smack echoed through the hall. The teenage girl raised her head, her eyes widening. Mom, she called out. The woman had stepped forward and had taken the slap in place of her daughter. With a pained expression, she bowed and spoke respectfully. Please pardon her foolishness, she's just a child. However, the man sneered. You've got some nerve, old hag. Know your place. He backhanded her across the face with brutal force, sending her sprawling to the ground. The girl gasped, rushing to her mother's side. Mom, she cried, her voice trembling. The older woman winced, holding her cheek, but she quickly pulled her daughter behind her, stood up, and bowed deeply. Please forgive us, master. The laughter in the hall soon quieted down before another man spoke up. Bah, Jeff, she's just a girl. If you're finding it hard to keep your crotch in check, go find someone your own size. Jeff clicked his tongue, glaring at the bowing mother in front of him. Get me a refill, he demanded before sitting back down. The woman and her daughter quickly scurried away and entered the kitchen. Mom. The girl tried to clean the blood from her mother's face, but the woman smacked her hand away and stared into her eyes. Listen to me. What you did today was foolish on so many levels. We make ourselves invisible here. Don't argue, don't fight back, always maintain a low profile. Those men killed your father and enslaved us, they won't hesitate to do the unthinkable to you. Promise me it won't happen again. Tears flowed freely down the girl's cheeks as she sniffled before nodding her head. Oh okay, Mom, I promise. Atticus watched as the mother hugged her daughter, his expression unreadable. He couldn't explain why, but there was no mistaking Atticus was seething. His piercing blue eyes turned crimson as they landed on the men laughing loudly in the hall, his aura changing. A massacre was about to unfold. Atticus was the sort of person who would watch a beast devour someone and do absolutely nothing about it, especially if it would compromise his safety. He wouldn't feel sad or guilty, he wouldn't feel anything at all. However, he was currently experiencing a lot of emotions as he stared at the mother and daughter pair. Deep down, Atticus knew exactly why he was feeling this way. It wasn't because it was a young girl, Atticus had never cared about gender. Instead, it was something different. If not for today, even he wouldn't have expected that he had a soft spot for something like this. Why was Atticus feeling this way? Simply put, seeing a mother protect and put her child first despite the situation reminded him of his own mother, Anastasia. He couldn't help but feel pity for the woman. It also made him realize something else. His earlier thinking had been flawed. He had planned on killing everyone in this space and hadn't actually considered the fact that many might be here unwillingly, captured and enslaved. Humans were naturally complex beings, and Atticus was just beginning to understand that. However, there was no doubt about Ida, he was very clear about his next course of action. His eyes, ice cold, turned and landed on the hunters laughing and drinking in the hall without any care in the world. Just as the two women continued serving the food and drinks in the kitchen, the lights in the building flickered, the roaring fire in the middle of the room snuffed out. The hunters, caught up in the boisterous atmosphere, didn't notice at first. But when the lights suddenly went out, plunging the hall into darkness, the laughter died instantly. What the hell? One of the hunters growled, fumbling for a weapon. The others reacted on instinct, and at that moment, they knew something was wrong. They were hunters who had honed their senses over the years. They were used to being the hunters, but they also knew how it felt to be the prey. Before anyone could react, flashes of blue and red light suddenly erupted through the hall, illuminating the room in a chaotic strobe effect. The flashes were accompanied by the sounds of deadly, precise strikes followed by sudden shouts and then the sickening thud of bodies hitting the floor. We're under attack. Someone get to the lights. Ultor. Use your bloodline and let us see this piece of shit. Despite being thoroughly drunk, the intensity of the moment sobered them quickly. Screams filled the air as the hunters scrambled to defend themselves, but it was futile. The only thing they saw was a streak of red before heads were severed and rolled on the ground. Atticus moved like a phantom through the darkness, his blade cutting through the hunters with brutal efficiency and ease. Not a single one of them was able to activate their bloodline or abilities. It seemed as though Atticus knew exactly who was about to utilize mana or any powers and dispatched them before they could do anything. One by one, they fell, unable to see their attacker or understand what was happening. It's okay, the older woman pulled her daughter into a tight hug, both of them huddling together on the kitchen floor as the chaos unfolded. Her voice was steady, but her trembling body betrayed her fear. The attacker was most definitely brutal and seemed to have every intention of killing everyone in the room. The screams echoed continuously, filling the hall with an eerie, unrelenting sound. After a few intense seconds, the lights in the hall suddenly flickered back on, revealing a deafening silence. Neither the mother nor the daughter dared to stand up and check the situation, but soon, the sound of someone being choked reached their ears. The mother clenched her fists, regaining a modicum of composure. She patted her daughter on the head before cautiously peeking through the kitchen window. Her eyes trembled at the scene she witnessed. A figure clad in a tight black suit with a red shroud covering his face stood in the middle of the hall, holding the same man who had just slapped her across the face in a vice grip. The man, Jeff, was undoubtedly bigger and more muscular than this figure, but it didn't matter. Jeff struggled to breathe, his face turning an intense shade of blue. All around this figure, the hall was drenched in crimson blood. More than 200 hunters lay with their heads severed, their lifeless bodies strewn about. A devil. This was the first word that came to her mind. Jeff clawed and thrashed, desperately trying to escape Atticus's grip, but it was futile. The grip tightened, and a resounding crack echoed across the hall. Jeff's lifeless body fell to the floor with a sickening thud. The mother couldn't move, her figure completely frozen in shock. The teenage girl, noticing her mother's reaction, slowly looked up, her eyes widening with disbelief. The hunters were Gonia, every last one of them. Atticus stood at the center of the devastation. His expression was as cold and calculated as ever. He turned and looked at the two women, causing them to flinch. Atticus suddenly began to approach, prompting them to back away in absolute horror. Just as they were about to scream, Atticus disappeared, and they suddenly heard a voice from behind them. Do not scream. The voice was cold and calm, and they immediately obeyed, covering their mouths with their hands instinctively, their bodies trembling. Listen to me carefully. The Obsidian Order is my enemy, and I plan to eradicate every single one of them. I have no intention of killing you too, however, do not mistake me for a hero. Your safety is entirely in your own hands, and I will likely not interfere if you go out and get captured. I suggest you find a safe place to hide. Atticus's aura suddenly turned icy and engulfed the two women, causing them to shake even more violently. Believe me when I say this. If I find out that either of you has betrayed me somehow, I will go to the ends of the earth to ensure your existence ends. As soon as Atticus finished speaking, without another word, he turned and vanished into the night, leaving the trembling mother and daughter behind. Atticus blitzed through the village with intense speed, the darkness masking his every move. I wasted too much time killing the hunters. I should survey the village once more to make sure there's no one outside, he thought, increasing his speed and circling the village. During the few minutes he spent at the hunters' hall, he hoped no one had ventured outside. It was clear to him by now that the inhabitants were complacent and relaxed. His experience with the scouts had made that clear. A completely quiet environment would surely raise suspicion. It took Atticus only a few seconds to circle the village, carefully avoiding the mansion in the center. Seeing no one in sight, he sped towards his next destination on the east side of the village. The eastern part of the village housed the main fighting force of the Obsidian Order, the group with the most significant numbers, excluding the recruits. Upon reaching the location, Atticus immediately noted that it was divided into two sections. On the outer parts, there was a large and expansive training ground surrounded by small buildings that Atticus assumed were likely residential quarters. In contrast, the inner section featured a much larger, more luxurious, and imposing building. Atticus immediately noticed an odd division between these sections. Firstly, A large wall separated the two parts, along with a grand gate that no one in the outer section dared to approach. Atticus found this strange arrangement puzzling at first, but his confusion didn't last long. After observing the people in the outer section for a few minutes, he understood the situation. The people in the outer section were weaker, while those in the inner section were stronger. It was as simple as that. The strong made the rulesa a concept Atticus knew all too well. Having come to this conclusion, Atticus determined his next course of action. The inner section first, he decided. The people in the outer section he had observed were all below the master rank, with the highest being at the expert plus rank. This indicated that the people in the inner section were likely more powerful. He could easily and silently kill those in the outer section, but it would be a problem if anyone from the inner section got wind of his actions. He had no intention of facing a Grand Master Plus directly. After settling on his plan, Atticus sneaked past the hundreds of men and women training and sparring on the training grounds. Unlike the hunters and scouts, these individuals had no laid-back demeanor. Their oars were sharp, and they were ready for battle at any moment. Atticus soon reached the wall separating the two sections and scaled it effortlessly. The wall was a bit far from the large building, and Atticus had to cross a plain, flat field to reach it. There were no covers, but fortunately, he had the darkness on his side. Atticus noted 5 different doors, each in different directions of the building. However, they were all sealed shut, with no one coming in or out. Opening a door without knowing what's on the other side is dangerous, even if I'm invisible. Plus I don't have time to waste, Atticus thought. He knew that opening a door might alert everyone inside to his presence. I won't have the element of surprise because I don't know the situation inside, plus the battle would get loud. I can't risk creating an air barrier this large, especially when the people in the outer section are still there. Should I go for the outer section first, then? He pondered. Since the building in the inner section was completely enclosed with no one in sight, it made sense to use this opportunity to take care of the outer section first. However, Atticus shook his head. If the building was enclosed, it might be just as effective to handle the inner section first. They were practically in a secluded space. Let's check from above, he decided, turning his gaze upwards and ascending to the roof. It won't work, he realized. Unlike what he had expected, the roof was like a large, open, see-through glass. It allowed him to see inside, but getting through it would be difficult. A breaking glass would create far too much noise. But fortunately, Atticus had gotten a glimpse of the interior and noticed that in the large area where everyone was training, there were no visible doors. This meant the doors were likely at the far end, out of easy view. But opening a door was still risky, so Atticus found an alternative. Reaching the ground, Atticus approached the wall beside the door and placed his palm on it. During his lessons in the elemental sanctums, Atticus had learned how to manipulate minerals beyond just earth. The building wasn't made from earth, but it was constructed from a sturdy material that he could fortunately manipulate. The wall swirled and rippled, allowing Atticus to step through it as though it were water. Once inside, Atticus turned and made a small hole in the wall, observing that the door led to a long hallway illuminated by bright lights. After ensuring the hallway was clear, Atticus emerged from the wall and silently began making his way through it. The hallway wasn't very wide, but it had doors on each side. Considering the lack of other buildings, Atticus believed these were the rooms of the people in the inner section. There were 5 doors to the building, and from what Atticus had seen, it seemed as though the rooms extended across multiple stories. The light element is best in this situation, he thought. The hallway was brightly lit, and he believed illusions would serve him better in this environment. This will take some time. What would be the best move? Atticus pondered. This situation wasn't as straightforward as it had been with the hunters. The hunters had all been gathered together in one place, but this was different and could get chaotic if he wasn't careful. I should target the rooms first, Atticus decided. He believed this was the best course of action. He would kill the men in their rooms first before moving to the main hall. It wouldn't make sense for someone to randomly leave their room to use the bathroom or something else and find him battling. Atticus immediately got to work. The first 3 rooms he entered were empty, but in the 4th room, he encountered yet another strange Sania. A member of the Obsidian Order, a literal terrorist group, was praying. Atticus killed him without hesitation. He continued moving and suddenly came across 2 men stepping out of their rooms, one in front of him and one behind. Atticus paused, standing still. The two men saw each other and the one behind immediately grinned. Ah, you still haven't had enough of the beating I gave you last time, huh? The man behind Atticus taunted as he began approaching the other man, who turned crimson with embarrassment. Shut the hell up. It was a fluke, the second man retorted. Yeah, the first man chuckled, but as he passed by Atticus, his laughter strained an action that Atticus immediately noticed. He noticed me, Atticus thought. We'll see if it was a fluke, the man continued after a brief pause, but Atticus was already on high alert, his suit morphing into a sword. Atticus's eyes narrowed as he sensed the man suddenly channeling mana into his spatial ring. There was no room for hesitation. Atticus's figure blurred, and the heads of both men were instantly separated from their bodies. Just as Atticus was about to relax, the unthinkable happened. A round, iron ball suddenly materialized inches away from the first man's lifeless hand, rolling across the ground. Seeing that it was simply a ball, Atticus relaxed, a decision he would soon regret. Artifacts in Eldoralf were far too numerous, and many had simply given up naming them. They came in different shapes and sizes, making it nearly impossible to determine their function. Atticus already knew this, but this event would ingrain the lesson deep within him. It all happened so fast and without warning. A bright light radiated from the iron ball, and a voice with an intensity that made the walls tremble erupted outward. Intruder. A few minutes ago, the hall that Atticus had observed earlier through the roof was brimming with energy and bustling with intense activity. It was completely incomparable to the other areas he had infiltrated. This expansive space was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people easily and was filled with a cacophony of voices. The clash of fists and the thud of bodies hitting the ground permeated the space. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood, mingled with the acrid smoke from various bloodlines being activated. The main fighting force of the Obsidian Order was engaged in combat, sparring with one another in vicious brawls, each hit more brutal than the last. This was the inner section of the group, housing the most powerful and dangerous members of the entire settlement. The weakest of them were at the master rank, and even they had years of battle experience under their belts. Two men grappled near the center, their movements fierce and unrestrained. One of them, a burly fighter with a shaved head, threw a powerful punch that sent his opponent reeling backward. Come on, is that all you got? He sneered, wiping the blood from his split lip. You hit like my grandma, and she's been dead for years. Nearby, another fight was brewing. A tall, lanky man taunted his opponent, ducking and weaving around him with a grin plastered on his face. What's the matter, Gregor? Can't keep up? Maybe you should go back to the kitchens with the rest of the weaklings. Gregor, a muscular brute with a face twisted in rage, swung wildly, but the lanky man dodged effortlessly, laughing all the while. You're too slow, old man. Maybe those 5 years of peace made you soft. The room was filled with similar scenes of violence and banter, each fight more intense than the last. Unlike the scouts or hunters that Atticus had observed before, these men were entirely different. They were brimming with life, energy, and a thirst for combat that hadn't waned despite years of inactivity. They were the main fighting force of warriors who lived only for the thrill of battle. For them, fighting wasn't just a necessity, it was an addiction. They fought for hours non-stop each day, and the only time they ever paused was when they were knocked out or were unable to continue. Amidst all the commotion, a particularly brutal fight was unfolding near the far side of the hall. Two men, both well-built and covered in scars, were going head-to-head. The first man, a hulking figure with a thick neck and fists like hammers, swung a massive punch at his opponent. The second man, leaner but quicker, dodged the blow and countered with a swift uppercut that connected with a sickening crunch. The crowd around them cheered, urging them on with shouts and jeers. The hulking man staggered back, blood dripping from his nose, but he was far from done. With a shout, he charged forward, tackling his opponent to the ground. They rolled across the floor, each grappling for control, but the leaner man managed to get the upper hand. In one fluid motion, he pinned his opponent down and delivered multiple devastating punches to the face, knocking him out cold. The hall fell into brief silence as the victor rose to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow. He glanced around at the other fighters, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Did you see that? I'm the strongest here. No one can fucking beat me. A ripple of murmurs spread through the hall as the others immediately reacted, some muttering challenges under their breath, while others yelled insults. You got lucky, bastard. One shouted. Anyone can win once. Let's see you try that against me. Another called out, rising from his seat, fists clenched. For people who lived for the thrill of battle and had battled their whole lives, being openly challenged like this was not something they would take sitting down. But before any further challenges could be issued, the hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. They had all felt a familiar coldness, a feeling none of them could ever forget. All eyes turned to the entrance as a man walked in, flanked by 4 others. The atmosphere shifted instantly, from chaotic and lively to tense and apprehensive. The man who had declared himself the strongest moments earlier froze, his grin faltering as he realized who had just entered. Had he really just said that in the presence of this man? The man walking ahead was calm and composed, his expression cold and unreadable. His very presence commanded the attention of everyone present, and the crowd instinctively parted as he and his crew made their way toward the center of the hall. Whispers began to spread like wildfire among the gathered men. Isn't that Arion, Grandmaster Alvis's disciple? One voice whispered. What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be in his private training area, enjoying all the best facilities? Another muttered, earning a few chuckles from those nearby. Maybe he got bored of having it easy, someone else joked, but the humor was filled with tension. Alvis, the leader of the Obsidian Order's Sector 3 branch, was a man who believed in passing the mantle to the next generation, leaving a legacy. This was why he wanted a disciple. Atticus had killed his first disciple back at the Raven camp, but Alvis had quickly found another. He was known for always searching for someone with incredible talent and a unique bloodline. And Arion fit all of these criteria. Arion stopped a few paces away from the man who had declared himself the strongest. The man, now visibly shaken, gulped as he met Arion's cold gaze. The room had grown deathly quiet, the only sound being the occasional cough. Arion's voice was low and even, carrying a weight of authority that made everyone listen. I would like to challenge you, he said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. The man across from him swallowed hard, his earlier bravado evaporating under Arion's piercing stare. Behind Arion, his crew members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from amusement to indifference. Arion, along with the crew members, were the strongest group in this settlement aside from the Grandmasters. The first to speak was a slender man with a katana at his waist. His face was gaunt, and his eyes looked deadened by countless battles. He's in for a rough time, he said, his voice as cold as his appearance. Arion is undefeated against anyone below the Grandmaster rank. His gaze flicked to the man across from Arion, and the hint of a smirk played on his lips, though his eyes remained lifeless. Only a truly sick man would be happy about the misery of another. Next to him was a petite woman with a starkly gothic appearance. She was dressed entirely in black, her skin pale as porcelain, and her dark eyes radiated with a sinister light. She had no visible weapon, but the aura around her was enough to make anyone uneasy. I wonder if he'll cry when he loses, she mused, her voice lilting with dark, twisted humor. It's always more fun when they do. Beside her stood a towering man, his massive frame filled with muscle. He wore no shirt, and his trousers were torn and shredded, giving him a savage, primal look. His laughter was a deep rumble that shook the ground. I'll bet 10 million credits he doesn't last 1 minute, he said, flexing his enormous biceps. Arion, make it quick, and let's battle. I'm itching for a fight of my own. Finally, the last woman in the crew remained silent. She had a cold and unapproachable demeanor, and many would think twice before trying to talk to her. She was tall and imposing, her eyes cold as ice as they fixed on the man who had declared himself the strongest with a calculating gaze. She said nothing, merely crossing her arms and waiting, as if certain that whatever happened next was already predetermined. Arion stepped closer to the man who had challenged him, the circle around them tightening as the other fighters leaned in, eager to witness the brutal beating about to unfold. Master Arion, I didn't mean what I said. It was just a slip-up. A man who declares what he doesn't mean is nothing but a coward. The Obsidian Order has no need for cowards, Arion cut him off coldly. The man felt a cold shiver run through his body as Arion spoke. The meaning of Arion's words was unmistakable. If he didn't fight, he would be killed. I don't have a choice. The man clenched his fists tightly, gathering a semblance of composure before hesitantly assuming a fighting stance. The circle that had formed around them tightened. No one wanted to miss the fight. They had rarely seen Arion in battle, as he and his crew usually trained at the mansion in the center of the village, close to Grandmaster Alvis. Although Arion was known as the strongest, it had never been proven. They wanted to see it with their own eyes. No starting signal was given. The ground buckled as the man disappeared and reappeared in front of Arion, his body dipping low before unleashing a supersonic punch aimed straight at Arion's face. However, Arion's expression remained impassive and calm as his right hand moved. Fist and palm met, sending an intense shockwave through the air that made the onlookers' clothes flutter. But the man's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat. Arion's entire body, including his palm, hadn't even moved an inch. He immediately tried to pull back, but suddenly felt a bone-crushing grip on his fist. An intense pain shot through his body as he struggled to break free, but it was futile. I have to use my bloodline. Red lines streaked across the man's skin like glowing veins on a volcano, and his black hair began to radiate an intense red. His temperature spiked, and he erupted into a fiery blaze. He focused all the heat into his palm, the intensity of the fire building. But still, Arion did not budge. The man unleashed another devastating punch with his left hand, but it only ended up being caught by Arion's other palm. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed through the hall as the man screamed in agony. With each passing second, the man suddenly began to feel weak. What is happening? His question was answered in the next instant. My mana. He's draining my mana. The man felt his mana being siphoned from his body, an overwhelming weakness overtaking him. He soon fell to his knees, his flames extinguished as his mana levels plummeted. Arion's gaze remained calm, his expression unchanged as the man's body lost all its vigor. After some time, Arion released his grip, allowing the man to collapse to the floor, unable to lift a single finger. The entire hall was utterly silent. A Master Plus rank had just been defeated so easily. It was so unbelievable that many had trouble accepting the reality of what had just transpired before their very eyes. Arion stood tall, glancing down at the man on the floor with a look that screamed of insignificance. Weak, he muttered. Arion turned and began walking out of the hall, but he had barely taken 2 steps when a deafening sound echoed through the space. Intruder. The robotic sound was deafening and loud, shaking the air. The gazes of Arion and every single person in the expansive hall snapped toward the hallway where the noise had come from, their expressions hardening. Every warrior in the room instinctively readied themselves, weapons drawn and auras flaring to life. This wasn't just any sound, it was a familiar one. Every one of them had the same artifact and knew that robotic sound. Despite having seen no real action for 5 long years, their battle-honed instincts remained razor-sharp. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. They were the Obsidian Order's main fighting force of warriors who thrived on combat, completely addicted to the thrill of the fight. The years of inactivity hadn't dulled their edge but rather kept them hungry, eager to unleash their pent-up energy. Now, to think that an intruder had actually attacked them. The hunger was palpable. Before anyone could make a move, a sudden, oppressive wave radiated from the hallway, washing over them like a tidal wave. The air grew heavy, and an eerie stillness settled over the hall. Arion and his crew, along with a few of the more perceptive members, instinctively turned their gazes upward, their senses heightened. Arion's eyes narrowed, his instincts kicking in. He could feel a subtle yet unmistakable shift in the atmosphere, as if the very air had thickened. He figured out the reason instantly. Outside, enveloping the entire enormous building, an air barrier had formed, sealing them all inside. What? Alvis asked, his eyes narrowing as he noticed Ronid had suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his gaze fixed at one direction. Ronid simply brushed it off with a grin. It's nothing. Those kids must be having fun. Ronid was an air elementalist and he had felt a change in the air, a slight disturbance that made him feel that something was happening on the east side of the village. But the idea that anyone could breach the abyssal chasm, let alone enter the artifact, was completely absurd. Something he wouldn't even dream of. All this would have detected any unauthorized use of the ring, and the loyalty of their members was absolute. They made sure of that. Still, all this followed Ronid's gaze, but no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't detect anything. Perception had never been his strong suit, and the distance was very considerable. Back to our matter. Tell me when, Ronid demanded, shaking off the unsettling feeling. Alvis sighed inwardly. Fucking idiot, he thought, but something gnawed at the back of his mind, a lingering sense of unease. He turned again toward the spot Ronid had been staring at. Why do I have this bad feeling? He wondered. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Ronid's incessant pestering. Suddenly, the hallway exploded with noise as multiple figures, or what looked like bodies, were violently hurled back, crashing into the walls with brutal force. The sound of men shouting and screaming echoed through the hallways, followed by the unmistakable sound of flesh being sliced open, punctuated by the dull thuds of lifeless bodies hitting the floor. It was happening all around them, at a terrifying speed, of first on the ground floor, then the next, and the next, in a rapid, circular pattern around them. Arion, called the katana-wielding crew member, Kelak, his voice still cold but filled with urgency and seriousness. He turned to Arion, along with the others, waiting for his orders. But Arion was already deep in thought, his mind racing. It's just one persona and he's strong, he realized. The speed, the precision, it was almost surreal. Arion could sense it, even if many others couldn't. This intruder was moving at an insane speed, phasing through walls as if they were made of water, dispatching anyone he encountered with mind-numbing efficiency. He's trying to kill the people in the room before coming to us. It didn't take long for Arion to figure this out. Considering the situation, it was obvious that the intruder hadn't expected for his presence to be found out and was trying to cover up. Arion tensed slightly. He's almost as fast as me, he thought, his pulse quickening. How did an intruder enter the artifact without Master knowing about it? What's his goal? Arion's mind buzzed with questions, each one demanding careful consideration before he could make a move. The strength of the intruder was startling and he wanted to tread carefully. Separating now would be a bad idea considering that speed. He's not a Grand Master, which means we should be able to take care of him. Meanwhile, the others in the hall were growing restless. Weapons were drawn, auras flared, and battle cries filled the air as they brandished their weapons. Let's go get that bastard. One shouted, his voice dripping with anger. Attack. Another yelled, eager for the fight. But before they could charge forward, Arion's calm, authoritative voice cut through the noise. Maintain your positions. He'll come to us. His crew members immediately obeyed, their loyalty to Arion was absolute. But the others were reluctant, their anger and pride was clashing with their desire for revenge. The sounds of their comrades dying all around them only fueled their rage. It wasn't about camaraderie, it was about pretty as someone had dared to attack them, the Obsidian Order. But despite their seething anger, they held their ground. Arion was the strongest among them, and his word was law. As the seconds ticked by, the hall fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoing from one of the hallways. Every eye in the room turned toward the entrance, hearts pounding as the figure approached. The tension was almost suffocating. A figure came into full view, clad in a completely black exosuit, with a red shroud covering his face. His entire body was drenched in crimson blood, which dripped soundlessly from the morphed sword in his arm. He moved slowly, unhurriedly, despite the fact that nearly 300 battle-hardened men and women, all of them at least master rank, had their gazes and auras locked onto him. Arion's eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the situation. A master rank? How is this possible? And that exosuita? Arion noted two critical details. None of the Obsidian Order had access to exosuits. The suits were too closely monitored by the Human Alliance. This narrowed down the list of suspects, though it was still minute. But what truly shocked Arion was the sheer strength emanating from the intruder, despite being at master rank. He was absolutely sure that it wasn't false. Arion's bloodline granted him an acute sensitivity to mana, and he could feel that the intruder was most definitely a master rank. A cold voice sounded. Who are you? Arion's voice was calm, but the tension in the area was unmistakable. The entire hall fell silent, every warrior on edge. The figure didn't respond, only giving a simple, dismissive glance around the room. His gaze was cold and indifferent, sending a shiver down the spines of many who met it. Lucy, Arion called, glancing subtly at his Gothic crew member. His gaze sharpened when he noticed her trembling, her eyes wide with fear. Each member of Arion's crew had a unique bloodline, which set them apart from the others. Lucis was similar to the Cyquilian family bloodline but still different. She could sense the emotions and intentions of others, and the moment the intruder had entered, she had used her ability. But instead of fear, anger, or any normal emotion considering the current situation, All Lucy could sense was an intense, terrifying calmness, coupled with a cold indifference. She knew what this meant. To this intruder saw them as nothing more than ants, insignificant and beneath him. Her heart raced, and she muttered under her breath, "A monster," before screaming, "Ariane. He's dangerous." Ariane's gaze turned icy, and he barely had time to react before a crimson blur filled his vision. What? Ariane's heart raced, his mind frantically trying to command his body to move, to react. But it was futile. A black sword was already inches from piercing his heart. Time seemed to slow as Ariane felt the cold sting of fear for the first time in years. But before the blade could reach his chest, he felt a massive force slam into his side, sending him flying sideways. The sword sliced through his arm, blood gushing out as he crashed into the ground, rolling to a stop. "Kelak, be careful," Lucy warned. But Kelak, the katana wielder, only grinned, a spark of life igniting in his previously dead eyes. He ignored Lucy's warning, his focus entirely on Atticus. Large explosions erupted from Kelak's limbs as he redirected his momentum, his body hurtling toward Atticus with blinding speed, his right hand gripping his katana tightly. "I've been wanting to battle another katana wielder. Brandish your katana." But as Kelak closed in, his excitement was doused by a cold, disdainful voice. "You don't deserve that regard. Weakling." Kelak's heart froze. He had never been disregarded in such a way in his life. "I'll make you eat those words," he roared, his hair turning an intense white and elongating behind him in formless waves. The ground beneath him buckled, and his aura exploded, his muscles tensing with raw power. Katana art. Azure cyclone. Kelak's katana erupted from its sheath, radiating a blinding blue light as explosions rippled across his body, propelling him forward at impossible speeds. His blade moved like a storm, creating a vortex of sharp, azure slashes that converged on Atticus in an instant. Kelak grinned, his confidence in his attack palpable. His bloodline allowed him to create explosions from any part of his body, and its versatility during battle was immense. An intense smile formed on Kelak's face as he unleashed one of his powerful attacks. He, along with the other crew members, were in the Master Plus rank. He had already noted that Atticus was in the Master rank, and although he was fast, Kelak specialized in a abrupt burst of speed. In essence, he believed his speed was unmatched. Which was why he wasn't surprised when he saw that Atticus wasn't able to react or move as his attack approached. But the next moment shattered Kelak's confidence. Atticus's figure blurred, disappearing from sight. Kelak's eyes widened, and before he could react, a powerful leg slammed into his head with bone-crushing force, sending him hurtling backward, headfirst. Time seemed to resume, and the entire hall registered what had just happened. Ariane had almost died, and Kelak had been sent flying with a single, devastating kick. Ah! A roar erupted from behind. The slender woman with the commanding presence amongst Ariane's crew member had erupted in a yellow glow that enveloped her entire body. Her muscles strained and grew slightly, glowing with compact power. Her expression, once calm, had twisted into one of intense anger as she charged at Atticus with tremendous force. But she wasn't alone. The bestial man's aura exploded as his body transformed into a massive beast with limbs large like hammers. The ground trembled beneath his weight as he surged toward Atticus, his eyes blazing with fury. The two of them unleashed powerful punches that tore through the air with destructive force. But before their fists could connect, two hands appeared on their path. Their punches landed with titanic impact, snake-like cracks spreading across the sturdy floor before imploding in a large radius. But their gazes trembled as they saw Atticus hadn't budged an inch. He stood unmoving, like an impenetrable wall. They felt their fists crack as his grip tightened on their wrists, and with brutal force, he slammed them both into the ground, knocking the air out of their lungs. The other members of the Obsidian Order were in shock. Atticus had just effortlessly defeated the strongest group in this settlement. The fact that he had done it casually only made the situation worse. A sense of dread began to spread through the ranks. Despite the overwhelming display of power, chaos still erupted in the hall. "Let's get that bastard. Attack together." The hall was instantly filled with a blinding array of lights as every single person activated their bloodlines, each one different and unique from the last. Brutal attacks rained down on Atticus from all sides, the warriors charging at him with murderous intent. But Atticus was already in motion. A streak of crimson tore through the ranks, moving faster than the eye could follow. Heads were severed from bodies as Atticus weaved through the onslaught with inhuman speed. Every swing of his morphed sword was calculated in movement impossible to follow. Arion, Lucy shouted, rushing to his side to help him up from the floor. However, Arion forced himself to stand, slapping her hand away. Blood dripped from the wound on his arm where Atticus had stabbed him, radiating intense pain. Focusing, Arion channeled mana into his arm, which began to glow with a blue light as the wound healed at a rapid pace. Arion possessed one of the most unique bloodlines in the human domain, mana control. Though it sounded simple, its implications were profound. It wasn't just aerokinesis using one's will to control the mana in the atmosphere but actual, direct control of mana. While most individuals could control the mana within their bodies to a certain degree, Arion could manipulate it to an extraordinary extent, using it for a myriad of purposes, including manipulating the mana in the air. Clenching his now healed fist, Arion's body radiated a blue glow, brimming with intense power. He had just absorbed a significant amount of mana from his earlier spar, leaving him stronger than before. Ariana, Lucy's voice cut through his thoughts, her gothic appearance adding to the intensity of the situation. She didn't need to finish her sentence, her eyes said it all. She was asking what their next move should be. The rest of the crew quickly gathered around Arion, awaiting his instructions. Kelak grunted as he touched the deformed side of his face, feeling the broken bones and torn flesh. With a scowl, he pulled a small vial from his space ring and downed the healing potion in one swift motion. The effects were immediate. His face began to heal at a visible pace, the skin and bone knitting back together until he looked as if he had never been injured. The imposing woman and the bestial man both wore expressions twisted with rage, their muscles tense with the desire to tear Atticus apart, piece by piece. But they held themselves in check, waiting for Arion's command. Arion's expression remained calm and calculating. He shifted his gaze from his crew to the red streak slicing through the hall, leaving a trail of dead bodies in its wake. His eyes hardened, and his aura flared, causing the air around him to grow cold. For the first time in his life, Arion felt truly threatened. And it was by someone of a lower rank. Arion had always been a calm person, but he was proud to the core. He didn't care much about worshipping the Zorvans or any of that nonsense. In fact, he despised the way the tiered families ruled. He had joined the Obsidian Order to change things for the better. His bloodline had always made him superior to those of the same rank, giving him an edge in every battle. But this was different. This was the first time he had faced something so absurd, so terrifyingly powerful, and unexplainable. Form up. We're fighting together, Arion ordered, his voice cold and determined. His crew moved immediately, falling into formation around him. Kelak, the katana wielder with a bloodline that allowed him to release explosions from any part of his body, took the front, his deadened eyes locked on Atticus with intensity. The bestial man, now fully transformed into a hulking creature with limbs as large as hammers, positioned himself to Kelak's right, the ground straining under his weight. The imposing woman, her muscles bulging and brimming with power, stood to Kelak's left, her strength growing with every passing second as her emotions surged. Her bloodline enabled her to become more powerful depending on the intensity of her emotions. At the back of the formation was Lucy, the gothic, petite girl with the bloodline ability that allowed her to sense the intentions and emotions of their opponent. Her dark eyes were fixed on Atticus, cold and calculating. Arion himself, who was the strongest of the group, positioned himself at the center of the formation. His demeanor was icy, and two blue mana swords formed in his hands. His control over mana was exceptional. He could manipulate it to heal, enhance his speed and power, and create constructs with ease. This time, they would not face Atticus individually, they would strike as one. Lucy, keep us informed, Arion commanded, his voice cold. Lucy's eyes flashed white as she activated her empathetic link, feeling the overwhelming calmness and deadly intent emanating from Atticus. He's focused on killing and no hesitation. But he's not expecting us to attack together. Arion nodded. Kelak, go in first. The rest of us will follow. Distract him long enough for me to make contact. Kelak grinned, his lifeless eyes blazing with renewed purpose. Consider it done. With a nod, the ground imploded as the team shot forward. Atticus moved like a blur within the swarm of fighters, his exosuit morphing into deadly weapons as he cut down the remaining men in the hall with terrifying speed. Each strike was precise, each movement lethal. Blood sprayed across the walls, and the ground was drenched in crimson. As soon as the alarm had sounded, Atticus hadn't wasted even a nanosecond. His mind worked with such intense speed that even he found it astonishing. He quickly formulated his next course of action and immediately acted. Atticus had swept through every single room in the building, ensuring there were no survivors. Now I just have to finish up here before anyone in the outer section notices, he thought coldly, but before he could act, an intense blast suddenly erupted from his right. Kellak's body detonated in a series of controlled explosions, propelling him toward Atticus at blinding speed, blurring past other fighters around him. Katana art. Explosive tempest. His katana glowed with an azure light as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one fast enough to leave afterimages in the air. But Atticus was faster. He dodged the first strike with ease, his body blurring as he sidestepped the next three. With a flick of his wrist, his sword morphed into a razor-sharp whip, lashing out at Kellak with impossible speed. Kellak barely managed to deflect the blow, his katana vibrating from the impact. Damn it, he's faster than I thought. He hissed. The bestial man charged in simultaneously, his massive fist slamming into the ground with enough force to send shockwaves through the floor. You're dead meat, he roared, swinging his colossal arm at Atticus. Atticus leapt into the air, avoiding the crushing blow, and then plummeted downwards in the next second. His sword morphed back into a blade, slicing through the bestial man's arm in a single fluid motion. Ah! The creature howled in pain, but Atticus was already moving on, his sights set on the next target. The imposing woman's body radiating raw power let out a primal scream as she launched herself from another direction at Atticus, attempting to surprise him. Her fists crackled with energy as she threw a punch that could shatter even the strongest materials. I'll tear you apart. However, Atticus simply blurred and met her attack head-on, his blade clashing against her fist in a shower of sparks. The force of the impact cracked the floor beneath them, but Atticus didn't flinch. He twisted his body, redirecting her momentum and sending her crashing into a nearby wall. Ariane, now, Lucis' voice echoed in their minds, its urgency clear. A figure suddenly appeared behind Atticus, causing his gaze to immediately narrow. I didn't sense him until now, he thought. Ariane closed the distance, his mana-forged sword slicing through the air as he aimed for Atticus's back. However, unlike what everyone had been expecting, the opposite happened. Blue mana chains suddenly erupted from Ariane's swords, snaking through the air toward Atticus, who was momentarily baffled by the situation. The chains wrapped around Atticus, tightening with every second as Ariane closed in. Ariane's teammates, along with the others, felt a surge of hope. None of them had forgotten Ariane's earlier display of power. If he could drain Atticus's mana, the exosuit would cease to function. Excitement coursed through them as they thought they might finally overpower this intruder. He's draining my mana, Atticus noted, but he didn't panic. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. He could feel the mana being siphoned from him, but did this fool actually think he could take something of his that easily? Atticus's gaze turned crimson, his figure erupting in a glow of the same hue as he unleashed his will. Ariane's eyes widened in shock as the unexpected occurred. Impossible! He exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Atticus's gaze turned cold as he suddenly flicked his sword, shattering the chains around him. His figure blurred as he closed the distance between himself and Ariane, his sword aimed directly at Ariane's neck. In that split second, a figure suddenly appeared between Atticus and Ariane. No! Ariane immediately screamed as he saw Lucy, the petite Gothic girl, appear in front of him. However, he couldn't react in time as Atticus's sword cleaved through Lucy's neck, severing her head from her body in an instant. Ariane froze, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched Lucy's body crumple to the ground, blood pooling around her. His mind went blank, unable to process what had just happened. His relationship with his crew members was different from that of the other Order members. They shared a deep camaraderie. Lucy had been with him for years, and now she was gone in the blink of an eye. The other crew members, seeing Lucy's death, erupted in intense rage. The bestial man charged at Atticus with fury, his massive fist swinging wildly. But Atticus simply sidestepped the attacks with ease, his sword slicing through the beast's neck, sending his head flying. The imposing woman, her body now glowing with a blinding yellow light, launched herself at Atticus with all her strength. You'll pay for this, she screamed, her fists crashing down on him like meteors. Atticus didn't hesitate. He blocked her punches with his morphed sword, his movements precise. Atticus' current strength couldn't be measured in the level of master ranks anymore. With a swift counterattack, he slashed through her defenses, cutting deep into her torso. She staggered back, blood pouring from the wound, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Kelak, the last of Arion's crew, charged at Atticus with a roar, his katana glowing with azure light. Katana art. Final explosion. He unleashed his ultimate attack, his body erupting in a series of devastating explosions that sent shockwaves through the hall. However, Atticus dodged each strike with inhuman speed, his hand gravitating toward his katana hilt that appeared outside his exosuit. "This is taking too long," Atticus muttered, his voice cold and detached. Katana Seriesa. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. 1 second, the hall was filled with Chayasa men charging at Atticus, bloodlines flaring, and weapons clashing. And in the next, it was over. Atticus moved with blinding speed, his katana flashing through the air in a series of deadly slashes. The entire hall went silent as close to 300 men and women were cut down in an instant, their bodies splitting into pieces, blood spraying across the walls and floor. Arion stumbled back, sinking to his knees. He had wanted to join Kelak in attacking Atticus, but he had heard Atticus's cold voice, and in the next instant, he lost the connection to every single one of his limbs. He barely had the strength to lift his head, but he forced himself to look at Atticus, his vision blurred by blood and tears. But he had to ask a no, he needed to ask a just who was this monster. Woe are you? Arion managed to choke out, his voice weak and broken. However, Atticus's face remained covered in the crimson shroud, cold and indifferent. He sheathed his katana, the blade disappearing into his exosuit. Then he walked forward, stepping over Arion's broken body without uttering a word. The entire hall was drenched with blood. Every single member of the fighting force of the settlement of battle-hardened warriors brimming with energy now lay lifeless and in pieces on the ground. And yet, the one who had caused all this devastation walked away from the scene as though he wasn't related to the carnage. However, before Atticus could leave the hall, an overwhelming aura descended upon the entirety of the intersection building, and Atticus immediately felt the air barrier surrounding the building pop like a balloon. The whole building trembled as an overwhelming force ripped out a large portion of the top of the building. Atticus's gaze immediately locked onto a man floating in the sky. He was clad in a Chinese robe and exuded an unsettling aura. But Atticus wasn't focused on the man's appearance. Only one thought came to mind as he noted the Grandmaster plus rank figure in the sky. Fuck, he muttered. Darkness. That was all Atticus saw before it receded, leaving him standing at the edge of a familiar serene dojo. I have to be quick, he thought. This was his only option given his current situation, entering the katana realm. He needed everything he had for the fight that was to come. Atticus's eyes landed on the figure seated in the middle of the dojo, a man with white hair, now aged considerably more than Atticus remembered. Ancestor Cedric. Atticus's gaze narrowed as he began approaching the center of the dojo. The young monster, Cedric replied, flashing Atticus a warm smile, causing the latter's eyes to widen in surprise. What happened? Atticus immediately asked. While Cedric had been old the last time they met, he hadn't been this frail and worn out. Back then, his body had been filled with vigor and life, and Atticus could feel the power radiating off him. However, Cedric's current state was the opposite. His back was hunched, and he leaned on a walking stick. His entire body appeared lifeless, as if he might die and turn to dust at any second. It was a stark difference. Haha, is it that bad? Cedric smiled gently, but Atticus didn't respond, his expression only becoming more serious. Cedric sighed. It was the only way you could survive that situation. An advanced rank fighting 3 expert ranks, even with the power of the life weapon, was impossible. Atticus's eyes widened. He had already suspected there would be repercussions for receiving that much pure power, but he hadn't expected that Cedric would be the one to bear the cost. What's going to happen to you? Atticus asked, his voice tense with concern. Cedric smiled warmly, noticing the worry in Atticus's expression. My actions led to the life force holding my spirit together waning significantly. It's unfortunate, but this will be my last rodeo. Atticus froze, an overwhelming sense of guilt settling in. He hadn't been particularly close with Cedric, but the man had saved his life at the cost of his own. Don't give me that look, child. I chose to do this on my own, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Seeing that Atticus was still troubled, Cedric decided to change the subject. On a more important note, I've been watching all your exploits and achievements. You've done well too well, in fact, Cedric praised, muttering the last bit to himself. He had wanted to commend Atticus, but suddenly remembered everything the little monster had done. It was overwhelming. Listen, boy, none of us have ever accomplished everything you have, and none of us have ever come so close to surviving. If you continue on this path, you'll have a chance against those other monsters. Cedric's words snapped Atticus out of his thoughts. He still felt guilty, but he had more pressing matters to address. There was a question that had been on his mind since the last time he was in the Katana realm. Forming a domain is what makes a grandmaster, right? Is that where you all end up dying? Atticus hadn't forgotten Cedric's words from their previous encounter. He knew he would soon begin forming his domain, and he needed to know if there was something he should be wary of. Cedric smiled wryly. Sometimes I wonder how you think. There's a grandmaster about to kill you, and you're worried about this. Atticus's expression remained unchanged, causing Cedric to sigh. I suppose it's time you knew everything. I'm sure you're already aware that you're not the only reincarnated person on this planet, Cedric began, watching as Atticus nodded before continuing. The Nexus competition you're about to participate in is just one of many that have taken place over the centuries. Almost every time, the reincarnated who become the apex of their respective races turn it into a death game where only the victor survives, Cedric explained. However, due to the overwhelming difference in strength between the races, many of the human reincarnators have chosen not to become an apex and participate in the Nexus. Unfortunately, every single one of them, without exception, has ended up dying as they reach the Grandmaster rank. Cedric's tone grew more serious, making Atticus tense. No, this isn't about forming your domain. Until now, it hasn't been possible to form a domain without reaching the Master Plus rank. But you've always been different, boy. Don't let that go to your head. The formation of your domain would give you an overwhelming boost in strength, which is essential for entering the Grandmaster rank. Forming your domain now would still give you this boost, but it might not be enough to carry you into the Grandmaster ranks. If you find yourself hitting the bottleneck between Master Plus and Grandmaster, simply form your domain to break through. However, be cautious. Cedric paused, his voice taking on a grave tone. As soon as you enter the Grandmaster rank, you will be summoned into the life weapon without the power to resist. There, you will undergo a test and learn the fourth art. But this time, any death means death in reality. Atticus's eyes widened. He knew how many times he had to die before learning the life weapon arts. Now Cedric was telling him he could die for real while learning the fourth art. Atticus clenched his fist. I'll think about this later. Let's focus on the present for now. First things first. How long will it take me to learn the third art, and how much time will pass in reality? Atticus regained his composure and asked. Cedric shook his head, impressed by Atticus's ability to stay calm. I made the right decision, he thought. It should take you about 3 months in this world and only 2 seconds outside, but considering you, it may be even less. Atticus nodded. I'd like to begin immediately. Cedric nodded in return and used his stick to support himself as he stood up. Follow me. Neither of them moved, but the scene changed, and Atticus found himself standing in the middle of a large hall. Ahead of him was a flight of stairs leading to a man seated on an imposing throne. The life weapon avatar, Atticus thought. He could never forget this figure. It was responsible for an uncountable number of his deaths in this realm. The reason you've been unable to learn the third art all these years is that your body couldn't withstand it. But after your advancement, you now have more than enough power. How would you like to learn it? Cedric explained. Atticus nodded, understanding the implications. Cedric was asking whether he wanted to learn through battle with the avatar or through normal training. Let me fight it once and see where I stand. I don't have to worry about dying in reality, right? Cedric smiled and shook his head. No, that only happens when you're learning the fourth art. Step forward. Atticus obeyed, stepping forward, and the avatar's eyes snapped open. A frigid gaze seemed to immobilize Atticus in his tracks. The man stood up calmly, unhurriedly, with the grace of a king. In an almost ethereal movement, he descended from the elevated platform, landing soundlessly a few meters behind Atticus. Atticus swiftly turned to face him. Damn, this is crazy, he thought, noting that the aura emanating from the avatar was far stronger than what he felt the last time he faced it. The difference was so vast that it was hard to believe this was the same entity. The man simply stood there, his face expressionless, his attire billowing in an invisible breeze. Atticus knew what this meant. He had to make the first move. I don't have my exosuit or elements. Only mana and katana, Atticus reminded himself, stealing his mind. His hand reached for his katana. But just as he grabbed it, a blinding flash of light moved before he could react, phasing through him. Everything went blank, and the emotionless voice of the avatar echoed in his ears. Katana Series, 3rd Art. Vorpal Nova. Atticus's eyes snapped open, and he immediately ran his hands frantically over his body. What the hell just happened? Cedric's laughter brought him out of his thoughts. What happened? Atticus asked, still in shock. What do you mean? You died, of course, Cedric replied, gesturing towards the middle of the room. The life weapon's avatar was still standing in one spot, but in front of him was a scene that made Atticus's scalp tingle with shock. A deep gash, as wide as any canyon, traced along the hallway, splitting the grand stairs and thrown in two. It didn't end there. The gash continued, cutting through the wall and building, revealing the darkness that surrounded them. And the man simply stood there, unmoving, as if he wasn't responsible. It was an overwhelming display of power that made Atticus's heart race. I'd like to learn the 3rd art normally, please, Atticus declared absent-mindedly. Cedric laughed again. Good choice. Follow me. Atticus followed Cedric to the middle of the hall where a small white building was situated. He could still remember his experience inside this building. It was where he had learned the 2nd katana art. Upon entering, Atticus was greeted by a completely pristine white room with nothing inside. I'm sure you know how this goes by now. Walk to the middle and begin your training, Cedric instructed. Atticus nodded seriously at Cedric's instructions and began walking toward the middle of the hall. The process was still fresh in his mind from the last time he trained here, and, just as before, the same thing happened. A man that Atticus knew all too well appeared in the middle of the hall before Atticus could reach there, a katana sheathed at his left waist. It was the katana's avatar, though it wasn't radiating an aura as intense as the one seated on the throne. The sound of a chime echoed, and suddenly, the man descended into a stance, gripping his katana's hilt tightly. In the next instant, multiple projectiles shot towards him at supersonic speed, fanning out in a 180-degree angle in front of him. The man's katana erupted from its sheath, unleashing slash after slash at blinding speed, with multiple silver streaks filling the air. In a second, each projectile had been cut down. However, more projectiles simply shot towards him, prompting him to continue cutting them down. Afterwards, the simulation soon stopped, and Atticus approached the center of the room, taking his position. Alright, looks like it's just like last time. I just have to do as the simulation did and cut down the projectiles, Atticus thought to himself. He heard a loud chime and instantly descended into a stance. The sound of multiple projectiles cutting through the air reached his ears, and Atticus circulated mana throughout his body in preparation. However, just as he was about to move, the entire pristine white room turned red, and each projectile disappeared. What happened? Atticus looked around, puzzled. You're not supposed to use mana, Cedric responded. Hearing Cedric's response, Atticus's gaze widened before he nodded in understanding. He did all that without using mana. Atticus wondered. The man's movements had been so fast and intense, practically a blur. It hadn't even occurred to him that the man hadn't utilized mana. Right. His katana wasn't glowing either, Atticus realized. Reaching this conclusion, Atticus got into a stance once again after settling down his mana. A loud chime resounded, followed by the sound of multiple projectiles cutting through the air. Just like in the simulation, they appeared in a 180-degree angle in front of him, coming from the front and two sides. Atticus mapped out each projectile and found his first target, drawing his katana to cut it down. However, what the hell? Atticus's shock was palpable. Despite trying his best to cut it down, his katana had only managed to slice a few inches into the round ball. What was worse, he found it difficult to withstand the force of the projectile. Atticus quickly snapped out of his shock as the reality of the situation set in. He redirected the projectile, diverting its path slightly before moving rapidly to evade and redirect the hundreds of other projectiles. It was a complete mess, with his movements all over the place, and Cedric couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the young monster struggle so much. However, soon enough, Atticus's luck ran out as multiple projectiles hit him with force, and he died. Reappearing, Atticus breathed heavily, holding his knees. What the fuck? He muttered, hearing the sound of Cedric laughing from one side of the room. Atticus's mouth twitched. I'm about to get squashed by a grandmaster. Can you spare me the laughter and just tell me what I'm doing wrong? Cedric chuckled. I'm about to turn to nothingness soon, and you want to take away my source of happiness. Atticus's expression softened slightly, becoming tinged with sadness, and he fell silent. Cedric, still amused, continued, You're too straightforward, child. Anyway, try to remember the simulation properly. It's all in the movements and the way he cut each projectile. The way he moved, Atticus replayed the simulation in his mind, focusing on the man's movements. I see. Figuring something out, he moved and stood in the middle of the room, hand gripping his katana's hilt. A loud chime sounded, and Atticus unsheathed his katana and moved. However, there was a significant difference this time around. Atticus's movements were gentle yet forceful. He didn't focus on speed, instead, he went with the flow. The most crucial difference was in how he cut the projectiles. Earlier, he had simply slashed against their momentum, but just like in the simulation, he now discovered the perfect spot where the opposing force wasn't as strong, just to the side. This was why, as soon as Atticus moved, it wasn't surprising that projectiles upon projectiles kept falling from the air. There was no pause, more projectiles hurtled towards him, and Atticus moved swiftly, cutting each of them from the air. Soon enough, Atticus noticed the projectiles increasing in speed and number, making it harder for him to keep up. He felt the strain as he continued for hours, and just as he thought he would collapse, another chime sounded, and the projectiles disappeared. Atticus immediately slumped to the floor, breathing heavily. Without the use of mana, he had lost the passive recovery it usually provided. This was why, as Atticus circulated his mana while lying on the floor, he was almost forced to let out a moan of relief. It felt so good. This moment of peace didn't last long, and Atticus was forced to stand when he heard the loud chime again. He moved to the middle of the room, and the rain of projectiles continued in full force. As Atticus continued this process, he noticed a timer had appeared, marking the time he took to cut down a wave of projectiles. This led Atticus to believe that this would be how he progressed. The less time he spent, the better. And so, Atticus resolved to do just that. Days passed with this routine, and he now stood in the room, staring at the next simulation.